is swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Let me just skeet out the stream here, if you don't mind. I can calm down now that my cheeks are orange again. Yes, you'll blend in nicely in the coming years. God, I look so tired. How we doing, folks? Thanks for playing my new song. Of course, Jazz Dog. It's an absolute banger, like everything you make. Top tier talent over here. Who deigns to make music that I can play on my stream. We are talking about the rock bottom for TYT and Cenk, Uygur, as well as a bunch of other stories. Get in the boat.
BWA.
Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg, not .ff. You fool, you buffoon. Hello! Omega Star, thank you for being a member over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Oh, there's like a weird little thing on my mouth. So many unsubbed. So many need to resub. I watched a bit of this last night, and by a bit of it, I mean I watched a lot of it last night, as I was trying to fall asleep desperately, unsuccessfully. And Fran does do a good job. Like, good on her. God damn, I look tired. I'll just do it black and white. It's fine. Oof. But before we get into it, we got a lot of other things to talk about. So, we watching Cenk with Lamont or the Turning Point USA shit show? The Turning Point USA shit show is short, so we're going to start with that, and then we're going to go in a different direction than what you're expecting. Paladin, I hope you're having fun with Metaphor. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. It's been a hot minute. Sweet Blasphemy, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Is that the Dono Ghost I hear? Is it the Dono Ghost?
Cast a spell of warding to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, Will Kale. Also, because I spent some of my night last night doing very irritating work, just as an FYI, I turn on text-to-speech because it's fun. And I turn on the on-screen dono indicator because it helps me acknowledge your donos, because I think that's a nice thing to do. You are not legally entitled to getting anything from me for subscribing or donoing. Just as a brass tacks, folks. I had an individual last night escalate some issues to PayPal for services not rendered because text-to-speech and their messages weren't displayed on screen. And there is nothing you are entitled to when you dono to me. That's why they're called donations and not purchases. So just as an FYI, I didn't think I needed to state that explicitly, but there you go. That's on the record. I believe the Mariah Carey covenant is legally binding. It's true. That is true. That was a covenant not made between me and, the law. That was a covenant that transcends law. Come into some weird parasocial expectation disclosure. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? So, yeah. I was not a particularly happy camper at 2 o'clock in the morning last night. Brianna Pooh's podcast? Oh, God, I forgot that existed. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Just as an FYI, I'm not touching that woman with like a 10-foot pole. Okay. That being said, how you doing, everybody? It's been a hot minute. Hello, Glitchmaster. Hello, Jazz Dog. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Two Dad Smoochin. Thank you for subscribing, even before stream started. Hello, Lady Raincloud. I hope you are doing well. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Luscious Titties. Hello, Uok. Hello, Omega Star. Hello, Turtleek. Donald Trump is trying to flex power over the Supreme Court by asking for the TikTok ban to be paused. Yeah, of course. Hello, Paladin. Hello, Hunger Games 1989. You are correct on that one. Hello. Couldn't be seen with white cheeks. I know. Embarrassing. Let's see. Hello, Lily Loves Stuff. Hello, Jamie Elizabeth. Hello, Mr. Miyagi.
I expect the following very parasocial things in exchange for this currency. List redacted by BWA Police. Thank you in advance.
Paladin, thank you for the $20 dono. That is very kind of you to kick off stream with. Thank you so much. Hope you're good. I woke up with crippling chronic depression And this is my endeavor to distract my brain with critical thinking and, entertaining others. Because I don't want to focus on this mess right now. Sorry, video game related question from my partner. Hey, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Harold. Yes, also, please like the stream, share it with your friends, your family, your neighbors, your dogs, your cats, your parakeets, your fish. And also consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you exclusively by you fine folks and a pittance in ad revenue from YouTube. Twitch, I only run enough ads on Twitch so that you guys don't get hit with ads when you immediately come in. If I had my option, I would just turn off ads altogether on Twitch. Hello, Lanzetta. How you doing? For watching that Cenk interview, we're gonna be watching some shit. That being said, folks, we got a lot to talk about today. My streams have been scarce. You've been wandering the intellectual desert without me. Hello, Gay Fesh. How you doing? Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Chai T Rex. Oh, also, I got gifted the first volume of the deluxe Berserk for Christmas. And for the first time in forever, I had enough time to sit down and actually read something. And so I read through the entire first volume. And it's really good. Also, very much makes sense by the end of that why Guts does not like being touched.
Been busy these last 2 months. Been tight financially.
Yo, Andrew S., thank you for being a member, and that's okay. I appreciate the support when you can.
I'm sorry that you are feeling the depression monster. I hope this helped to kick its father mucking ass.
Nine-Tailed Witch, thank you for the $20 dono. I very much appreciate it. But I like the, so far it seems like a relatively subtle theme, but like the theme of Berserk being kind of like a very much a no gods, no kings, your life is yours, make of it what you will, and I kind of like that. I like it. There is an element of empowerment to it. In all of the misery and despair of the Berserk setting, like, there's kind of a flicker of hope that burns underneath all of it that I really like. Does Nosferatu slap? It looks like it slaps. I heard, is it Andrew Skarsgård hangs dong? I don't know if that's a reason I would go see the movie, but like that, I don't know, takes some bravery to do that in a feature film. Oh, he does hang dong. Excellent. On a scale of 1 to, what's his face? The guy who plays Green Goblin. You guys know who I'm talking about. I forget the actor name. Is it a worryingly big penis? Dafoe, Willem Dafoe. Thank you, Midweek Gold. Yeah, you all know the guy who is known for having a huge penis. Yeah, that guy. You can get the confusingly large. That's one of my most favorite descriptions of like anything ever. All right. We're gonna ease into it today. And also Berserk. It's good. It's also beautiful, and you should probably read it. I've tried watching it a few times, and I do not care for the anime, but the manga is quite good. God, I'm confused with Christopher Walken. Oh no. All right. Here we go. Y'all ready? So, folks, apparently, for most of the last year, since July, one of the members of Congress has been missing, and no one has known what happened to her. Since July. And somehow this wasn't like national news constantly. That, oh yeah, a member of Congress is just gone. Right? And she's a member of the GOP. And so she's been like occasionally over the past year carted out to vote for things, but then starting in July, just radio silence. And apparently, thanks guys, spoiling in chat. Come on, we're getting there. You guys don't have to present the answer as if I'm just like, what do you guys think happened? I know what happened. We're doing a thing. I know where to find. Yeah, there you go. you you guys, you little goofy goobers. Yeah, it turns out that she has in fact been living in an assisted living facility because her mind is going. Yeah, she is retiring, so that's good, but maybe we shouldn't wait until someone's mind is completely mush before they leave. Yeah, she's been living at Tradition Senior Living in Fort Worth, Texas. And also, you know, the family kind of disputes that it's not in a memory care facility, but just throwing this out there, I don't think that she's spry enough to be in Congress or mentally acute enough to be in Congress if she can't even make it to Congress since July. That's a long time, guys. Matt at Yahoo.
Goofy Goober incite chat rent.
Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. Why is she still serving while living in an old folks home? Look, people in old folks homes can serve, okay? Like, let's not get it twisted, all right? They be fucking each other all the time in there. All right? Let's not no need to throw shade on people living in senior facilities. But I will say that Ken Klippenstein has actually been doing some pretty great, you know, reporting, you know, as a reporter is supposed to do. And the other day tracked down that apparently she transferred her home deed in July. She's 81 years old. Incredulous that something so outrageous could be real, I decided to investigate and found a corroborating detail. Granger appears to have transferred the deed to her home over 5 months ago on July 9th. According to property records I obtained, her congressional website shows that Granger's last vote was that same month on July 24th. The records, labeled a general warranty deed, do not make clear what amount of money, if any, was paid for the property, aside from a standard $10 fee. Granger had purchased the home for $440,000, another property record dated October 22nd, of 2014 shows. While it's possible the property was transferred to family, the document lists as guarantees the retired two-star Army General William F. Garrison and his wife, Diane Stone. Garrison, a veteran of the Vietnam War, where he participated in the infamous Phoenix program, spent his career in special operations, including the Joint Special Operation Command's highly secret intelligence support activity. Garrison and Stone did not immediately respond to requests for comment. So, like, something really weird is going on here, and I think we need to have more conversations about the fact that, like, there are huge political machines that put these politicians in power. And just because their bodies, like the politicians'
Just popping
bodies...
by to pay my silly duck tax.
Very knifey duck. Thank you for the $10 dono, you silly little duck. But just because, like, the bodies of these politicians begin failing doesn't mean that these machines don't want to wring every last ounce of value out of their investment, right? And so there is this tendency for, like, support staff to prop up these political figures, you know, much like the people around Joe Biden did for him. You know, they're like, well, he's incapable of being in front of people for long periods of time, so let's hide him. Starting back in 2019, you know? And on top of that, you have, like, you have Dianne Feinstein. You know, you've got countless examples of this in Congress, and a lot of it is also because if that politician is ousted from office, all of the people around them lose their jobs. And so there is, like, this huge almost systemic reason to kind of prop these people up, in addition to, like, the corporate interests that have invested into them. And yeah, I mean, like, another example of it is how the system within the DNC propped up, what's his face? Jerry Connolly, 74, with dying of throat cancer, over, like, the Hope and Change candidate of AOC. So, like, there's a lot going on here, but on top of it, I find it fascinating that this story has been out in the wild now for almost a week from Ken Klippenstein, and I haven't heard any kind of follow-up on it. Like, why is there an Army General guarantee on the deed transfer from her property, and there's no, like, listed bill of sale, and it seems to have been transferred for, like, $10? And I understand it's the House Oversight Committee, Super Jet Guy. I wasn't trying to imply AOC lost the election for anything else. So, like, there's a lot of weird stuff going on here. Like, the fact that she got moved to an assisted living facility, there is debate over whether it's a memory care facility or whether it's just a normal assisted living facility. But even if it is an assisted living facility, one would think that there would be an assisted living facility in Washington, D.C., where she could continue to do her job and not back in Texas. So, like, and then there's this deed transfer, which isn't apparently guaranteed by the family, and is instead by a general.
Sorry to interrupt such a serious topic. Is there any chance you could call me a silly muffin? I can clip it and send it to my girlfriend. It will make me her smile, heart.
Aw, well, Media Breakdown, you are a silly muffin. There you go. Hope that helps your partner smile. And thank you for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate it. But yeah, there's just some weirdness here. And here's a clip. Here's a clip of her speaking back in March before she disappeared.
Progress and how we fund the government. We drafted the most conservative bills in history. Members submitted over 1,000 amendments. We considered House bills individually on the floor. and we avoided a massive, ominous measure. In total, we increased defense funding and made target cuts. We also maintained our legacy under my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to remove. Overall, this bill honors our commitment to our veterans, strengthens our energy security, hold agencies accountable, support our farmers and ranchers, and makes our transportation system safer. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Texas reserves. Gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe we shouldn't have this as part of our system. And now, hopefully, you know, who knows where this goes, right? But hopefully this means that hopefully this let me put it this way. In Congress, the House is precariously balanced as it is. Hopefully this helps in some way. And yeah, I you know, might be small, might be big, who knows. But yeah, maybe we shouldn't have someone like who can't stand up there and speak, and who is very clearly like out of touch with like the vast majority of Americans, be one of the people who leads the country, you know? It's honestly so crazy to me. How sad is it she didn't have a retirement to enjoy because she started to have these issues, right? Like, just I don't know, like maybe I've been skeptical of like term limits or like age caps, but like honestly, maybe we need to have something like that, because this has been a recurring problem for a while. Like, I'm in favor, you know, term limits seem like a good idea. Maybe a soft age limit seems like a good idea. Cognitive testing for members of Congress every 5 years. Honestly, that doesn't seem that... You know, prior to learning how many members of Congress are taking like Alzheimer's medications or, you know, dementia medications, I would have maybe been against that, but like there's a lot going on in Congress that is worrying when it comes to cognitive abilities. Yeah, and there is a difference between living in a senior facility and living in a memory care facility. I understand that. My grandmother is like 99 years old and is still in an independent senior living facility. But she's not in a memory care unit. You know, like she can still like go out and goes places and does things, and she's still quite spry. But at the point where you can't physically be in Washington D.C. because of your health, like you shouldn't be allowed to be in office, you know? Like the issue here is that while they say she's not in a memory care facility, they do say she's dealing with dementia, and it's clearly bad enough that she can no longer be in Washington D.C. to do her job, and yet she's allowed to continue doing her job. How many of you would be able to just be like, I'm not going to show up for work for the next 5 months and still be in your position and have no one come looking for you? You know, like all of this seems bizarre to me, frankly. I was gonna say STD rate is fairly high in old folks' homes. It's true. It's true. All right. It all just seems so bizarre to me that we allow this system to perpetuate. You know, it seems bad. Maybe we should change that. Maybe we should get involved in our local Dems and our local DSA and move up the ranks until we can enact the change ourselves. Maybe we should do that. It seems like a good idea. I don't know. Just a thought. Also, this camera is giving me so much guff today. This seems fine. Ooh, too red. All right, whatever. Melanie, I'm sorry to hear that you're cramping. Cramping your style. I mean, the one good thing about Nancy Pelosi right now is that she's on her way out. I would have given her all the credit in the world if Kamala Harris had actually managed to win the presidency and like she had saved us from Biden running. You know, it would have been a pretty big Hail Mary feather in her cap on the way out. But yeah. What do you think the odds are we get Speaker Elon in the future? Not good. Not good today. If you'd asked me a couple days ago, I might have said decent. But not today. Okay. Oh, we're going to talk about MAGA Civil War. Don't you guys worry. Okay. Yeah, we'll cover this on a new day. Cover that on a new day. All right. So, you guys ready? I intended to cover this a while ago, but you know, it took me a week to get here. So, well, let's dive into it. All right. So, folks, there is a lady who is leaving Congress by the name of Kirsten Sinema. And there's probably, if you know anyone who's a leftist, no Democrat they hate as much as Kirsten Sinema, okay? With the exception of Joe Manchin, who is now, I believe, no longer a Democrat. So it falls to Kirsten Sinema. She's the one who torpedoed, $15 minimum wage. She's pretty disgusting. And she did a final exit interview with Semaphore. And it is one of the wildest things I think I've read from a sitting congressperson in quite some time. So let's take a look. Yes, as we all know, John Fetterman is close on her heels and will be the reigning champion of Most Hated Dem quite soon. But here is by Burgess Everett from December 20th. Kirsten Sinema, I always worry that I'm saying her name wrong. Kirsten Sinema, the exit interview. The scene. After Donald Trump won the presidency and Republicans claimed the Senate, Kirsten Sinema got an unexpected message about her insistence on protecting the filibuster. One person reached out to me after the election and apologized and said I was right. One Democratic senator, Sinema told Semaphore in an interview this week in her pink-hued hideaway office beneath the Capitol. I was surprised about that one. I was very surprised, and I appreciate it. The retiring Arizona independent. Oh, she's now independent. Okay. John Fetterman reigns supreme. My bad. Not known for her chattiness with the press, did not identify the Democrat who credited her with ensuring the survival of the 60-vote threshold for getting most bills through the Senate. But her former party will now benefit from her and Senator Joe Manchin's refusal to weaken the filibuster. As Republicans prepare to take power next year, the procedural tool she had pushed Democrats to preserve is now the strongest leverage point in Washington. And despite the criticism her stance elicited from Democrats on and off the Hill, Sinema said that her 2022 opposition to changing the filibuster was the most important vote I've ever taken in my life. She had plenty of other votes to choose from, many negotiated in that subterranean pink office. In only a single term, Sinema has played an unusually integral role in bipartisan deals, both big and small, on everything from infrastructure to gun safety to run-of-the-mill Senate floor operations. It's a record that got clouded by her repeated breaks with her former party. She voted just last week to block President Joe Biden's reappointment of a top labor board nominee and shrugged off the resulting criticism from the left in typical fashion. Don't give a shit. Like, seriously. She's literally... Oh, did I torpedo a very important and critical labor board appointee? Tee, I don't give a shit. Bye. Gonna get my lobbying job. Bye. Incredible stuff. Now that she's perhaps just a day or two away from the end of her first and only Senate term, Sinema is still tuning out her haters. If she questions any popular criticism of her style, it's the idea that she's a political cipher. Sinema isn't openly gregarious like Manchin and didn't participate a lot in caucus meetings over the years. That approach at times left her a mystery to her own colleagues, but she says anyone who had questions about her perspective on issues were not paying attention. I know some people think I'm like this enigma or whatever, but I don't think that's true at all, Sinema said. I think maybe this is a place where sometimes people say things that they don't mean. I'm not one of those people. I think I'm highly predictable. And it's just like, girl, you're highly predictable because you're after that sweet, sweet hard cash. That's it. Like, she's out for herself. She's devoid of politics. She's empty as hell. And it's not that she's a political cipher, it's just that she's politically empty. And so she's willing to say or do anything as long as she's getting that sweet hard cash. That's it. That's the extent of it. You know, like, I don't know how else you go into an exit interview meeting about your time in Congress and you say, you know, sometimes I think this place is just a place where people say things they don't mean. It's like, oh yeah, politicians? Do politicians sometimes say things they don't mean? Oh, that's crazy. You're just realizing that now? Actually insane. Sure, did I lie to my constituents and stop supporting the policies that they elected me to support? Sure, but I was getting paid that cold hard cash. That being said, there are still questions Sinema won't answer. She won't discuss what sort of Senator Representative Ruben Gallego, her successor in the seat, who launched a run against her before she retired, will be. And she won't divulge her presidential vote this year. I'm not telling you that. Of course I voted. Which is very telling. She also knows what she's going to do next, but won't divulge that either, though she's already growing happier as her tenure draws to a close. She did confirm that she's done with politics after a lengthy career in state politics and then in Congress, first as a House member. Nah, she said, we're good. And, like, I just have to say, she's clearly going to go into a lobbying position. Like, that's what's going to happen. You know, like she's about to make her investment back by just chilling in some kind of business that means nothing, while she phones up people she knows in politics. she's really just let me put it this way. There are very few people in politics that I despise more than people who are just out as mercenaries. I want politics to be where people go because they believe in what is right. They actually have skin in the game. They actually care about what happens, not because they want to make a quick buck. I think that's pretty disgusting. I think that's actually a pretty grave sign about the state of our politics. Whether it's Elon Musk, trying to make, $200 billion by, bankrolling Donald Trump, or Kirsten Sinema trying to get a couple $1 million per year for the rest of her life for being a sycophant for the rich and powerful. I hate that. I hate it so much. It is a corruptive element, a blight upon our system of governance. I love Tim Walz. Want him to recover from his this loss and run in 2028. I think he could. I think he could do it. Dude literally unintentionally dressed as Charlie Brown for Christmas. So, I think he's still got the juice. But 2028 is probably his last opportunity, Omega Star, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
BWA from the Twitch side as well. 14 months combined with YouTube. BWA Reverb 8 Awuga.
Hell yeah, Omega Star, thank you so much for supporting the stream. And folks, remember, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, drop those subs and donos. You guys are what make this show possible. I really, really appreciate it. Henry, thank you for the $10 dono.
Happy Chrysler, Merry Crisis. Happy Seasons, or whatever the chuds thinks we can't say anymore. Less than 3.
It's true. The war on Christmas apparently goes on. According to the conservative sitcom we watched the other day. Oh, God. We're going into some crazy times, folks. All right. Now, we do have to talk about another thing here. Only you can fight Sigmas. What's a chud to do? Let's see here. This doesn't need to be a whole segment, but another element that I kind of liken to this corruptive element of our politics is the fact that the insurance industry, like a group of insurance industry CEOs, can put pressure on the Department of Justice to take up a federal case against one guy. This seems bizarre to me. How can private citizens just phone up the Department of Justice and be like, you got to put a case against this man? That seems like something that shouldn't be possible. That seems like something that should not be acceptable in our system. And yet here it is, this story here. Health insurance industry leaders leaned on the U.S. Department of Justice to prosecute accused United Healthcare CEO assassin Luigi Mangione. And to me, there's a difference between the Department of Justice choosing to take this on and the Department of Justice being strong-armed into taking it on. That shouldn't be a thing. That shouldn't be a mechanism of our justice department where local business leaders can get a local DA to prosecute someone just because. That seems weird. And it seems even weirder on a federal level. you know? Let's see. I want to know what they did. Sources told the Post that the federal charges came amid pressure from health insurance industry leaders to make an example out of Mangione, though it was unclear what specific entities petitioned the DOJ. A federal prosecution could be inherently harsher than the parallel state case leveled by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg for one simple reason: only the feds can put the death penalty on the table, which is very specifically why they did this, by the way. You know, like, there's something deeply sick and wrong in our country when a bunch of health insurance CEOs or industry leaders can just phone up the Justice Department and be like, "Hey, you need to make an example of this guy by killing him. We want you to bring a federal case against this guy to get him the death penalty." That seems wrong. Like, you know, you can argue about the specifics of the state case, but what he's facing there is a maximum of life in prison. Having a bunch of 100 millionaires or even billionaires call up the Department of Justice and basically say, you better get him in a courtroom facing the death penalty, seems to me like a deep miscarriage of justice and an indication of a deeply flawed and sick system. And like that, it really is that simple. Like, I don't have a more in-depth take on this. This is just corruption. This is just government corruption. If you're a Republican and you happen to cut across this segment, it is the swamp that Donald Trump is not at all interested in cleaning up. It's even worse when you consider that statistically the death penalty has pretty much not been proven to be a real deterrent. Life in prison is not really considered to be a real deterrent. You know, a lot of the things we do in our criminal justice system doesn't actually deter crime and doesn't actually prevent recidivism. But like, our criminal justice system is not based upon, like, you know, churning out people from prison who are successfully avoiding going to prison in the future. You know, like, it is supposed to just be cruel for, I guess, the enjoyment of not enjoyment, that's the wrong word, satisfaction, or I don't know what the word, I guess vengeance is kind of the word, right? It's just vengeance. It's not, I should be able to torture and kill the person who wronged me or who wronged my family, and that's not really justice. At least not in my book. Yeah, I was thinking Schadenfreude. I wasn't sure if that was the right term, one-hand wonder, but maybe. Yeah, that's the other thing, Paladin. The federal charges are much more likely to be able to find people who are hostile to Luigi Mangione, you know? Business leaders are scared that if they don't make an example out of Mangione, that people may get ideas to target them next, not fearing any legal repercussions. Okay, and I know a lot of people have already made this point, but you know, we got this guy over here. We've got Don Voltaggio, who owns the Arizona Iced Tea Company. They charge 99 cents for those big ass cans, right, of iced tea. And I just want to point out something, okay? I was like, oh yeah, this guy's probably like a, you know, he's a modest millionaire. He's refusing to raise the price on his drink. I found out that this guy is actually a billionaire. The Arizona Iced Tea guy is actually a billionaire. What was his actual net worth when I looked it up? Let me just check real quick. Um, Don Voltaggio. Net worth. Yeah, he's worth $5.6 billion. And he refuses to raise the price on his drink, right? Dude's like, I already make way too much money off of this. I don't need to raise the price on it. So, like, and one thing I do respect about him is that basically he and his partner started the Arizona Beverage Company out of like Brooklyn, New York, and then just like grew from there. And literally, as far as I can tell, the only reason he is worth that much money is because the Arizona Iced Tea Company or the Arizona Beverage Company, like, sells cheap iced tea that people like. And that's it. I don't think he has, like, all of these other investments or anything like that, as far as I can tell. Back in, like, 2015, he bought his partner out for $1 billion, so he has, like, sole ownership of the Arizona Beverage Company. And, like, he looks at that and he's like, I don't need to charge more for it. And I gotta tell you something. On a systemic level, I'm against billionaires, right? But there's a reason why that particular billionaire can walk down the street every single day being like, yeah, nope, nobody wants to come assassinate me. And it's because it's because he's not making life or death decisions. It's because he's not, like, killing his employees. It's because he's not screwing over his company, over his customers. Like, that's why. This billionaire CEO is not feeling like he is in any danger because guess what? Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't actually know Arizona iced tea went on sale. So you actually got your Arizona iced teas for 75 cents a pop. That's crazy. I can't even get a bottle of water for 75 cents here. And it's just like, and I'm not here to hold up like, oh man, this is ethical. Like, he could probably pay his employees a lot more money than he does. But this is, I think, I think this is an example of kind of like a Bob's Red Mill situation where this guy could sell the Arizona Beverage Company to the workers, and it might be like one of the biggest democratic worker co-ops of all time. I would love to see that happen. But, we'll see. That being said, there's a reason why that guy can walk down the street with his head held up high and not worry about being recognized. Because when people recognize the CEO of Arizona Beverage Company, the company that makes the Arizona iced teas, they're just like, hey, it's the iced tea guy. Whoa, that's so cool. Thanks for making a delicious beverage that we all enjoy. Like, that's it. That's it. And just to contrast it real quick, there was an interview that went up about a week ago on Democracy Now! And I guess we'll turn this into a segment, but Amy Goodman interviews, one of the GOATs, one of the greatest of all time, Amy Goodman, interviewed a New York City man who was denied life-saving drugs by United Health. And it's an astonishing interview.
This is Democracy Now!
Take a look here, if we can.
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Luigi Mangione, the suspect in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, appeared in a federal court here in New York Thursday after being extradited from Pennsylvania, where he was arrested.
Also, can we just take a moment to really emphasize that the court illustrator really intentionally did Luigi dirty here. Luigi Mangione, by the way, is like just can we just get a good comparison picture here? They made him look ugly. They did, and it's very clearly on purpose. Because I'm trying to find like a good image to use here that would demonstrate what I mean. Yo, Paladin, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, here, we'll use this image from Sky News. Okay, like, this is from him in the courtroom, by the way. Like, I just gotta say, this, I'm not seeing the likeness. The court image makes him look like he's like a 50-year-old man who's seen some shit, you know?
Prior to the court appearance, Mangione was seen in Lower Manhattan being escorted from a
Also, it was quite funny because he and his lawyer wore matching outfits, and it is quite funny to look at pictures of the two of them side by side in that court appearance. It's very... I laughed real hard when I saw it the first time.
helicopter by the FBI, by the New York Police Department, and New York Mayor Eric Adams. He's been charged with first-degree murder, second-degree murder.
Yeah, because we all know they needed this many cops on him because he was so cool, right? That's, you know, he's like a supervillain that has the support of the public. He's just too cool to only have a normal amount of escort.
There's an act of terrorism for fatally shooting Thompson on the morning of December 4th as the CEO was walking to United Health's annual investor conference.
No, they act like he's a guy who's escaped prison like 12 times before, leaving a trail of dead bodies in his wake each time. And like they're expecting him to like do some kind of now you see me magic to just like bamboozle his way out of this one.
A newly filed federal complaint has revealed new details about a notebook Mangione had at the time of his arrest. According to authorities, it, quote, contains several handwritten pages that express hostility toward the health insurance industry and wealthy executives in...
He does have one of the best, like, criminal defense attorneys currently working in the country, is my understanding. So, like, I have a feeling that the state case is not going to hold up super great, especially when it comes to jury selection. But the federal case is an entirely different beast. We'll see how that one goes. I'm more worried about how that one's going to go.
In particular, in a separate manifesto,
Did I hear about
Mangione
Costco?
wrote,
Yeah.
quote, frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder: the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system.
Oh, it ate your text-to-speech. I'm sorry. You said Kurt Vonnegut and Joseph Heller were invited to be part of the hedge fund, part of a hedge fund manager. Vonnegut pointed out to Heller that the rich man made more in a month than Heller made ever. Heller responded, "I have one thing he'll never have enough." That is true. You know, like, there are, I don't know, like, there's a certain amount of money where you just never need to worry about your material needs ever again. And, like, everything after that is just kind of like, you can do a special, you can do your special interest bigger and bigger and bigger, you know? And, like, at a certain point, just, you know, you need to recognize that, like, oh, yeah, I don't need $2 trillion. I'm getting a little sidetracked here, but I was infuriated the other day because I was reading an article about how these massive AI companies that run ChatGPT or OpenAI and stuff like that, or Stable Diffusion or whatnot, are asking for like the most money anyone has ever invested into anything. And like I can't think. And we're also looking at how like this has the potential to like shift climate change because of like the massive needs of these data centers that are required for AI. And it's just like, I have to be honest with you guys. I can't think of a single thing that AI has ever done for me that makes my life better. You know, I can't think of a single thing that one of these large language models that they're trying to bill as like the future has ever done anything that improves my life. Outside of it being like a kind of a fun little toy, like when we did like an AI Dungeons and Dragons game and we had ChatGPT play transgender Karl Marx. That was fun. I enjoyed that. But is it worth killing the planet? Not really. Not really. Like, what I see is just a massive poppy boom. You know, it's just a South Sea bubble, but it's with AI. Like, they can't actually materialize any benefit. And all of this AI is just being shoved into our browsers, into our computers, into our phones. And like, I try and turn off all of the AI features on my phone. I can't. It doesn't even allow me to turn it off, and I hate it. Oh, sorry, I meant the tulip boom. Yes, sorry. Thank you for the correction. A poppy boom would have been too much fun. You are not familiar with the Opium Wars, my friend. Are we in the Black Mirror universe? Yeah. Anyway, for people like, you know, the investor class driving AI right now, there is no such thing as enough. There's no such thing as enough.
In the world, yet we rank roughly 42 in life expectancy, he wrote. According to investigators, Mangione had written the words deny, defend, and depose on the bullet casings used in the assassination. The killing of the UnitedHealthcare CEO has brought renewed attention to the practices of the health insurance industry, and especially...
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, large language models are exceedingly dumb right now, and they're bumping up against the sum total of written content that exists. You know, like, they are... And not only that, that's including all copyrighted content. I feel like there's a lawsuit brewing that's going to puncture this bubble. And I don't know when that's going to drop, but like, we're getting no benefit and it's infringing on the copyright of untold millions of people.
United Health Group, which made $22 billion in profits last year. We're joined now by two guests here in New York. Elizabeth Benjamin is with us. She is Vice President of Health Initiatives at the Community Service Society of New York. She's co-founder of Healthcare for All New York campaign. And Kevin Dwyer is with us. He's a cystic fibrosis patient who's written about his battle with United Healthcare after he was denied life-saving medicine. You're a family of 7 kids?
Yes, correct.
4 of you have cystic fibrosis,
Correct,
Kevin?
yes.
So talk about what happened to you.
Well, in 2012, there was a new...
Yo, Logic, can you post that over on our Discord? Just like a scrubber program for AI shit? That'd be amazing.
medication that came onto the market called Kalydeco. It was a game-changing medication for cystic fibrosis patients. It, instead of just treating the symptoms of the disease, which is previously that's all we had, it actually started to work at the root cause of cystic fibrosis.
So this guy is basically saying, hey, I suffer from this condition that can be completely cured if I have access to this new medication.
And the defective gene. It was only for one specific mutation out of thousands of mutations for cystic fibrosis. I started to do research about the medication, about the specific gene, talked to my doctor. My sister then went and tried to get the medication.
And she get it?
And she got it, yes. I then went ahead with all the same information because we have the same gene, and I was denied by United Healthcare.
She also had United Healthcare.
She had United Healthcare,
United
yes.
Healthcare approved her prescription.
Correct. They denied her at first, and then she had to go through the appeal process. And at the appeal process, she got approved for the medication.
Well, you're looking very good now. I don't know what that means.
Yes.
But, so explain what happened, because you were not doing well after you were denied.
No, I was not. I was at a point in my health where it was starting to decline, and it was declining rapidly. At the time, I was probably about 30% lung capacity.
This is why people hate health insurance companies. If you've been having trouble wrapping your head around this is why people hate health insurance companies. His sister, with the exact same genetic condition as he had, was able to get life-saving medication through her health insurance. He, with the exact same coverage and the exact same condition, was not. And he was dying with 30% lung capacity. As someone who only has 60% lung capacity, 30% is fucking crazy. Yeah, I can't imagine what existence with only 30% of like your lung function would be. You know, I have 100% lung function right now, and like I still get winded doing stuff, and it would dominate your entire life, your entire existence. And to be told that the cure to your condition, well, we're just not going to cover that. That's insane. That's insane. It's cruel. And the people who run those systems and prop them up and defend them are evil. Like, full stop. You can't look at this story and be like, well, actually, they're doing good work. I mean, maybe this guy didn't. He's doing fine now. Maybe he didn't need the medication. Let's find out, shall we?
You were put on a lung list to get a new lung?
Yes, I was just about to be. We started having conversations about getting lung transplant, double lung transplant. So the thought of getting this medication that could stop my decline was everything to me. And it was devastating when I got the denial.
Yes, I can.
Because my sister had just received the medication, and I had used all the exact same information that she had used.
This is the highest volume I can achieve with this right now. Sorry.
Health insurance
To the same
company.
health insurance company, yes, United.
And she was doing well?
She was doing great. Her lung functions went up. She was clearing out the mucus in her lungs much easier as I was going the opposite direction.
About to get on the lung transplant list. So what did it take for this to turn around for you?
In the end...
These days in America, you have to go to the doctor and a lawyer when you're sick?
Absolutely, yes. It took a lot. I went to representatives, I went to doctors, I went to lawyers. I ended up finally going to health advocacy groups. The lawyer was helping, but in the end, the only thing that really got me the medication was it became a national story, and it was on Today Show, and United Healthcare just happened to change their tune and then gave me the medication.
But can you explain what happened? The Today Show called United Healthcare and said, we're about to run this story?
Correct.
They had denied you right up until then?
Absolutely, yeah.
And when the Today Show called, they then called you and said it's going to be approved? If you don't go on the Today Show?
Absolutely, yes. There was.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, in order to get the life-saving treatment, he needed to, you know, continue to be alive, at the risk of sounding redundant here. He needed to get the Today Show to drop the news story that they were going to run about how they had been denying him health care. This is evil. The only reason they allowed him to live is because he was about to go national news. It's not because they were providing services, it's because they didn't want to look bad. But if this story hadn't gotten up to the Today Show, they would have gladly let him die. Just for, you know, another cent in the profits they pay out to their investors.
There's a caveat there. There was, it was, you know, the question that was posed to me was, do you want this medication or do you want your interview to run on Today's Show? So I said, well, of course I want the medication, but it can't be contingent on an interview because they have my interview. They're going to do what they want to do. And so then there was negotiations, and then they finally came back and said, okay, you can have it and you can go on the Today Show. And, you know, it's...
So this is what it takes, Elizabeth Benjamin. One of your steps was to go to Community Service Society. That's where you met Elizabeth Benjamin?
Right. Yes, yes. And honestly, when I went to her after she got involved, the conversation started to change a little bit, but it still wasn't, they still weren't going to approve the medication.
Which at the end of the day, it's like, they started to get nervous because he began engaging with these community groups that could potentially serve as a bedrock of support and direct him into the appropriate channels to take action, and like direct other people to support him. And like, that's when they started to change their tune, but it wasn't, you know, immediately yes, we'll give you your medication. It was oh, well, geez, you're really twisting our arm here. I mean, we can't get you the medication, but like, you know, we'd really like to, and you know, we just can't do it. I'm sorry. Just think of all those poor investors. And then finally, it was only when national news was about to cover it.
But at least she was able to get to some people that were able to maybe change the way they were looking at my case.
And Elizabeth, you too are a lawyer. You have several advanced degrees in public health, and you have a law degree. This is what it takes in America today to not get on the lung transplant list?
It shouldn't take this, but unfortunately it does. What we know from the research is, well, first of all, we don't know very much at all, because there's been a total abrogation by all government to actually require health insurance companies to report how many denials they issue. Some states do, some states don't. At the federal level, they're required to capture this data, but again, some states refuse to participate or have not participated, including, unfortunately, our own New York State, because it's sort of required in the Affordable Care Act to report the number of denials and the reason for the denials, but that's a law that's not basically being honored in the breach. So what we do know from the states that do participate in this one sort of subset of, get it, 350 million claims, so that's a pretty big subset, is that about 17% of all claims are denied. What we also know is the rates of denial are wildly random. In one state, it's 2%. In another state, it's 49%. So wow. It's completely random where you live and what's going on in terms of the regulation of insurance carriers. And the other last sad thing from that same data set that we know is that less than 0.1%, so 0.1 of 1% of people appeal. So the first thing I would always say to a patient is appeal, 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 because eventually you will prevail, although poor Kevin had the hardest appeal I've ever seen.
But eventually you won't necessarily win, right?
You won't necessarily.
But explain.
Like, that's the thing, right? Like, you won't necessarily win. But luckily, we have tools like this ProPublica claim file requester tool that ProPublica put together, because they've been doing some fantastic reporting on health insurance in the United States. You are legally they are legally required to let you know and inform you why they denied your claim. This can be a piece of information that is very, very helpful in an appeal process. So in terms of like actually filing your appeal, this would be one of the first things you want to take a look at to figure out why they denied it. So I'm going to link this in chat. You can find it over at projects.propublica.org/claimfile. And it is potentially a tool that could save your life or the life of someone you love. So especially in America, where your healthcare is dependent on the whims of a company that is being run for profit. So keep that in mind. Bookmark this tab. Bookmark this address. Make sure you can find it again if you need to, because unfortunately we live in a system run by, frankly, evil bitches. And those evil bitches want you to die so that they can make more money. So let's maybe work together and see if we can help each other out in the face of that awful, awful system that we are all forced under. Let's get to work. There we go. Beep boop. How we doing, folks? Oh, also, just a short little thing here. Wall Street Journal is trying to popularize this story that people stealing packages off of porches is going to be why companies start increasing prices, which is just a lie. Companies aren't going to be charging you more money because packages were stolen off of your doorstep. Okay, they typically will just refund. They won't even refund you. They'll just be like, "Oh, that's too bad." The idea that companies are going to pay you more so that they can generously ensure that your package is delivered. Nah, dog. They're not going to do that. Is this a Walgreens shutting down stores due to theft skin change? Honestly, Two Dad Smoochin', yes. And there's an additional wrinkle to it. On the one hand, it's going to be that retailers are like, oh, we're insuring your packages out of the generousness of our store policy, when in reality, it's just, we're going to charge you more money. The additional wrinkle is that many stores are making it kind of like this optional insurance thing you can opt into. Kind of like the Geek Squad warranty that Best Buy would offer. I don't know if they still offer it or not. Where basically, you could pay like an extra $20 and then bring your device in if it got broken to Best Buy's Geek Squad, and they would attempt to fix it or whatever. But it's just a scam to get more money out of you. It's just a way to increase the price in a way that feels less intrusive. So it's going to be kind of a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, depending on your different retailer. This is just another way to squeeze more corporate profit out of the same service and good. That's it. That's it. Beware. Don't fall for the propaganda. I got to really annoy a customer who thought that the Databricks AI was going to let them replace all their coders, and when I told them that the reason they kept getting bad results is because it's a piece of shit and Databricks knows it, they got really red-faced. That's the thing. So many of these people are just like rich, out-of-touch assholes who don't actually understand that AI is not this panacea where you can just like fire your workers and AI is going to be able to replace them. Talking about lung transplants, my friend's husband knows all about the process and hoops that they make you jump through. Wait, he can't talk about it because he's dead? Besides quit smoking and chewing, they wanted him off all opioids for a year before surgery, and morphine was keeping him alive. There was no way he could go without it, especially that long. Damn. What worries me about transitioning to a fully single-payer / Medicare for all system is that Republicans would take advantage and ban coverage of all trans healthcare, HIV meds, and birth control methods. We'd have to have a private system of some kind that state governments could force to cover our care like Washington State does, or we'd all be forced to pay out of pocket for everything. Single-payer Medicare for all is a terrific idea on paper, but in practice, in a country like America specifically, terrible. I disagree. I disagree. Because Republicans are never going to actually implement like are never going to actually implement Medicare for all. Like in the scenario where single payer and Medicare for all actually get put in place, that would be done by Democrats. You know, so there's not really like a concession that Republicans would agree to on that one. At least not current Republicans. Yeah, like if Republicans had enough power to do that, they would just kill they would just kill public health care. That's it. Now, the issue is, would they want to ban that? Sure, but they're trying to ban it anyway right now under a private system. So like I feel like we'd be in exactly the same boat, but fewer people would be getting destroyed by, you know, medical debt or denial of coverage, frankly. So to me, it seems kind of like that seems like a flimsy argument against Medicare for all or single payer. It's like they're trying to do that now. They've done that in Florida. You know, they're gunning for it in general. Kind of like how it'd be like if you said, you know, we shouldn't have Medicare for all because Republicans, if they get in office, will just make abortion not covered by it. And it's like, well, yeah, but they're trying to ban abortion outright right now. Like, they're doing that now under a private system. Like, it's not, the Medicare for all element is not made worse, I guess. If that makes sense. My guess is they'll find a way to make insurance companies don't have to cover trans care anymore as a first step. Yeah, of course. Of course. That would, of course, be one of the first steps. No, I'm saying Democrats would pass it, Republicans would whine like crazy, then they'd destroy our care once they inevitably win back the White House and Congress. Well, that's kind of the thing, right? That's kind of the trick. Republicans whine like crazy and have been wanting to destroy Social Security, and yet it has sustained, you know, the elderly in America for, you know, 80 years. You know, like...
You betrayed the left. I am the left. LEFFFFT.
Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. I guess just what I'm saying, Vandom VA, is that, like, Republicans will always whine like crazy and try to ruin anything good that Democrats do, right? So that's not an argument against doing the good things. That's just an argument for fighting to keep them far, far harder. And also, frankly, this is another thing, and this is more of like a personal gripe of mine, but like one of the things we have to actually grapple with as like people who have become politically aware, people who've been cursed with the info hazard of knowing good political positions, is that we are going to always have to fight for it. There is not going to be a point at which we can rest on our laurels and like just be like, okay, we won the battle, time to go not care about it anymore. No, we're always going to have to care about it. We're always going to have to fight to pass better legislation and to keep the good legislation that we do pass. That's kind of it's too late. You know too much. We can't turn our back on it now. And so the solution isn't not doing good things, it's doing good things and then continuing to fight for them. It is the never-ending struggle against capital. And maybe there will one day be an end to that struggle, but probably not in our lifetimes. Put me in the brain scrubber. Well, folks, we've been going for about an hour and a half. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream. Continue dropping links to the stream around, share it around with your friends, your family, your neighbors, your acquaintances, your colleagues. I want to play Helldivers 2. Why do I have to do useful things? My rear end, I've been wanting to play Dragon Age Veilguard so badly, and I haven't had the time to do it, and I've had it for like a month and a half now. That Berserk manga that I talked about reading at the beginning of stream, that was the first book I've read, and it like a full book I've read in such a long time. Ay. Stream game? I would love to make it a stream game. The issue is, this show is brought to you by viewers like you, and unfortunately, a lot of viewers like you are not... I'm not big enough to have, like... Let me put it this way. I'm not big enough to do video game streams and still have, like, a survivable income. Let me put it that way. So, part of me is like, I would fucking love to play Dragon Age Veilguard nonstop on stream for the next several weeks, but unfortunately, that doesn't pay the bills. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Yo, the Kitsune Cavalier. Go see Neverending Story right now. Not even Dream Daddy streams. The Dream Daddy streams are great, but also, like Clarice and I are very, very busy. Clarice got shit to do. Oh man, Little Morphine Annie. I want to play Infinity Nikki so bad.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Ugh. It looks so cute. It looks so cute and fun. A dress-up game? Yes, please. Plus, like, running around in a world fighting fashion villains? Yes, please. Soymaster, thank you for the $5 dono. Happy holidays. It's so fun and good. I want to so bad. Can I actually get it on Steam? Is that a thing I can do? I'm gonna look right now. You guys can't stop me. Damn it. Thought it was on PC. Can I just say something really quick? I really despise Google search at the moment, right? Because I Google, right, Infinity Nikki. I'm like, oh, cool. What platforms is it on? And there's like a little drop-down menu that's like PlayStation 5, iOS, Microsoft Windows, and Android. And I'm like, oh, I'll click on Microsoft Windows because that's what I'm using. And instead of bringing me to like a download page for Infinity Nikki for Microsoft Windows, it brings me to a Google search result for Microsoft Windows. I don't need to Google what Microsoft Windows is. That wasn't the point of me clicking on this. Why the fuck am I doing that? What are you doing? Why are you ruining your product? God damn it.
Where's the outrage over trans men crushing the gymnastics floor routines because they have unfair advantages of no testicles? Equal opportunity outrage now.
Sake Tanuki, unironically, it's patriarchy. It's patriarchy. Like, for a lot of people, for a lot of men, cis men, conservatives, they're like, yeah, I understand why a girl would want to be a boy. Boys are better at everything. And then they're like, but it's pretty degenerate and disgusting for a boy to wanting to be a girl. Like, that's gross. Because girls aren't good at anything. Like, to a lot of conservatives, they're like, yeah, I understand why someone would want to be a boy. Being a boy is the best thing you can be. There's actually a scene in the I'm trying to remember what the name of the movie is. The Daily Wire trans women basketball movie. I want to say it's called Cock Blockers, but I know that's not right. Oh yeah, no, Shrimp, trans men are hated just as much. Just the nature of patriarchy is like different for like trans women and trans men. Lady Ballers, thank you. Yeah, Lady Ballers has a scene where like Jeremy Boring's character like lectures his daughter about how much better boys are at stuff. And it's honestly pretty terrible. Oh, Infinity Nikki is on the Epic Game Store. That makes sense. I'll grab that real quick. Just so I don't forget. Can be a little icon on my screen. Yeah, Buck Angel does suck. I'll never back down from that position. Beep, boop, boop. Let's see here. Y'all, first I'm going to show you guys how cute Infinity Nikki is. Okay, are you guys ready? You guys ready for this? I don't think you are, but here we go. Look at how fucking cute this game is. You can be a cute little cat. You can dress up in cute outfits. Is this the same singer who did Mario Odyssey? Look at all the cute outfits. Look at how adorable this game is. Yeah, you get to... It's an open world exploration adventure game. So you dress up in cute outfits that give you superpowers. God, it even bills itself as the coziest open world game. Maybe I'll play this on stream. You dress up in like different outfits, and like your style conveys different like exploratory powers so that you can explore the world more, and like it's just really cute. It's just really cute. It's cute stuff. I don't know how it's monetized, though. It is free. Ooh.
No Obra Dinn or Baba is you. THONKERS.
Sake Tanuki, I love the Obra Dinn. I actually played it before it was released because I was a video game journalist. I haven't played Baba Is You. I believe I own it, but I have never played it. It's just one of those games I haven't had time to play, but I would play that on stream. I bet that would be really fun too. Travis T, it is made by that same company, so it may have kind of some like awful gacha mechanics, but I'm not sure. I'll play it on stream and find out. Baba Is You is fun and cozy. Okay, I wasn't sure if Baba Is You was fun and cozy or if it was like progressively creepier and creepier. Oh no, Shrimp, it's okay. You didn't come off as aggressive, don't worry. All right. Also, I've been playing Vampire Survivor again. Very fun. If y'all haven't played Vampire Survivor, it's probably the best like $2 you can spend on a video game. Okay. I wanted to talk about this because, frankly, I feel like we've been I feel like I've been overemphasizing a lot of like kind of leftist infighting drama recently, and like we've gotten a little bit off the beaten path of like talking about actual policy, you know, and I still want to like bring it back to policy at the end of the day, right? So let's talk about policy. Let's talk about homelessness in particular. Now, we've seen a lot of folks on the right, on the left, become increasingly more anti-homeless. The Supreme Court this past year heard a case essentially arguing that cities and states should be able to criminalize homelessness and effectively, you know, bar encampments from city limits, you know, basically criminalize the state of being homeless. And one of the arguments that we on the left have been making for a very long time, or many of us on the left, I should say, is that criminalizing homelessness just drives up crime. It makes sense, right? Like, the more someone's back is pushed up against the wall, the more they're gonna seek to get out of that predicament. The harder they're gonna push back.
Jack, the vid I recommended about Google in the Discord slaps and explains so much about the enshittification of Google. It's worse than you realize.
Stadman, I will definitely take a look at that. Not right now, but I will take a look at that, I promise. Thank you for the $6.90 dono. I appreciate it. Very nice. But basically what happens when you criminalize homelessness is that desperate people get more desperate, which makes them more prone to taking action that will wind them up inside a jail cell or the prison system, right? Like, if you knew that, you know, being homeless would render you a criminal anyway, why wouldn't you just start dealing drugs, right? Like, a lot of people would do that in order to keep their kids in a bed, in order to keep food on the table, in order to, you know, pay their grandma's hospital bills. There are a lot of things that people will do when they're backed into a corner that would go outside the bounds of the law. And it turns out, and it's not, it actually raises crime when you criminalize homelessness in this way. And on top of that, I learned today about a very new case study that drove down homelessness by not criminalizing it. And I know that seems really obvious, but I know that there are some people on the left and on the right and in the middle who will be surprised by this information. And frankly, I was a little surprised by it, but only insofar as I was surprised where this comes from, right? And so I found this article floating around from the website Governing. right? And the article's titled "Criminalizing Homelessness Can Lead to More Crime." And it cites the Supreme Court ruling that allows cities to step up basically anti-homeless legislation. But one of the very interesting things here, it starts out with some pretty grim statistics. Between 2022 and 2023, U.S. saw a 12% increase in homelessness, including a 15% increase in major cities, which is, that's a big number. That is a very big number. However, it gets into a very interesting thing here, right? This summer, the Supreme Court released a decision that will make this problem worse. In its Grants Pass versus Johnson ruling, the court reopened the door for jurisdictions that wish to use criminalization, including measures such as encampment sweeps and increased enforcement of quality of life offenses, to address homelessness. Just in the past few months, San Francisco, Seattle, and cities across the state of Florida have implemented or adopted ordinances to enforce sleeping bans, while encampment raids have continued to sweep the country. Not only will this punitive approach fail to address homelessness, research shows that it may have another unintended effect, undermining public safety, right? Which is absolutely true. It will have that effect. But second, one of the other points here is that some of these measures to attack and criminalize homelessness are just cruel beyond belief. Like one of the ordinances that was passed, I can't remember in which city, required someone to move 100 feet every hour or they could be arrested. Which means effectively if you fall asleep outside, you could be under arrest. You impossible to get any amount of functional sleep in that type of environment, right? But we're going to take a look here. Let me find this. And it's at the very tail end of this article, which I'm going to link in chat because it's very much worth reading in its entirety. All right, so please check this out. But one of the very interesting things here is that at the tail end of this, there is a bit of information, and that is that for the past 20 years, not for the past 20 years, for a period of 20 years, the city of Miami was under a court order that prevented it from criminalizing homelessness for 20 years. And in that time, the city invested into housing and services in Miami. What kind of effect might that have when you are forbidden by court order from putting homeless people into jail cells and are instead investing into housing and social services for people? Anyone want to take a wild guess at what happened to the homelessness population in Miami? Anyone want to take a wild guess? More homelessness went down. Sounds pretty good. They stopped being homeless. It's exactly Pluvius. Not only did many of them stop being homeless, 90% of them stopped being homeless. The homeless population of Miami, when Miami was forbidden from putting homeless people in jail cells and instead spent their money on housing and services, the homeless population went down to just 10% of what it had been previously. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, why are so many cities around America are just going, I don't know, why, homeless problem, throw them in prison, instead of just, like, coming to the very rational conclusion, by all measurable, researchable methods, the solution is providing housing and social services in conjunction. And that typically gets people off the street, gets them into homes, and gets them leading happier and more productive lives. It's not rocket science. We've had data on this stretching back to the 1800s. You can find research paper after research paper after research paper indicating this. You can find city after city implementing these strategies, and it is the only reason it is not implemented is because that there is some monkey brain in all of us that is just like, people on street dirty and stinky must be moral failing on their part. They should continue to suffer. Grug. And like, instead of just being like, oh, well, all the research indicates that we should just put them in homes with social services to help them out. And then they stop being homeless because it's not some moral failing on their part. It's like a mental health issue or just like bad financial decisions or addiction, all of which can be alleviated with social services and housing. And surprisingly enough, none of which are alleviated with jail or prison. It's really bizarre how that all works out. And by the way, in case you're wondering where this 90% number comes from, because I know some people might call BS on that. Here is a case, I'm just going to throw it up on screen here, called from 2019, right? Called Pottinger versus City of Miami. And you'll find down underneath, I believe, discovery or background here. Let me take a look. What is this under? Memorandum of opinion. Yes, under the background section here. You will find right here, the court conducted an evidentiary hearing on the parties' motions over numerous days. The court will make findings of fact and separate conclusions of law based on the testimony of the city's witnesses, over 30 homeless witnesses, and several expert witnesses in the field of homelessness. The court is not charged with resolving the homelessness problem in the city of Miami. However, the court was impressed with all the services provided to the homeless by many individuals and organizations as a direct consequence of the cultural change engendered by the Pottinger Agreement. As such, there's little dispute that the number of homeless has been reduced county-wide from 10,000 to around 1,000. Although these numbers are imprecise because of the difficulty of counting the homeless. Of course, the overwhelming majority, over 600, are in the city of Miami. According to the U.S. Census, the 2017 population estimate for the city of Miami is 463,347, and the estimate for the county is 2,751,796. Meaning, even though the city's population is only about 17% of the county's overall population, it is home to over 60% of its homeless. Indeed, Mr. Ronald L. Book, chair of the Homeless Trust, testified that 66% of all homeless individuals placed in shelters come from the city of Miami. Thus, there's little dispute that Miami has changed. Its homeless population has declined by 90%. And the city is the only municipality out of 34 in the Miami-Dade County and the county's unincorporated area subject to the Pottinger Agreement. It was only Miami. But only in Miami did the number of homeless fall by 90%. There's a solution here. And it's giving them homes and social services. And you can quibble about the method of giving them homes, perhaps. Like, oh, well, they need to have like better housing complexes. Obviously. Should they be appropriated from like Airbnbs or like unused not apartment complexes, or should they be placed in old hotels or reconfigured office complexes? You know, that's all open to interpretation and is going to vary on a place by place basis, but fundamentally you get them housing and you get them social services and things get better. Full stop. Get them housing that is dignified and potentially even housing that could be long term. You know, the potential to maybe like buy the unit or, you know, transition to a different arrangement within that unit. Like, there's a lot of ways you can do this. But at the end of the day, give them homes, give them social services, the problem disappears virtually overnight. The Profane Priestess, hello and welcome, Raiders. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you enjoy yourselves here. Yeah. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Did y'all see the story where they tricked a homeless woman for... They ticketed a homeless woman for giving birth on the sidewalk? That is pretty disgusting. Dono Ghost song is done. Let's hear the Dono Ghost song. Maybe I should just download the Dono Ghost song. How about that? There we go.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
This song slaps so hard. I like the kind of like creeping energy, like spooky, scary skeletons, like right here. Ooh, that was nice. Sounds like Alucard's anime theme. This is if Alucard from Castlevania made it into this is if Alucard from Castlevania made it into Undertale. That was excellent. Thank you so much, Jazz Dog. Very, very fun. Also, All Might, I see you posting in chat. There are like 15 million vacant homes in the United States, and there are 771,800 homeless people in the United States. I think we could make it work, but even if we couldn't make the home thing work, we could definitely make like unused rental properties work. Like, for example, there are numerous apartment complexes near where I live that are just empty. They're just empty. No one lives there. And there are, however, a lot of homeless people. And, you know, I can't help but look at the empty luxury apartment complexes that have homeless people outside of them and think, man, seems like they could maybe live there for a bit. Seems like maybe the state could make that happen. You know, I'm not a rocket scientist here, but that's even if you're like, well, you know, the state wouldn't build any new homes, but the state has billions of dollars to build new housing complexes. Like, the state can build new residential places for homeless people to live, or like mixed living, so that, you know, homeless people aren't just like segregated from society. You can have like some of the units dedicated to like housing the homeless, some units dedicated to affordable housing, and some units dedicated for like luxury living. You could have that as like a city ordinance or a state level ordinance or law even. And like, it's possible. And I know it's possible because you can look at the city of Miami. Miami did it. If Miami can cut its homeless population by 90% by building housing and by providing services, so can everywhere else. This isn't like some pipe dream that has never been achieved before and is only being written out on paper. This is actual achievable policy that has been implemented by countless cities and also in full-on countries elsewhere in the world. These are not unattainable dreams. The same way, like, you can't point at like healthcare for all or like a socialized healthcare system and say, oh, that's just impossible here in the United States, because like it's not. There are countless countries. 32 out of 33 Western countries have socialized medicine, have public health care, and we're the only one without it. So, like, again, I just have to point out here that the solutions are there. I'm not saying that they would be easy or that they could be implemented overnight, but I am saying that they are there, and that embracing the cruelest possible option is not at all a given thing that we have to do. It's not like there is, you know, the aliens have come and have a gun to our heads and say, you have to be cruel to people who are unhoused. Like, we could just allocate our funds a little bit better and build them housing. And it would cost, like, I don't know, we could have one less missile silo and house, like, I don't know, half of the homeless population of the United States. Because you're familiar, you guys are familiar with like missile silos, right? They're basically apartment complexes built into the earth. You guys know that, right? We just have thousands of those across the United States. We could just have like one less of those. And federally fund, like, state-level building of homeless housing solutions for years to come. I'm exaggerating slightly, but, like, Don't give the military-industrial complex ideas for housing people in silos. Unironically, though, I don't think it would be a terrible idea. I'm not saying we should do that. I'm just saying, like, we could have, like, one fewer of them and build, like, actual good places to live. But also, it'd be kind of cool to live inside of a missile silo. One less aircraft carrier would do it. One less aircraft carrier would do a lot. Demons, can we turn the homeless into bombs? I'm pretty sure that's the plot of oh god, what's that fire anime? Fire Force, there we go. Pretty sure that's the plot of Fire Force. I haven't seen all of season 2, so I'm not entirely sure, but seems kind of like it. Fire Force is garbage? I thought it was fun. The only thing I didn't really like about Fire Force was like the weird cat girl thing they had going on. Didn't like that. Did, however, like the buff Fire Witch. That was cool. Maki is a weird character? Why? How do we get anyone to implement the types of programs that Miami did, or better programs than they implemented? Fan service incarnated? Yeah. But you know what? I've seen way worse fan service than a fully clothed lady who sometimes flexes muscles. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, no. Let me put it this way. Mr. Miyagi, the best way to actually get these types of programs, like what was put in place in Miami, implemented, is to get involved with your local Democratic Party. Get involved with your, like, local political groups, your local DSA, your local Dems. Do both, because then you can organize to put pressure on the Dems both inside and outside. Do both kinds, and then organize people in your local area to put these into play, into practice. A lot of people just don't know that there are, you know, case studies like Miami, where the where the homeless population was able to be brought down by 90% due to housing efforts. You know, like, there are still Dems in Florida. Some of the coolest Dems in local politics are actually working on the ground in Florida. Let me bring her up real quick. I don't remember her name off the top of my head, but let me pull it up. Let's see here. Anna, yeah, Anna Escamani is in Orlando, Florida, and she's been fighting the good fight in Florida's House. And, like, there are lots of really great Democrats in Florida. It's just They get outnumbered and they get outgunned, you know? But like, she does good work.
My
You know?
mother's name is Nasreen, which means wild rose in Farsi. She arrived in the United States as a young woman, an immigrant from Iran. Her Iranian accounting degree wasn't recognized in the US, so she worked fast food jobs and later became a manager at Kmart. That's where my brother, sister, and I would help her clean shelves and refold clothes. Both of my parents are from Iran, but they met working at an Orlando donut shop. Always working. My dad earned his degree and became an engineer at the Space Coast, but still worked weekends at Walt Disney World, just to make ends meet. Orlando was our home, the foundation of our American dream. But our success story turned when my mom was diagnosed with cancer. She fought for 5 years, but we lost her in 2004. She spent just 2 nights in the new home she and my dad worked so hard to buy. I was only 13, but that night I found my purpose. To carry her passion and resolve and stand up for working families like mine. She is the reason I fight. For good jobs, fair wages, and world-class healthcare. For safe streets and great schools. To end harassment and assault and ensure full access to reproductive care. My mom's energy and resilience still live in my determination to empower others. And her story, her pursuit of the American dream also continues. And everyone who sees Central Florida as a place of hope and opportunity. Everyone who works hard to give their family the best possible future. And everyone who believes change can happen if you simply refuse to give up. The story of Nasreen Vishkai Eskamani hasn't ended, but it's up to us to write the next chapter.
Yeah, there are good Dems in Florida. And it's also why fighting on a local level can get you some big wins. Fighting on the local level is what can mean the difference between someone freezing to death in the cold of winter or being able to survive. You know, local politics are what make the difference between, you know, housing for homeless or prison for the homeless. You know, this is where we need to fight, and it's where you can exert the most power. By getting involved in your local DSA and getting involved in your local politics today, you can impact the local level elections that are going to be happening in 2 years. Okay? There are a lot of things that are going to be happening between now and then, but like, you need to get involved now, because in 2 years when the midterms roll around, it's going to be too late. It's going to be too late. You're going to be in the same position you are right now, basically just bitching and moaning about, oh man, I wish there was something I could do, but there's not. This is what you can do. If you want to not be in this same position 2 years from now, you get involved today. You go and find your local Dems. You figure out when you can show up to meetings, if you can show up virtually or in person, and you can also join your local DSA. In many cases, your local DSA is going to be more accessible to you, but it's also incumbent upon us not just to work to organize outside of the Democratic Party. We also need people on the inside who actually care, who actually give a shit, and who are actually willing to, you know, present the reforms that we need desperately. Because if there's no one in the room to present them, they're not going to necessarily listen to people outside that room. Okay? So if you need help getting involved with your local Dems, okay, we have an amazing resource in a community member named Dragonfly. You can connect with them in our Discord. Okay, they have been she's been influential within her state's Democratic Party. She can help connect you to your local Democratic Party. And we can build up our collective leftist power both within the Democratic Party, and Dragonfly can help you to connect in that way, but also can connect, but also you can reach out to Gamergy in our Discord, who can help connect you to your local DSA, if you're having trouble figuring that out on your own. Okay? Again, to join our Discord, just riverboat.gg/discord. Get you right in, and you can connect with those two wonderful members of our community. Very friendly, very open, and they will help you the best they can. But now's the time to get involved, so we aren't just constantly saying, "Woe is me! What could I have done? You know, I'm just a powerless little bean. It's my birthday." No, it won't always be our birthday. So we roll up your sleeves. We got work to do. All right? It's not just, you know, forces beyond mortal comprehension that shape our politics. Our politics, at the end of the day, are shaped by people. So get the hell into those rooms. Help make those decisions. Because if you don't, some corporate ghoul will. There you have it. It's my birthday only one day of the year. Hell yeah. I will organize. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey Amber Brains, how much have I missed? You've missed a lot. We've been talking. We've been talking about shit. But we're still gonna be going, so don't you worry. Beep beep beep. Also, folks, we've been going for about 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Couldn't do it without you guys. I need to take a break and get water and maybe more caffeine, but I will be back in several minutes. And keep it sleazy, folks. All right, we're back, baby. We're back. Howdy, howdy, folks. Sorry for taking so long. We were getting, my partner was making, I got her special noodles for Christmas, and one of the packages of noodles got pushed way back into like one of the upper cabinets in our house, and we couldn't reach it on our stepping stool, so we had to get creative and problem solve. So I put on my tallest pair of high heels and got on the stepping stool and had to like use a brush scrubber to like hook the noodles back out. We had to MacGyver a solution here. A real noodle incident. It was a real noodle incident. Also, I of course had to play my partner the Jazz Dog Dono Ghost song because it delights me so much. Noodles, some tasty nudes. Also, pro tip, guys, and I'm only telling you this. I'm only telling you guys this because I want them to keep making them so that I can continue to delight the love of my life with them. The Asha Hello Kitty holiday noodles are very, very good. Okay? If you're into like noodle foods, okay? The Asha Hello Kitty limited edition noodles are very, very tasty. Go get those noodles, buy them in bulk, and eat them up, okay? I need you to do this so that they will continue making these very special noodles. It's very important. How is that spelled? ASHA. Hello Kitty noodles? Yes. I guess it's A-SHA. They're adorable. Anyway. This is too easy. My wife loves Hello Kitty. Right? Gamer G, you and I, we need to combine forces, okay? To keep the Hello Kitty noodles in business. I'm guessing they basically sell themselves because they're absolutely delicious. I can vouch for them, by the way. They are delicious. They are also not $60 for an 8-pack in America. I don't know if they're $60 for an 8-pack in Australia. Very specifically, if I need to be even more specific here, these are the noodles. These very specifically are the noodles, all right? The Asha Hello Kitty hand-pulled ramen noodles with friendly scallion sauce, okay? These are top-tier noodles, all right? And this is a 12-pack for $29, but what's friendly about the sauce? What's friendly about the sauce is it's friendly in your mouth. It's like it's a friendship between the sauce and your taste buds that will last for a lifetime. Importing noodles from the US feels wrong. I think Asha, I thought Asha was based in Indonesia, but I could be wrong about that. You're really selling me on these, right? They're really good. Also, as far as like health-wise goes, one package of these has goddamn 11 grams of protein. 11 grams of protein. That's a lot of protein for noodles. And also, 7% of your daily fiber. Look, this is a good thing to eat. Hello, Preston. It's good stuff. That's more than a mouse. What the fuck? The ingredients look surprisingly like real food too. It turns out surprisingly like real food. Yeah, ignore the sodium, Akumi. Go sweat out the salt afterwards, or just be if you're a trans woman, these noodles are dynamite. All right. Another leftist getting in trouble with noodles. Did we do the TYT thing already? No, we did not. We did not do the TYT thing yet. Because, frankly, I needed to get a bunch of other stories out of the way before I felt like we could just dive into that. All right. Also, I did my makeup. Just so that I felt like I didn't look bland. Now, folks. Erica, why are you saying you love me? I appreciate you, friendo. Here we go. Yeah, the Twitter meltdown, I don't feel good enough about that to do like a segment on it, but we'll take a look, all right? Now, remember, folks, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and let's go. So, folks, one of the stories that had me just kind of enraged over the last several days has been the reporting on Donald Trump. Okay, and I haven't been talking that much about Donald Trump because he's not that interesting. He's evil. He wants to do bad things. What more is there to say, right? Well, he's been going on a real tangent. Now, some of you may recall that like a week or two ago, I put out a segment on YouTube about how Donald Trump really seems like he wants to invade Mexico. Well, he put out a series of statements basically saying that he wants to retake the Panama Canal, he wants to take over Canada, and he wants to take over part or all of Greenland. So, right off the bat, that's not like, oh, we're going to buy Canada. That's not, we're going to buy Greenland. That's not, we're going to buy Mexico. That is, hey, we're going to go to war with these countries. Oh yeah, and Panama. Yeah, retake the Panama Canal. And so a lot of what this would entail is basically a war the size of which the United States has not seen probably since like the Korean War or World War II. Like it would be truly dumber than Iraq, and we would be the aggressors. We would be in the wrong, okay? We would be the bad guys. And basically a lot of the press has just kind of gone along with it. It's actually insane the degree to which they are manufacturing consent for this and his announced course of action, right? Like, you can see it in CNN. Trump is teasing U.S. expansion into Panama, Greenland, and Canada. That's called declaring war on 3 different countries. That's not That's not an expansion. You know, like, are you kidding me? President-elect Donald Trump appears to be entertaining an American territorial expansion that, if he's serious, would rival the Louisiana Purchase or the deal that netted Alaska from Russia. And I just have to really emphasize here, we're not talking about the Louisiana Purchase, which, you know, indigenous folks, it's still a land grab either way, whether it's by France or by America. But in terms of like the geopolitical machinations of the United States, that was like a purchase of land. And that's very different from declaring war on a sovereign country that does, you know, like that's a different thing. And on top of that, Greenland is, I believe, a colony of like a Dutch colony or something. Greenland is still owned by another country, is my understanding, or at least tangentially independent. Denmark, yes. So their sovereign state is Denmark. So we would be declaring war on Greenland, Denmark, whatever, and that could include like the EU as an extension. Like, it's very bizarre. This would effectively be like a world war starting action. And on top of that, you have Trump threatening to invade Mexico. You have Trump saying he wants to retake the Panama Canal, which, by the way, would involve going to war with Panama. You know, we have a multi-front war, on top of the fact that he keeps alluding to Canada becoming like the 51st state. Yeah. It is, we are in truly like the king has no clothes and is just going mad with power. Now, it is lucky that he's probably going to be constrained by reality when it comes to this. There won't be a world war. There's nobody to oppose the US. The EU is certainly a body large enough to oppose the US. Like, I'm sorry, when we start talking about the EU getting involved, like, that's mutually assured destruction territory, you know? Like, we're talking about like nuclear exchanges possible, you know? Yeah, France has nukes. A lot of European countries have nukes. Canada, I believe, has nukes, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, not since 1984. Those fools gave them up in 1984. But, like, the question really is, are any of these things viable? Right? And it's possible that he could broker a deal with Denmark to purchase Greenland. Very unlikely, possible. Is it possible that he could buy the Panama Canal back or retake it with anything other than an invasion of Panama? No. Like, that is the single most valuable resource Panama has. And they've had it for, like, what, 70 years now? And they're not going to just give that up. We're talking this guy who, you know, moderate leftists, moderate Democrats have been saying is, you know, anti-war, proposing actions that would cause a world war. And he's doing it off the cuff, too. Like, he's doing it in a situation where he's proposed his top defense secretary having loyalty tribunals for generals so that no one can tell him no. It really, really is an abdication of like journalistic responsibility here. When story after story, it's Trump suggests who should be Canada's next governor, teasing US expansion. And yeah. It's really bizarre. Here's how Fox News is portraying it.
Influence and possibly territory once he takes office. His Christmas Day message included references to the Panama Canal, Greenland, and Canada. Fox Business correspondent Grady Trimble is at the White
Room for growth? Desire to expand U.S. presence.
House with the latest tonight.
Tonight.
He's just rabble-rousing. He's not going to annex Canada. That's too insane. Well, that's the thing. Right, Alan Smith? He's not actually going to annex Canada. But would he, scale that back to just do a land grab of the Panama Canal? Scale that back to do a land grab of Greenland? That he might do. And because he's now moved the Overton window to something so extreme, that's going to be viewed as him moderating his position. His opening gambit is always to go big, 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 and then to scale it back to something that seems more reasonable, but is still a massive win in the direction he wanted. It is, that being said, he's also going to be in a position where, as president of the United States, if you're saying we need to invade Mexico, we need to invade Panama, we need to invade Greenland, we need to get out of the NATO convention, we need to get out of, it really is what we're talking about, like, that his words matter. The words of the president matter. Yeah, exactly, Alan Smith. What I'm saying is that what he's doing is a crazy shift to the right. And then it's going to be a slightly less crazy shift as moderation. Why does Trump want Greenland? For a couple of reasons. One, because if global warming does not subside, or if nothing is done to change our current course regarding climate change, Greenland has the potential to be a pretty valuable slab of land with huge freshwater reserves. There's also a ton of oil and mineral, and there's a lot of valuable material assets in Greenland. Media Breakdown, thank you for the $5 super chat. Room for growth. He sounds like he's at a shareholders meeting. Well, also keep in mind, room for growth? Are we talking about living space? Or in the original German, Lebensraum? Seems like a familiar playbook.
Reaction to President-elect Trump's Christmas Day claim that the Chinese military is operating the Panama Canal is pouring in. At his final press conference of the year today, Panama's president, Jose Raul Molino, saying...
Oh, for the record, the Chinese aren't running the Panama Canal. As far as I know, like, the Panama Canal operations are, like, owned by, like, a Hong Kong-based company. But, like, the Chinese military isn't running the Panama Canal.
There's absolutely no Chinese interference or involvement in anything that has to do with the Panama Canal. There are no Chinese nor any other world power at the canal. Trump has floated retaking the critical waterway if Panama keeps, in his view, overcharging U.S. shipping companies and the U.S. military to use it, an idea Democrats are criticizing.
We have an idea Democrats are criticizing. Yeah, because it would entail declaring war on Panama. Like, that's what this would be. you're proposing a declaration of war. This is like saying the United States has a vested national security interest in securing I don't know, the Eiffel Tower. And then it's like, oh, we're not invading France, we're just securing the Eiffel Tower because of its strategic importance. And it's like, no, you're invading France. That's what you're doing. Wouldn't this scare people? It should scare people. But Republicans are so brainwashed that they're just like, oh yeah, I mean, it'll be like the Louisiana Purchase. It'll just be like a purchase of land. It's like when we bought Alaska. Yep. Just like that. He'll be a tough guy and get us out of those bad deals we made in the past. You know?
I'm ready for Trump to declare war on Puerto Rico and announce his plans to invade and annex it into the U.S.
Honestly, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to do something like that with Cuba. That I wouldn't. I would not be surprised if Donald Trump tried something like that with Cuba. I don't know. Like, once we're in the territory of like invading, yeah, we're just full on invading Latin American countries and grabbing land. Once we're in the category of like potentially invading Greenland, it's really just like, at what point does he stop? Who knows? We'll see if he becomes constrained by his cabinet and by his internal like political malfunctioning and becomes too constrained to actually do that. But my concern with this proposed course of action is specifically that whereas the U.S. military might be against him becoming a long-term dictator, the U.S. military itself has no checks and balances to, like, say, not invade an EU country or to not do a land seizure in Panama. Like, the United States military is absolutely down for those things at the drop of a hat. Those are very doable things for the United States, to which that there are no internal checks and balances to prevent that from happening at this point in time. Really, like, what we're looking at here is like, can he get away with it? Will there be enough public outrage to prevent him from doing that? Will there be like enough of a clear political cost to members of Congress that they will balk at or insist upon actually like rubber stamping an invasion? Because like that's what we'd be doing. It's a terrifying waiting game, really. So invading an ally is insane. It really is. And let's be very clear about one thing regarding like Greenland, because frankly, Greenland is maybe the most susceptible on this list of potential targets due to its low population density. Greenland is officially part of Denmark, which is part of the EU, and that, like, trying to seize that land would have sweeping diplomatic ramifications that would change the global balance of power for the foreseeable future, possibly forever. It would be the thing that ostracizes us from NATO, from the EU, from international trade. And on top of that, they wouldn't like retaliate militarily. Maybe we'd be allowed to get away with it, but it would come with a steep cost economically, diplomatically, etc. And at the end of the day, that's going to be bad. And the only people who deserve to run Greenland are the people who live there. There has been a growing independence movement in Greenland for a long time. And one of the main difficulties is that because the population density is so sparse, like they rely upon an influx of cash from Denmark in order to maintain operations there. But like I think that maybe, who knows? I think that there's probably a way we could figure out how to maintain their independence without, like, Lego would be banned. Oh my God, children would revolt en masse. But just real quick,
a treaty with Panama. We have a free trade agreement with Panama. We are no more going to take back the Panama Canal than Panama is going to come in and try to take the Mississippi River.
see, this is one of the mistakes Democrats make, which is that they're like, oh, well, we have a treaty, so we wouldn't possibly. You think Donald Trump cares about treaties? You think he cares about agreements that the United States made in the past? Why? Why would you think that? You've seen him rip up countless agreements that the United States has had and ruin our diplomatic position internationally. The idea that he wouldn't do that. The United States has all the capability in the world of invading Panama and taking that land. There is no material reason the United States couldn't do that, other than honoring its treaty obligations. But Donald Trump doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about that. If he could, he'd also invade Egypt and take the Suez Canal. Hey, as a Canadian, I can report it's terrifying up here too. I bet. He's a deranged lunatic. I hope that potentially the one good thing to come out of this is that up in Canada, all of the conservative sycophants who've been sucking up to Trump suddenly realize, oh wait, he's willing to throw us under the bus at the drop of a hat. He does not care about Canada or Canadians outside of how he can use them to profit himself. He'll let Israel take the Suez? You might not be wrong.
From us.
But Republicans agree with Trump.
I think it's more than just the fees charged through the Panama Canal. I think that there's a concern that China is becoming more involved. This is a choke point for trade, for world trade. And again, we gave it to Panama freely and I think prematurely, but we should insist that China not have a major role in how that canal is run.
This is the mainstream Republican Party. You cannot argue with me that this is a Donald Trump only thing when every Republican in office is
Trump
aligning
if he
behind
wanted
him.
The northernmost province of Canada, but he wanted Nunavut.
I appreciate you, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
Or restricting access to the canal.
Even before taking office, President-elect Trump is putting world leaders on notice. In addition to suggesting Canada could become the 51st state, the incoming president has also discussed taking control of Greenland for national security.
But none of the reporting on this calls it what it is and what it would be. An invasion, a war. They're also married to the idea that Donald Trump is anti-war, but then they, without batting an eye, go on to talk about how, like, oh yeah, we'll just take this back. Like it's a fucking package you need to return to Amazon.
Purposes. Denmark says it'll boost defense spending for the territory by $1.5
Mary
billion.
Crimin.
Eddie, thank you for the $5 dono. Also, $1.5 billion for additional defenses in Greenland, which is nice, but also definitely not enough to deter the American military-industrial complex. Are we cooked yet? No, we're not cooked. We're in kind of like we have no idea what he's gonna do, and right now he's free to yap the way he wants to yap, but we're gonna be in kind of a reactive position. The one good thing is that potentially there may be enough Republicans in the House where there could be a potential legal path where any kind of engagement or invasion would require an official declaration of war, in which case it has to go through Congress, and that might dissuade at least a handful of Republicans in the House to defect. which would mean that Democrats have the ability, perhaps, to kill any potential invasion in Congress. But because keep in mind, for like the first, I think, 6-ish months of Donald Trump's presidency here, in the window during which he's going to be the most powerful, he only has a majority of by a handful of seats. I can't remember the exact number. If it's 3, it's anywhere from 3 to 5. If you can get 3 to 5 Republicans to flip, that would be enough to potentially kill any official declaration of war and any invasion. But yeah. May I respectfully remind you of all of our non-war declared policing actions we've done and that I've served under my dearest. I understand that, but also there could be a legal argument against, especially against invading a potential country that would involve us in conflict with the EU. Like when we're talking about like invading Afghanistan, that's a very different proposition than invading a European Union country. Is Greenland a NATO country? Well, Greenland is actually part of Denmark. Denmark, NATO. Yes, Denmark is a founding member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and a strong ally. But also, Denmark, EU. Yep, they've been a member of the EU since 1973. Countries with mutual defense treaties with Denmark. Denmark is also part of the Nordic Defense Cooperation, which includes Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, and Sweden. So basically, if the United States invaded Greenland, we're not just talking about an invasion of, you know, a landmass that is home to like, you know, several thousand people or several tens of thousands of people. I can't remember the exact number of people who live in Greenland. But what it would entail is going to war against Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Iceland at bare minimum, on top of all of the other member nations of the EU, and that's without NATO being invoked, because again, an invasion by a member state into another member state is kind of murky territory for NATO. But this would basically, again, when I say that this would trigger a world war, I'm being serious. So like, part of it is that I understand that like the United States has taken extraordinarily broad action under the US president in the past. However, the scale of what this would entail, I think, could be argued successfully, even in conservative courts, that Congress needs to sign off on it because of what it would then trigger. And that's why I'm saying if it came down to that, Congress has the potential to torpedo that deal. Which may be one of the only roadblocks, and that's if our court system is like, yes, Congress has to sign off on this. So there are only really the two roadblocks. One is the actual U.S. military saying no, and I think that probability is low. And the other is Congress stepping in and saying no, which I think is maybe a bit higher. Sure, many of them are batshit insane, Lady Raincloud, but I think we might be able to find between 3 to 5 Republicans in the House of Representatives, where they have, 200 some reps. I think we might be able to find 1 to 1.5% of them may be not completely married to the death cult. So that's my proposition here, I guess.
Dollars, calling it an irony of fate that the announcement comes after Trump's comments.
And as President-elect Trump prepares to move into the White House in just 25 days, the current president is out of town. President Biden and his family
honestly,
arrived in
fair
St.
point though,
Croix
Lady
in the
Ringcloud.
U.S. Virgin Islands this afternoon. He will be there on vacation until the new year. Brett?
Grady, while on the campaign trail, the president-elect promised to lower prices by expanding U.S. oil and gas production. What's the production?
That's being a bit optimistic. It is being optimistic. I am presenting you an optimistic potentiality, which is maybe the saddest part.
Forecast for the new year.
So there's an excess supply of oil globally right now, and the International Energy Agency expects a surplus in 2025 as well. Despite the Biden administration's green agenda, here in the United States, crude oil production actually set a new record in 2024. And as you mentioned, President-elect Trump plans to break that record and expand oil production again.
I hate them. I hate them so much. At the tail end of this, they're like, and so gas prices will make all the prices go down, right? And he's like, well, actually, there's a record amount of oil being created this year and into next year. But Donald Trump will do it even more bigly. Like, it's honestly, it would honestly be comical if the fate of the entire world didn't hang on these dipshits.
In 2025. Brett.
Grady Trimble, live in the North Lawn. Grady, thanks.
God, I hate them. I hate them so much. But also, it's not just Fox News. It's literally Trump teases territory expansion plan in Christmas messages, according to ABC. Like, dude, how are you reporting on it like this?
Turning now to politics and President-elect Trump threatening to expand U.S. territory, suggesting in a series of Christmas Day social media posts that the U.S. could take control of Canada, Greenland, and the Panama Canal.
Notice the language. Could take control. Could take control. What, call it what it is. Would declare war. Would have to invade. The manufactured consent of these news orgs is abysmal. And frankly, this is why I've been saying we need to stop paying attention uncritically to mainstream media that is owned and operated by 100 millionaires or billionaires. Okay? These are not reputable. They're getting marching orders from their corporate overlords to like moderate their language. These people are not the democracy dies in darkness types. They'd simply say that as a shield to cover their own corporate meddling, frankly.
Now, tonight, what's behind the threat and how some of our allies are responding? Here's ABC's White House correspondent, Mary Alice Parks.
Tonight, the president of Panama, Jose Raul Mulino, calling President-elect Donald Trump's claims that Chinese soldiers are running the Panama Canal nonsense. Trump Wednesday writing on social media, quote, "Merry Christmas to all, including the wonderful soldiers of China who are lovingly but illegally operating the Panama Canal."
No existe un solo soldado chino en el canal.
There's not a single Chinese soldier in the canal, Mulino wrote, adding it would be more appropriate to have direct conversations with Trump once he takes office on January 20th. Mulino reminding Trump every inch of the canal is Panama's sovereign territory. For the last few days, the president-elect has been railing against the canal, suggesting the U.S. seize control, arguing Panama is ripping off American businesses. He nominated Miami-Dade, Florida County Commissioner Kevin Marino Cabrera, a longtime ally, for ambassador to Panama. Trump also suggesting once again that Canada should become the 51st state and that the U.S. should somehow annex the Danish territory of Greenland. Greenland's prime minister in a statement writing, "Greenland is ours. We are not for sale and will never be for sale." And President-elect Trump also blasting President Biden for his decision to commute the sentences of 37 of the 40 inmates on federal death row to
ABC's at least calling this a threat. Yeah. But again, call the proposed action what it is, an invasion. He's proposing an invasion. The anti-war Republican that was elected by all of the anti-war Republican voters out there. One of the key things that people have been saying post-election is now going on long tangents about how we need to invade our allies and neighbors.
to a life in prison. Trump himself saying that he will vigorously pursue the death penalty when he takes office. Whip.
Mary Alice Parks for us tonight. Thank you.
All right.
Turning now to politics.
Thanks, ABC. Or Axios. Trump dreams of empire expansion. And at the very least, this is like somewhat insidious in connotation, but like... I mean, all of it is, oh, he plans to make America greater in terms of square mileage. Teehee. Imperial mood. Floated acquiring Greenland, reclaiming the Panama Canal, annexing Canada, potentially invading Mexico. At least that one has invasion. But, like, call him what he is. Call him what he is. He's a warmonger. Is it Trump derangement syndrome to actually just call a thing what it is? When you say you want to acquire Canada, yeah, how are you going to do that without invading Canada? I want someone to explain that to me. Oh, we're just going to annex Canada, and you know, the millions of Canadians are just going to be like, yeah, that's cool, that's chill. We didn't like Canada anyway. We always wanted to be American, actually. Are you like 5 years old? Sorry, a 5-year-old would even understand that. Are you like a 3-year-old? Are you actually like a babby? Weird. Call him bloodthirsty. Yeah. I mean, what he's basically arguing for is millions of people to die. Is so that the United States can have control of Greenland or Panama or Mexico or Canada. That would involve millions of people dying. Like, it's not my problem. It's not my problem that Donald Trump is, it's not, let me put it this way. It's not my reaction that the things Donald Trump wants to do are evil. Sorry. I don't think Panama is very MAGA. That is one of the silliest things I've ever heard someone say. I don't think a country is very MAGA when the country is being threatened with invasion by America. Come on. Oh yeah, the same way, you know, the same way the Rhineland was very make Germany great again. Yeah, just really loved it. Yeah, this is the same way the Austrians were just so pro German. God. You do, Talia Johnson, you do have Trump cultists in Canada, but something tells me that they wouldn't take too kindly to being invaded by the US military. Panamaga sounds like a pasta dish. It does. The one thing that I have to say is I'm surprised that The Hill has maybe the most like accurate headline here. Trump targeting Panama, Greenland, Canada. Yeah. Though it's hard to tell how serious it all is. That's the thing, right? Like, this is true with all conservatives. Everything is a joke until it's not. You can see it if you've ever gone to like a far right message board or social media site. You see this all the time. People joke and they're like, haha, we're just joshing, until suddenly it's not a joke anymore. You see this a lot, by the way, with white supremacist forums too. It's how they radicalize new members. They make the joke, and then they're called out on there like, I'm just joking, we're just joshing. KF Logan, No Justice, MTG, thank you very much for the raids. Welcome, raiders. Howdy, howdy, howdy. We're talking about the United States potentially invading an EU member state, so that's great. It's being taken seriously too. It should be. That's the thing, right? Like when you're just talking about the radicalization of like an individual in like white supremacist circles, right? They make jokes about how like non-white people are, less human or less intelligent or less, able, and they make those jokes over and over until the prospective member is used to the jokes and is joking along with them, and then suddenly at some point in there, the joke becomes not a joke. It becomes the actual belief, right? In a similar way, Donald Trump puts this idea out there and people say it again and again and again, and suddenly this really extreme position that is calling for essentially a world war suddenly it just seems like the normal position. Oh yeah, it's totally normal for the United States to invade allied territories and countries, to rip up all of its past treaties and agreements while expecting all other countries to honor theirs. That's just normal. And the other part of it is, at some point, some of this is not just a joke. Because the president just doesn't offhandedly joke about invading other countries. That's not something presidents do. You know? Well, Serotonin Crunch, it's reverse gaslighting. They're reverse gaslighting their entire base and even themselves. It's the big lie. It's the big lie. They're gassing up another big lie to tell to their constituents. It is the big lie of a cult dedicated to feeding people to a wood chipper in order to keep the line going up. Well, I'm sure, Sheriff Sparky, I'm sure the U.S. retirees who will get shot and gunned down by U.S. troops will very much appreciate Panama's aggressive laws inviting USA retirees there. I'm sure they'll still be very pro U.S. military as they get shot at and their homes destroyed. You repeat the lie until the lie becomes the truth. Yeah, that is exactly what MAGA do. Now, with that being said, I'm just disgusted by how U.S. media covers the threats of the incoming president against the peace and security of the entire world. I feel like an incoming president using this language, drawing up these plans, a man who has previously threatened to nuke North Korea and tried to get his generals to sign off on a plan to do so, in which the US would have nuked North Korea and then Donald Trump would have pointed a finger at a different country as the culprit. That was a real plan that Donald Trump drew up himself. And the only reason it wasn't implemented was because his top general at the time, Mark Milley, a man who has called Donald Trump a fascist, said, no, we're not going to do that. I think that maybe we should be taking this guy a bit more seriously when he makes these threats, considering that he's going to have loyalty vetting for his top generals, so that there is no one who can tell him no. So, that being said, maybe our press needs to do a bit better if we're going to avert the worst forms of fascism in the United States and abroad. Just a thought. Now, folks, we've been going for 3.5 hours. If you are enjoying the stream, getting anything out of the stream, feeling more informed by the stream, please consider hitting that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and donos, because this show at the end of the day is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't make it without you guys. It's literally impossible. I would die as a skeleton in that corner right there. I'd just be a skeleton. So, consider supporting the stream however you can, and consider sharing the stream around to whoever might be interested. Sadly, it's already too late. It's only too late if you give up now. Hey, Possum Shaman, thank you for the 100 biddies. Ilana, thank you very much for the subscribe.
35 months.
35 goddamn months. Thank you so much. Already too late. It's only too late if you give up. It's only too late if you cede all your agency. Been reading Berserk. It's a good manga. You should maybe read it. It's all about how you only die and you only fail when you give up. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Not dead yet? Exactly. As long as there's still hope and energy and the willingness to roll up your sleeves and get to work, there's always hope. Great manga. Finished volume 1 the other day. It was a really, really good read. Yeah, that's the thing, Lady Raincloud. I ain't heard no bell. Because people will not start acting until it's too late. You know, here's the thing. That may be true. But giving up in advance makes it true. Giving up in advance makes it far more true. So, if you actually believe that position, then shut the fuck up and actually get to work instead of doomering in my chat. Actually roll up your sleeves. Get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local DSA. Get involved with your local, soup kitchen. Whatever it is you can do, get out there and start doing it. Start organizing with people instead of actually giving up. I'm not American. I don't care. Sorry, you don't have the luxury of this not being your problem. So you have to get to work too. It's not just an American issue, as noted by the previous segment. Get the fuck to work. Whatever corner of the world you're in, get to fucking work. Sorry, it's gonna be important that you have those connections with the people around you. Didn't listen or understand. I think you're just a dipshit, and you don't understand. They cannot have my fucking agency. There you go. Like, I love people are like, oh, it's too late. No one will do anything. It's like, well, are you doing something? No, but I'm not in America. It's like, well, you know what? Unfortunately, America's problem is going to be everyone's problem. Something I've talked about many, many times on my channel. It's why everyone in the world pays attention to American politics, because American empire's collapse is going to hit you too, buckos. Okay? The collapse of this is going to be very bad for a lot of people. The only way you're going to mitigate how bad it's going to be is by working together with people in your community. So stop doomering in my chat and get to work in your fucking corner of the world, because the only thing you're doing is making it worse for everyone, both in your local area and in mine. So get the fuck back in your corner and do your work. Well, but talking in and of itself won't accomplish anything. That's why I'm telling you to get to fucking work! That's why I'm telling you to do stuff! Jesus Christ! Yeah, you're gonna have to do things. Turns out, maybe people telling you the news and sharing news stories and providing analysis should be talking and telling you to do shit. And how to do shit. And maybe the solution is doing the shit instead of complaining about how everyone's given up when clearly that's not the case. God damn, what a lazy, useless piece of shit. I'm not interested in people who merely have correct opinions if all they're gonna do with those opinions is be a useless piece of shit. I'm not interested in that. Never have been, never will be. Oh, good. I'm glad we have some enlightened individuals in chat who are gonna sit around with thumbs up their asses. Oh, just what I've always dreamed of in my audience. God. I'm working on forming an LGBT working group in my DSA chapter. Fuck yeah, Possum Shaman. Doing the actual work out there. I know that we've had numerous members of the community join their local DSA or look up how to join their local DSA. I know last stream we had someone who was like, oh wow, my DSA meet's literally a block from my house. I guess I have no excuse. And yeah, you don't got an excuse. A lot of those meetings are also digital. You can show up via like Skype or whatever. Zoom. Discord. Yeah, Lady Raincloud's doing shit in her neck of the woods. And you know what? It's hard to do shit, but you gotta do it. You gotta. Yeah, at least be a useful piece of shit if you're gonna be a piece of shit. There you go. Noraku understands. Yeah, unionize your workplace. Join DSA. Go join your local Dems. And in fact, I've been advocating for people to both join their local Dems and join their local DSA, because then you can pressure the Democratic Party on the inside and the outside and be a little bit more effective. You know? Gamergy, I told chat earlier, if people need help joining their local DSA, reach out to you. You will be happy to help them. And you know what? We also have another member in our Discord named Dragonfly. And if you want to get involved with your local Democratic Party, reach out to Dragonfly in riverboat.gg/Discord, because guess what? She understands how to get you involved in your local Dems and will help you do it so that you can introduce policy. You can write policy for your local area, your city, your state, even. Get out there. Join your ACLU. Within the ACLU and within your DSA, you can help organize workplaces to unionize. You can do stuff. You have agency. And anyone telling you it's too late or things are too bad, or boo-hoo, it's all gonna go to shit. Well, guess what? You're gonna die someday, and you might as well spend your time here making things a little bit better before you go. All right? Clean up your mess. All right? Y'all learned that when you were like 7 years old. Clean up your mess. Do your goddamn work. Plant some trees you'll never see the shade of. Not me, I'm gonna live forever, except for Snoogan. You're exempt. Join a Unitarian church? I'm not going to tell anyone to join a Unitarian church or a church of any kind, but that's just me. Would you like to be Danish? Maybe if things get really bad here. Maybe it might be a little useful. Hello, little typo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Fun fact, it was DSA who got all the awesome policies passed in Minnesota the last 2 years, not Tim Walz. Heard the details myself last night from an insider. Yeah, that's the thing, right? DSA can apply pressure on the outside, and if we have DSA members inside the Democratic Party, all the better. Would you like to be a Danish? Is that a stuffing joke? Boo. Fascism preys on hopelessness. I like that. I am Lem. I like that a lot. And if you don't want to be part of a political party, yeah, that's why I also mentioned like soup kitchens, like join your local homeless shelter, like go volunteer and do shit. Because building those social connections are what's going to matter when shit really hits the fan. Building those tight-knit communities is what's really going to turn things around. Hey, Prince Seal, how are you doing? How's my favorite voice in the community? I die a lot already. Does the freedom to do stuff carry over with each undeath? Maybe. I'm not entirely sure what the rules of this roguelike are yet. All right. It's true. If I had my soundboard, I'd play the Worms clip, but I don't. I'm in the wrong location. All right. How about I press the end button? I don't know if I ended the segment, so I'm clicking it now. There are a lot of weird or outside the box behaviors I'll tolerate in chat, but doomering is one of the things that gets under my skin immediately. Like if you're just here to tell people not to do shit, you shouldn't be here. How was your holiday? My holiday was really good, but also it's really hard, you know, being a trans person during the holidays and being somewhat estranged from my family, like my dad and my mom. It's hard. I miss them, you know? A lot of crying. A lot of stress too. Like I was really, really stressed, broke out in hives a couple of times. Didn't really have a whole lot of time to just kind of chill. But yeah, other than those things, it was really, really good. My partner and her family are really, really sweet, and it was really, really nice. Spending Christmas with them. Also, I got Berserk, so that's really cool. I also got Berserker, which is the manga by Keanu Reeves, or graphic novel by Keanu Reeves, and I'm excited to read that, as well as the novel sequel to it. So I'm excited to see those. I see the hours you dropped in Shape Hero. I did play a lot of Shape Hero to dissociate, and it was an excellent game to play for that. So thank you very much, Salmon Moose. Wait, did he write/draw the manga? I think he helped write it. And helped oversee like a lot of the visual design. For those of you who don't know, Berserker is basically what if John Wick was immortal and had been around since the dawn of time and really wanted to die. But then also there are other forces at work in the world. It's pretty cool. I haven't opened it yet, but I'm real excited to read it. Kind of like the Nick Cage comic. I'm not familiar with that one. Kind of like Wolverine. Kind of like Wolverine, yeah. Have I read Vagabond? I have not. I have not read a lot of things. I'm hoping I'm gonna try to take more time to just like center myself and like read books and things, because I've missed them, and I also need to for this stream so I can actually have more ideas to bring to the table. I got one of the books I got for Christmas was How to Hide an Empire, and I'm really looking forward to reading that, about all the ways that American empire has existed and continues to exist, and yet in America we seem to be largely blind to it. Is the new season of Squid Game really good? I've been hesitant to watch it because, frankly, Mr. Beast and Netflix doing their shit really soured me on the entire concept. All right. I think we're just going to jump into this now. I think we're going to jump into drink some of this, laced it with my focus mushrooms so I can focus on this goddamn segment. All right, we ate our carrots and peas. It's time for the headlining story. Y'all ready? I'm sure many of you are already aware of it, but you know, I want some trippy mushrooms. Just lion's mane extract, which apparently helps with focus and potentially with ADHD, and it seems to help me a lot. So I don't know if it's placebo or not, but we all good? And we have, before we start, we have been going for 4 hours. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Consider dropping those subs and donos. Also, I got a Steam Deck. Those things are great. I really like it. Been playing Metaphor on that. It's been really, really nice. I love my Steam Deck. An OLED? Yes, an OLED. I went for like the low storage model because it was significantly cheaper, and also you can add your own storage. So yeah. What is it? It's basically a handheld, you know, kind of like a Nintendo DS, except it can play your PC games, and I like it a lot. I think it's real nice. So do you think it's still worth picking up a current Steam Deck? They finally released it in Australia, but apparently they're releasing a new one soon. I think so. I'm not entirely sure what's available in Australia, but like, especially for like a lot like, it can play higher end games, but like if you're playing like pixel art stuff, if you're playing like lower res games, you don't need to play them on your computer. You can play them on your Steam Deck. It's real nice. I like it. I like being able to curl up in like a cozy cushion fortress, pillow fort, if you will, and play a game. It's real nice. Yeah, they have been optimizing some Steam games for the Steam Deck. It's nice. Is it easy on the battery? It's a rechargeable battery, so if you are playing it at like its highest end of performance, it'll probably last 2 to 3 hours. But if you're playing something less intense or at a lower brightness or whatever, it can last for like, you know, 5, 6, 8 hours maybe. Luis Rossmann did a video that goes hard into taking care of your corner of the world. Subject is about influencers and honey, but his story is about Mr. Jack in that is inspirational. Would be a good stream thing. Maybe. I've been tracking that honey scam stuff, but like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't interact with enough sponsorship deals to actually like pay that much attention to it. It does seem bad, but I don't want to do a whole segment on it. Yeah, Dave the Diver is a great game for the Steam Deck. Okay. Anyone had a PSP? PSPs are so cool. I love them. Jack, very icky. What? Oh, did Dan Olson also call out Honey? I'm not surprised. Dude has his finger on the pulse. The PS Vita was great. Oh, it's in his video on the wall? I don't know that I've watched that one. The Star Wars Clone Wars game was so sick, then your sister overrode it, stopped enjoying things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, speaking of, just real quick, as like a fun aside, I wanted to just like talk about this because like, holy moly, this is cool. Just real quick, one of the famous pieces of lost video game media is Star Wars Battlefront 3, a game that was canceled when it was like famously just about to launch. And people have been scouring the world for it for ages. And apparently they found an almost completely finished Wii version of Star Wars Battlefront 3. And it's now apparently you can download it and run it via emulator software, and it's real cool. I think it's real neat, guys.
One of the final builds of Battlefront 3 was leaked to Free Radical Archive, a team that dedicates to preserving lost media created by Free Radical before their closure in 2014. After a decade of research by the team, this newly discovered Wii version of the build was made 1 week before the company had shut down, making it the last and latest version of the game.
Cool.
Which includes new missions, cutscenes, voice lines. In fact, some modders of the previous build claim this game is complete besides bugs, missing textures and minor glitches, which would match with the infamous news that the game was 99% completed by Free Radical before it was cancelled. The last build to be leaked was the Xbox 360 version, which was far further back in development and was notoriously known for its vast amount of bugs and major glitches that pretty much made the game impossible.
Oh, I haven't gone over TYT stuff, but we're about to get into it after I finish showing you guys this, because I think this is good.
To play. Over the years, modders like Clone Trooper 163 was able to make the game bootable and runnable, albeit never a fully completable game. This changes today, and in fact it is downloadable and playable via Dolphin Emulator. I will leave a link to the Free Radical Archive Discord for you to join and download the files and read the installation steps. Modders are in full swing to begin fixing the minor bugs and missing textures in the build, but essentially after 10 years since the cancellation, today marks the day that we can finally play and complete Battlefront 3. For more Star Wars shorts...
Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? This will be taken down. I'm not sure if it will. We'll have to see, but basically it's out there now and modders are fixing it and finishing it, because basically all of the massive work is done. It just needed bug testing. That's so cool. I was so upset when I was younger hearing that this got canceled, because I loved Star Wars Battlefront and Star Wars Battlefront 2. And I was really looking forward to Star Wars Battlefront 3, because you could have the battles could go from land into space. And that was so cool. I don't know. The fact that it got canceled right at the very end was so sad. The game industry is so brutal to all the incredible work of devs. Yes, so much work in the game industry just gets lost forever. And the fact that someone was able to discover this, and the fact that it might see the light of day in the form of like this archival media, like that's so cool. Why do they do stuff like that? The same reason why, HBO shelved like the Batwoman movie, or the same reason they shelved the Wile E. Coyote movie, even though both were completely finished. It's like tax purposes, shuffling money around, capitalist bullshit. Got to give the investors those tax write-offs, etc., etc., etc. So, like, for any number of reasons, a game that is almost completely done can be shelved and thrown in the garbage. It's also done to retain IPs. True. I'm still hoping the Wile E. Coyote movie winds up leaking. I'm still hoping that somehow both those movies like make it out to the wild, because I know a lot of people loved, like a lot of people who worked on them loved them a lot. If I wanted to get back into gaming and could only afford one system, probably a PC. Like, a PC is probably going to be the way to go. Like, even if you get like a middle of the road or even low end PC, a lot of the games that one of those can play, like you gain access to games that go back a long way. You get access to a lot of different video games. Like, I don't know, like you can get like a graphics card for like $150 that can probably play just about any kind of like old school game from like the last 50 years. Minus like the things from maybe like the last 3 or 4 years. Gonna go over his awful appearance on the Franny show. Yep. You got it. Also, if you have PC, you can subscribe to Game Pass and get a bunch of Xbox games. Bunch of nerds. Love you guys. All right. Beep, boop. Oh, also, before we begin, I need you all to understand that I'm sitting on a segment right now that is going to be very, very large. Okay? And you guys aren't going to be prepared for it, but it's going to basically take an entire stream for us to cover, and it's going to be an incredibly long stream. It might take several streams. But I'm going to indulge myself in covering it because I'm morbidly curious. And it will be like staring into the depths of insanity, because that's essentially what we're going to be doing. Not today, but we're going to be doing that in an upcoming stream. Might be the next one. Who knows? What is it? We're going to be diving into the manifesto of what if alt hist. Not today, but maybe tomorrow or sometime in the future. Because dude dropped a 10-hour manifesto the other day. And he may or may not be claiming to be God in it. So we'll take a journey together. Did he finally kill someone? No, but he's gearing up for it. Wait, sorry, who? He's a large alternate history YouTuber, and he's really bad at it. But we'll get to that on a new day. I just wanted to tease that. I wanted to tease that a little bit. I'm gonna be honest, I watched the first 20 minutes of one and I was just like, oh boy, this is gonna go places. It's a lot. Yeah, what if alt hist, like alternative history, but just ALT? What if alt hist? Does he go full spirit science? He kind of goes full spirit science, one hand wonder. Yes. He's he presents basically like the epitome of what I mean when I talk about conservative brain rot and like the conspiracy singularity. So yes, it'll be a journey through unimaginable horror together. All right, folks. With that being said, let's jump into it. Let's do what y'all came here for. It's time for us to talk about TYT, specifically Cenk Uygur, because while I was busy with the holidays, I noticed briefly that Cenk went to a Turning Point USA event that Donald Trump spoke at, I believe, like the next day. And he talked with Charlie Kirk at this event on stage. And was immediately followed up, I believe, by Glenn Beck, a man who took time from his speech to tell the crowd to beware of, fake conservatives, in a jab at Cenk Uygur. So things are not going well. But we're going to take a look at Cenk Uygur's speech here. And you're going to tell me kind of what you think about it, because I'm kind of curious how you guys respond to this. And then we're going to look at something else afterwards. But buckle in, folks. This is going to be a long one. So without further ado, here we go.
So, Cenk, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
So Cenk, the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion.
This is very loud for me. I don't know if it's very loud for you guys. I'm going to turn it down a little bit.
Confusion of these divides of right versus left, populist versus corporatist. I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the leaders of the progressive movement, what do you make of this last year, the state of the Democrat Party, and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement. And
so, just right off the bat, notice how he reframes what Charlie Kirk said. Right? So, Charlie Kirk...
From the more progressive left perspective.
From the more progressive left perspective. And Cenk then goes to reframe it.
So, first of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement. And I think we need both flanks, so I'm happy to have this conversation.
And I just want to point this out. Just right away, the warning bells should already be dinging, okay, in your heads. Specifically because what he's describing is horseshoe theory. He's describing like, if you go far enough right, you become left, and if you go far enough left, you become right. In terms of like populism, he just uses populism as like this weird catch-all here, and that's not how politics work. The populist right does not want the same things that the populist left does. And insofar as there is agreement on what the left wants and what the right wants, the methods of achieving those things are extraordinarily different. Extraordinarily different. And horseshoe theory, by the way, not accurate. As I just described, you cannot go far right populist and wind up in a leftist position. That's just not how that works. Any kind of... When we talk about the populist right, what we're talking about is fascism. It is a faux populism. It is using populist rhetoric to signal populism without any intention of actually implementing any populist reform. And insofar any reforms do get passed that may fall into that category, it is always with the additional purpose of shoring up political power for the base and for the person in power, right? So, like, for example, you might be able to pick out one or two reforms in Nazi Germany, right? That would be maybe considered populist, maybe. But you'll note that those populist reforms specifically carve out exceptions for undesirables in society. You know, Jews in particular. So, like, this is not real populism. It's not. It's always been fake. And he's just falling for the faux populism. He's chasing after it like an oasis in the desert that is merely turning into a mirage. Or the painted wall of the Roadrunner versus Wile E. Coyote. He's falling for it.
In terms of what has gone wrong in the Democratic Party, it's the same thing that went wrong in the Republican Party, but...
Listen to George Galloway. George Galloway is a fascist. You know, like, that's exactly what I mean.
I do have to give you guys credit for a revolution well done.
They didn't do a revolution. They elected their previous presidential candidate. That's not a revolution.
And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment.
You cannot claim that a person who was president in the past is not establishment. He's the head of one of the major political parties in America.
Actually, horseshoe theory is when I throw a horseshoe at people who say both the right and left sides of populism should form an alliance.
True, Gamergy. Thank you for the $5 dono. And yeah, like, this is the red-brown alliance. This is exactly what Cenk is trying to play into here, under the assumption that, like, oh, we'll just moderate on some of our social issues, like trans rights, and then we'll just win this population of conservatives who want populist reform. Except that's not going to work because they all voted for Donald Trump, one of the least populist candidates of all time. You know, like, he gave out like $2 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest people in the country. He's not pro-populist. He had no populist policies his last time around.
So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
He's like a child being distracted by jangling keys. He thinks that this is evidence that his argument is good, when in fact the only thing it's evidence of from the conservative perspective is that they hate Mitch McConnell because he is somewhat in opposition to Donald Trump. That's it. He is somewhat against their great leader. That's it. It's not because they hate the establishment. They love the establishment if it's one of their guys.
All right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing. Okay.
It means nothing. It means nothing. It is a hollow, empty gesture. Like, it doesn't translate into their votes. It doesn't translate into their politicians. It doesn't translate into any of that. But, like, it is a hollow gesture. And frankly, as far as I'm concerned with this kind of appearance by Cenk on this particular platform here, this is the equivalent of Charlie Kirk, like, rolling out a defeated prisoner of war. Like, and Cenk just doesn't know it. He's too dumb to know it. He's too dumb to know that he is a trophy to these people, that they have well and truly won. The guy who is calling them fascists literally like 4 weeks ago is now coming over here and being like, yeah, you guys are right. You guys are really right on a lot of things. You know, I've seen the light. This is a trophy for them. This is not Cenk Uygur building a bridge or a coalition. He's the prize that symbolizes their victory.
Okay. And let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney?
Yeah, he's being paraded through town square in like stocks as they like laugh at him and like listen to him curse out his would-be allies, and they laugh and cheer along with his curses because that's what they want him for.
My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives.
Yes, I mean, if you want it in even more blunt terms, this is Charlie Kirk and the broader MAGA movement that Charlie Kirk represents, with all the white supremacy and fascism and authoritarianism in tow, making Cenk Uygur his bitch. If you want like it put very bluntly, this is I mean, you couldn't really say it more bluntly than that.
Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is
take what win? What win are you supposed to take? Oh, good, they booed Mitch McConnell. Are they going to continue to vote for him until he's a literal rotting corpse? Yes, they are. What win are we taking?
We need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's.
I had to get a 4090 to play Balatro at minimum settings.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Balatro is such a good game too. But like, they're cheering you because not because they hate the establishment. They're cheering you because they hate Nancy Pelosi and because they've lived in a media environment that has demonized her for like 50 years. This is just, they want to own the libs, and you know, in their mind, this is a guy who is the left owning the libs and becoming conservative. It is the victory of their ideology.
And the Hillary Clintons, and now all of a sudden the Dick Cheneys. What are they doing on our side? Are you guys nuts? right?
I have to interject. When all of a sudden Kamala Harris is doing the Liz Cheney thing, I said, does she want to lose? I mean,
what's amazing is I said the same thing. Look, Dick Cheney polls at 13%. What lunatic thought it was a good idea to wrap yourself around Dick Cheney? I mean, when we started the Young Turks 22 years ago, longest run.
One good point. It is lunacy to embrace Dick Cheney.
Running show in internet history, first ever YouTube partner with original YouTubers, are one of the driving forces.
Please like and subscribe.
Was get Dick Cheney out of office, right? And now for Kamala Harris to come full circle and say, oh, I've got 90 corporate CEOs backing me, and I've got all these executives on my side, and I've got Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney on my side, it was so counterproductive. It's not what the left wing stands for. It's not what the Democratic Party should be about. So the problem is the establishment. They are controlled by the donor class.
If you're gonna argue that someone is controlled by the donor class and that's a problem, going to a base that just elected Donald Trump, one of the most corrupt businessmen and former presidents in U.S. history, someone whose son-in-law was gifted $2 billion from the Saudi royal family for seemingly no reason that could be accounted for by their own accountants, and who, gave $2 trillion tax cuts to the wealthiest people in the country, and who is currently putting billionaires into his cabinet, who is putting all of his friends and allies into various political positions, and who was bailed out and bankrolled by the wealthiest man on the planet. I'm sorry, this is not the alliance you think it is. This is merely a capitulation to the powerful, and it's a pretty sad one from a guy who's made his entire career about opposing power.
And mainstream media is their marketing arm. They do not do news, they do propaganda.
Didn't Cenk take a bunch of investor money? He took money from Bob Iger. I think he took like $12 million or something like that for TYT. But yeah. Oh, Kushner wasn't gifted $2 billion. It's now $3.5 billion. Now that the Qatar government gave him $1.5 billion. Yeah, it's so interesting how that happens, despite no investment history from Kushner's investment firm.
And one more thing, what I want you guys to recognize.
Why is Cenk doing this? An excellent question. I oscillate between he wants investor money, and he's just genuinely deluded and stupid, and I don't know which one it is. It could be some combination of both, but I oscillate between the two. And frankly, I don't get it. Who's Bob Iger? Bob Iger is like one of the Disney or Pixar guys, I think.
Mainstream media, you think, is against you. You think they're against the right wing. But they also hate Bernie Sanders. And they also hate me. And they also hate the populists on the left. What mainstream media really...
Oh, yeah, Bob Iger is the CEO of Disney. Yeah.
...loves is the establishment and the elites. They're against all of us combined. And if we dare unite on issues we agree on, they will be livid, and it'll be a beautiful day in America.
And that is correct. I mean,
no more war. We'll unite on all the issues. No, they won't. They're liars. Their main priority is backing up Donald Trump. And if tomorrow Donald Trump says we're going to war against Denmark, they will be like, oh yeah, it's always been a good idea to go to war against Denmark. If tomorrow they are not aligned with any particular political position outside of what Donald Trump says. That's it. That's the only thing they care about. He's the big, strong man who will save them.
And you were kicked off of some of the cable news channels for having heterodox opinions on certain issues. So let's kind of look at the last couple of years. We can go back to the Bernie Sanders thing. Explain to us why is it that right-wing revolution was successful, and the Bernie Sanders with 2 attempts actually won the primary in 2016, and he had it stolen. Again, stolen election talk can be a little controversial. They stole it from Bernie Sanders in 2016. Why was that revolution not successful?
Yeah, I think it was because Donald Trump was a celebrity and they didn't take him seriously. So they made the mistake of giving him mainstream media.
Why does Trump want the Panama Canal? So that he can basically charge other countries fees while prioritizing American shipping? Like, the Panama Canal and the Suez Canal are like the most important waterways in the world, essentially.
Coverage. And so they thought...
Oh, sorry, did I misremember? Was it Jeffrey Katzenberg who invested in TYT, the DreamWorks guy? I don't know. It was one of those guys. It was the DreamWorks, Pixar, Disney. It was one of them.
And if you remember, Bill Clinton had this brilliant idea. We'll encourage Donald Trump to run on the Republican side, and it'll destroy the Republican Party. How'd that work out for you, Bill? And so I remember saying at the time, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Because what I sensed was you need a non-politician to lead the revolt. So, because all the politicians, and right now they're having a conversation on the Democratic side about 2028, and the only people they mention are politicians. And my answer to that is hell no. Okay? Because the politicians are used to the corruption. They grew up in the corruption. They like the corruption. They got their power through the corruption.
I don't understand how he squares this circle. I don't understand it. I don't get it. You know? Like, you're talking to a base that elected Donald Trump, one of the most corrupt individuals ever to be in U.S. politics. This is embarrassing.
So I don't want that. I don't need that. And so when Trump came on, they gave him coverage. And here's when look, some people think that things changed after the election. No, I've been saying this from day one.
Yeah, but some things did change after the election, because you'd also been saying that Donald Trump is a fascist. You've been saying that he is a corrupt fascist for almost a decade now, since he entered the political scene in 2015. It's been 9 years. And suddenly, Cenk changes his tone and his argument. And suddenly, Donald Trump isn't a fascist anymore. Suddenly he's, maybe he's right on some of these issues. Maybe MAGA was right on some of these issues. Strange.
Correct. And so back in 2016, actually 2015, after I think it was the second debate, when Trump was on stage and he said, I gave all these guys money and they did exactly what I wanted. At that point, everyone on earth, certainly in establishment and mainstream media, says he has no chance of winning, none. I went on the Young Turks and I said, he's going to win the Republican primary, okay? Because people hate corruption and they know it in their bones, okay?
Yeah, no, he was saying just like a couple weeks ago, guys, that Donald Trump is a fascist. And now he's literally sharing a stage with Charlie Kirk, a fascist, that Donald Trump would take a day later. So, like...
Now, we will disagree on, is Trump really not corrupt? Is Trump really going to do the things that he promised? Is he really a populist?
No.
I would love to prove me wrong. I would love that.
You don't have to ask that question. He's already been president. He's already been president. You don't have to ask the question. You know he's full of shit.
Okay? And, my God, if Trump got money out of politics, one thing we're known for is credit where...
How can you be saying that? After 9 years of him being on the political scene, you know he's not going to get rid of money in politics. The world's richest man just bankrolled him into the presidency. Like, what are you smoking, man?
Credit is due, okay? I would give him all the credit in the world. We're not there yet. We're not close to there yet. So when we get into the issues, hey, how about, and remember, guys, you also have donors. Beware of the donors. Don't forget that, and don't let your guard down, okay?
They're all in his cabinet. What are you talking about?
So on the Democratic side, we have got to elect a populist. If we don't, we're going to make the same mistake we made when they anointed Hillary Clinton, when they anointed Joe Biden, and when they anointed Kamala Harris. To my Democratic friends, how many times are you going to lose before you realize that mainstream media and the establishment are lying to you?
And so is that energy forefront in the Democrat Party right now? And I'm not saying this facetiously. Read us into what the...
None of the people in this audience care about electing a left-wing populist. They would not be at a Turning Point Action conference if they cared about left-wing populists winning office.
The power brokers of the Democrat Party are saying? Are they saying we need to run more to the middle, that we need to embrace more populism? We're hearing some of the names, but what is the vibe of the people that do this for a living?
Yeah, so I can tell you definitively that the Democratic leadership and the Democratic establishment...
Does he think he's going to get economic populism from Turning Point USA? Fox Bet the musical, this is my main takeaway here, is that, yes, that is his political calculation in all of this, which is lunacy. This is Jimmy Dore shit. This is some totally out there wild conspiracy that frankly stinks of some Brianna Wu nonsense. But, you know, we're not going into that box of worms.
Will never voluntarily go in a new direction.
Yeah, this is what I do call the dumb left. I think that we can safely put Cenk, if not all of TYT, in that category from here on out. Like, these are people who will, for whatever reason, still cling to the idea that they are still leftists, while also espousing the most brain-dead political analysis and political strategy you've ever heard in your life.
They will never voluntarily accept populism. They are built on donor money. They are of the donors, by the donors, for the donors. So what I need left-wing voters to understand...
This guy doesn't have a genuine bone in his body who could trust anything he claims to stand for. That's the thing. He's sold, and I don't know if he realizes it yet, he's sold out all of his credibility. Every shred of it that he had, he has burned it over the course of, like, I don't know, a couple months? For what? For what? Nothing. He's chasing a dream that doesn't exist. And like, honestly, this is such a miscalculation that it will take down possibly the entire TYT network. Like, I don't know how, I don't have any access to their numbers or behind the scenes or whatever, but like, I don't know. I occasionally tuned into some of their broadcasts and watched some of their videos, and like, I'm not going to be doing that anymore. This is a betrayal of everything they claimed to stand for decades, frankly.
That they're never going to give you what you want.
No, but that's, oh my God, B. Parker, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Dave Rubin is a more honest actor than Cenk Uygur. Because Dave Rubin, at the very least, probably has decent political instincts somewhere. My analysis of Dave Rubin is that he frankly just lies to get a paycheck. You know? He says what he needs to in order to make that money. He is completely and utterly money driven. And my analysis of Cenk is that he's been genuinely duped into this position. And maybe he's been incentivized by some kind of monetary investment. I have no idea about that. But like, he seems to be genuine in his in his positioning here, and that is, I think, worse than Dave Rubin. At least Dave Rubin actually sold out his principles for something in return. I think that this guy is just getting nothing out of this. I don't think he's going to get anything out of this, and it's going to leave him broken and sad, you know?
Incrementally. Martin Luther King talked about the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Oh, if we just go a little further with Joe Biden.
Yeah, also keep in mind, Charlie Kirk has done multiple videos at this point about how Martin Luther King Jr. is the devil. So, great way to speak to Charlie Kirk's audience here, Cenk.
And he'll give us another crumble and another tiny increment. No, they're going to just pick a new and improved corporate robot like Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom, and they're going to come out with a new script, and they're going to say, I am now a populist, and they will wear flannel shirts, and they'll go to barbecues, and they'll pretend to eat ribs, and then they'll sneak out and go to French Laundry, right? So don't.
Also, who goes to a barbecue and pretends to eat ribs? I think they'll just eat the ribs. No one goes to a barbecue and pretends to eat ribs. Ribs are delicious. What are you talking about?
Believe the corporate robots.
It was just an opportunity, I guess, to say politicians are duplicitous and dunk on Gavin Newsom. I get it, but also, like, the idea that conservatives aren't doing this is ridiculous. Conservatives do this the most. How many folksy flannel shirts have you seen conservative politicians adopt? How many cowboy boots have you seen them start wearing the second they get into office? How many cowboy hats? Like, are you kidding me? George W. Bush, like, bought a ranch in order to appear more country. You know, he was like an Ivy League educated man, and he pretended to be like a cattle rancher. Tucker Carlson, after he got ousted from Fox News, built himself a set that looks like the inside of a cabin. Matt Walsh is like some shock jock radio DJ who's slowly adopted the persona of some like backwoods lumberjack. Like, these people are not genuine. And the idea that, like, oh, well, Republicans like genuine identity and Democrats don't. No. What are you doing?
Remember how many times they lied to you. We need to do a populist revolt and pick a populist left-winger so we could have a real contest in this country. The establishment Democrats are never going to win. We need to go populist.
Is this an actual picture of Vivek from Silicon Valley Vivek? Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek Silicon Valley investor Ramaswamy dressing up in an American or a Texas flag shirt with a cowboy hat. Probably about to drop some hot bars like Vivek rhymes with cake.
And the way to do that is not by negotiating with them, it's by defeating them in a primary.
Is the Democrat grassroots, are they invigorated towards that end? Because it seemed as if they weren't obviously thrilled about Biden or Kamala Harris, but you could say whatever you want about Bernie Sanders.
But why is he going to a right-wing event and then preaching to the left wing that very much isn't there? Because he believes that a significant portion of conservatives are actually just populists who believe in Donald Trump because they believe him to be populist. And so by talking to them as the reasonable populist who represents the left flank, he can win them over. That's his entire thought process here. He thinks that a sizable portion of the conservative base is populist and will move over for more reasonable populist candidates on the left, which they won't. Now, of course, I do think there are a lot of voters out there who are not activated who will turn out for populist policy, who will turn out for populist candidates on the left. But the key to that is not capitulating to the right in order to embrace economic populism, because the right doesn't want economic populism. They don't want that.
Massive worldview disagreements. He had a legitimate grassroots movement behind him of small dollar donors, of people that were working, of activists. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like that has disappeared a little bit in recent years, or at least has gone to sleep. Am I correct in that? And what would it take to awaken that sleeping giant?
So there's a couple of different branches within the Democratic Party and the left, but the two most important ones are the populist progressive left, that's Bernie Sanders.
Everyone's saying Vivek rhymes with cake, but it would be better to say it rhymes with fake.
Ooh, burn. Everyone's saying Vivek rhymes with cake, but it would be better to say it rhymes with fake. Boom. Lay it down, Saki Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
And we could debate about progressive issues and policies on another day, right? But then there's the establishment wing. So the populist wing is already there. That base that was there in 2016 and 2020 still exists. And remember, guys, and I say this to you and I say it to the left wing, Bernie won the first 3 states in 2020. He was this close to winning until Obama and Clyburn called in all the candidates and said, you all have to bow to Joe Biden. And then mainstream media then said, Joe Biden is the greatest. And they started talking about how Bernie Sanders, the most successful Jewish candidate in American history, had followers who wore brown shirts, and fascists and Nazis. Where have you heard that before? So whenever it's an outsider...
The issue is, are those labels correct or not? Was it correct to label Bernie bros as fascists? No. Was it correct to label the MAGA movement as fascist? According to a number of Holocaust historians, yes. It's not rocket science. If you are wrongly calling someone a fascist, that's a problem. If you are correctly calling someone a fascist, that is a correct labeling, but also still a problem that we need to address. Not the calling them, but the problem being the fascist existing.
All of a sudden, mainstream media says fascist, even if it's a Jewish candidate, right? So they use the same tricks.
Is that Charlie Kirk on stage with him?
I've been
Yes.
canceled. They do the same thing to both of us over and over again. So the left-wing populists are ready, but we do need some more votes from people who used to be in the establishment Democratic camp. And why were they in that camp?
See a flow,
Because they
Snake.
love corruption, they love war, they love change. No, guys. They were in that camp because mainstream media lied to them. And mainstream media told them, Bernie can't win. Bernie was up by 12 points on Election Day in 2016. They said, he's radical. And they called you guys radical and said you couldn't win. They call us radical and say we can't win. But they're wrong. They're lying. So what I need Democrats to understand is stop believing in Morning Joe and The View and all the garbage on TV.
That's true. But unfortunately, it also now includes TYT.
So that's a really good point about the media ecosystem. You guys are, without a doubt, the most popular, progressive, over-the-top, non-mainstream media sanctioned community. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, 27 million subscribers, 30 billion views. I think it's fair to say.
No, I'm not saying that sarcastically. I don't know of anyone that comes close. However, do you think there's a robust alternative media ecosystem on the left that is comparable to what's built on the right? I could say confidently what we have on the right is pretty impressive. We have from podcasting to videos. We don't rely on cable television. Who here listens to podcasts or social media for all?
Yeah, no conservative is watching OAN or Right Side Broadcasting Network. Oh wait.
your news? Raise your hand. I mean, every single hand goes up. So do you think the left has some work to do in developing over-the-top media to be able to bypass the main networks?
Oh, no, Valerie Volatile, I think that TYT will gain subscribers from conservatives. I don't know that those subscribers will translate into paying subscribers or into views. So we'll see what happens, of course.
Yeah, so we have TYT as a giant network, but we have a lot of great progressive and populist shows that are not part of TYT that's in the left-wing ecosystem. So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't think that there isn't enough shows. I think that there's a couple others. One, on the right, you guys do a great job of coalescing, okay? So you do a couple of things well.
Yeah, also, yeah, you can be a fascist and Jewish. A religious affiliation does not mean you cannot be a certain political affiliation. Whoa, 1 second. BRB. Sorry about that. There was a loud bang upstairs, and I wanted to make sure everything was okay. See a little typo. We back, baby. BRB is how long? It depends. Look, I got shit going on around me. You know, sometimes I gotta go check and make sure everything's okay. Let's dive back into it.
You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
We're glad Cenk's here, right, everybody?
And a lot of people...
Aw, man, look at how happy they are he's here. You know, so that they can have him as a trophy.
The left know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome, right? Come join us, right?
They lost 30,000 subscribers over the last 2 weeks. We'll see if that keeps up. It'll be interesting to see how it unfolds. 30,000 subscribers isn't a ton compared to where they were at, but it is like a decrease of like, what, 1%? Well, we'll see.
On the left, if you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here, you're a right-winger, you're a fascist, right?
I mean, I don't think that going to a Turning Point USA event and agreeing with Charlie Kirk to the cheers of the crowd is disagreeing with the left by 5%. I don't think that that's what this is.
But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right? So, look, I propose simple rules. The 3 rules of the internet. Rule number 1, when we disagree, we fight. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Now, rule number 2 is afterwards we must have a beer together, okay? And rule number 3 is For God's sake, when we agree, let's unite. So,
on what and in what way? Because they're all saying they're anti-war, but they're also all cheering on invading Greenland or Panama. Like, what are you doing, man? Yeah, time to have a nice cold beer with Joseph Goebbels over here. Oh man, the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. The beer time. It's Miller time, baby.
for the left,
what are
we
you
have
doing,
too much
bro?
division. We almost never unify. I don't mean with the right. I mean internally. The left loves to attack one another. I love you guys on the left. I love you. But every once in a while, when we get a yes, when we agree, can we please unite? And the second thing we need is for the old, I'm being honest, and on average, not everyone, of course, but for the older Democratic voters, please turn off your television sets. They're lying to you. They're tricking you. They're trying to get you to vote for corruption. They're trying to get you to vote for policies you don't even want.
God, when we finish this, I'm going to have to go, like, get some kind of alcoholic beverage for what's going to follow.
So if we can do those two things, then we'll be in great shape.
So I'm not sure how you'll feel about this, but there is a not a consensus. There is a belief with some people like South Moulton and others that some of the embrace of what we would call wokeism or whatever was a reason why Democrats had a less than desirable election outcome. Do you subscribe?
When you need your fascism homegrown, it's Stephen Miller time.
Oh, that was really good. I'm kicking myself for not thinking of that one. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs.
Subscribe to that belief. How do you interpret that when some people say we need to kind of shed away some of the more new elements of the cultural implications of politics outside of economics, like the Seth Moulton belief that where he says the trans stuff hurt us?
Yeah, so look, guys, on that stuff, I've been having these debates internally with the left wing. And I explained yesterday, actually, on the Young Turks. Look, everybody's positions are in a different part of the left-right spectrum and on different policies. So I can name you policies where you say, oh, that's pretty moderate, right? I can name you
Amador, it makes me sad too. They were pivotal in me embracing like more online news and getting me to the Majority Report and the Michael Brooks Show, and like the fact that they're going this route, it is deeply sad, and frankly it's also deeply troubling considering that they are one of the largest voices for potential political change in our space. Like this is not great. This is not great news.
policies that, I mean, you're not sure is left or right wing, but that is definitely populist, right? But some of my policies might be called extreme left in America. So for example, I'm massively in favor of gun control. You told them not to boo, but I knew they'd boo on that one.
They paused to their
Yes.
their respect. You were asking for it, Cenk.
Yeah, I did ask for it. So my point to my left-wing allies is, am I going to emphasize and insist and demand on my gun control policies when we're in the middle of a national election? No. Because I know those are not winning issues at this point. I've got more work to do to...
Except that you're no longer in a national election situation, so why are you already capitulating on that? Right? Like, you've already capitulated on it. Well, it's not a winning position, so, you know. Just push it off to the side.
Convince the American people before we get there. So if I'm...
Also, just as an FYI, I find it interesting here that he's talking about gun control. Just out of curiosity here. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Let's see. What could I don't know, like what might the populist position on guns be? Just out of curiosity. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Here's from Gallup. In general, do you feel the laws covering the sale of firearms should be made more strict, less strict, or kept as they are now? And 56% of the country, as of October of this year, feel like they should be more strict. But back in June of 2022, 66%. That's crazy. Oh, wow. In October of 2018, March of 2018, 67%. That's crazy. And now these numbers kind of vary between 43% and almost 70%. But generally speaking, support for more strict common sense gun control is a popular issue supported by most of the country. Now, let's take a look here. Should there be a ban on the manufacture, possession, and sale of semi-automatic guns, known as assault rifles? To this day, it's still a majority. It's down from 61% in 2019, but now it's still a majority. That's crazy. All I'm saying here is that a lot of the data we have show that most people in America support common sense gun control. They support certain very basic protections and restrictions. But he's already ceding that ground. So it's not even that trans issues aren't supported by 50% of the population. He wouldn't support them even if they were. Because he doesn't seem to want to fight for gun control, even when it's supported by more than 50%. He's already acknowledged that's a losing issue. Like, I don't know how you make this argument and fail so spectacularly.
Trans issues or any other, or crime issues, etc. If you really believe in the most far left positions, as I do on gun control, for example, that's okay. But you've got to know what to emphasize and what not to emphasize. And so if you say, no, I'm going to die on every extreme hill. Well,
I know that Cenk's audience is the target. I know that the audience here is the target. The audience here doesn't agree with him. That's the issue. The audience here voted for Trump. They voted for someone who is objectively worse populist positions. They voted for someone who is objectively more corrupt. They voted for someone whose main accomplishment last time around was giving a massive, massive tax cut to the tune of $2 trillion to billionaires. And frankly, like the idea that like, oh, well, his target is this audience. This is not a receptive audience. He would have a much better result showing up at like, I don't know, like some kind of Taylor Swift concert to talk to them, to people who aren't necessarily showing up to vote. Talking to those people is going to be way more likely to pull people over to the left, which is why I'm very skeptical of his positioning as still being on the left at all, frankly.
You will.
You don't go and agree and get buddy-buddy with white supremacist Charlie Kirk in order to show how good leftist ideas are.
electorally, politically, you will die on that hill. And then you lose on all of your issues, because it's sometimes a binary game. Certainly elections are. So you got to know what to convince the American people of and what to hold your ground on. And the number one thing to hold your ground on is constitutional rights. So I'm going to do some...
Like the Second Amendment.
No, I know. So, guys,
that was the biggest cheer in this entire thing, and it was him getting owned. This is just a humiliation ceremony for the cheering masses of MAGA. Like, that's it.
Look at that. We totally disagree on that issue, but we just...
You were asking for that one. I'm sorry.
No problem. No, but look, but that was an important moment. Because
many Trump followers are going to become disillusioned with him. No, they're not. This is the second time he's been president.
We totally disagree on that issue, but we just shook hands anyway. And you know what we'll do afterwards? We'll have a beer. So... You know what it is when you disagree on something and then you fight about it and then you have a beer afterwards? That's called America. So let me see if I can get agreement, and this I don't know which way this is going to go, okay? So when we talk about trans issues in terms of sports, I know we have massive disagreements, okay? And on one of those issues, professional...
Oh, Rohawks, shoot it to me over on Blue Sky, because I can't see it in Twitch chat.
Sports, I agree with you guys. On high school sports, I don't. We'll go get into a bloody battle on that, okay? But I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
They don't believe that. They want to be able to, like, deny service to someone on the basis of them being trans. They want to be able to deny accommodations to someone on the basis of being trans. They want to be able to discriminate against trans people. That is the entire premise. Like, the fact that... the fact that Cenk has been in this business for decades now, and it seems to be unaware of the fact that the entire argument about trans kids in sports... Hello, Hammock. The entire argument about trans kids in sports or trans high school athletes, that was pushed by the same guy who popularized critical race theory as a Republican talking point for years. That was manufactured by the same guy who popularized DEI in the current lexicon of America. That in American politics, I should say. Trans participation in sports was made by a guy, a Republican operative, for the express purpose of villainizing and demonizing transgender people. That's the only reason the entire trans sports debate exists. That's it. How is that one guy getting away with this? Oh, he's paid handsomely by the Republican Party. He's a well-respected figure, and people don't talk about him enough. Was it James Lin? No, it's not James Lindsay. What's his name? Guy who popularized CRT. Christopher Rufo. That's right. He brags about it on social media, by the way. He brags about it. His job at like conservative think tanks is to come up with these types of this type of rhetoric for Republican politicians to use. Christopher Rufo. Yep. And he takes credit for it too, openly. So all I gotta say here is that what we're talking about here is pure and simple bad faith that Cenk has fallen for. He's fallen for it, like comedically, like a sap. And what we're winding up seeing is that he's like, whoa, you guys don't hate trans people constitutionally. You guys just hate them in sports, right? Right, guys? And like, no, the entire purpose of this issue was to mainstream the hatred. That was the entire purpose of it.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you.
You know, when someone says that what they're saying is, we'd really like the right to discriminate against trans people in housing.
What I got out of that, guys...
I'm just trying to be the...
Yeah, a lot of it, you can hear people laughing in the audience.
Interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. It's a start. So, guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment.
Nah, Alan Smith, I've seen enough of his appearances on shows off stream to form the very clear opinion of Cenk that he's just this stupid.
Housing, etc. But just let's...
And hey, maybe he's also getting money. I don't know. But I do think that a lot of this is just his own stubbornness and stupidity.
Treat everyone as Americans, and I say that to the right, and I say it to the left.
For sure. So we're going to go a little overtime because I know the boss here. And there's two things I want to ask about free speech, and then I want to try to say, can we get one or two action items that this community can get behind in this new Congress and this presidency that are populist that maybe we can push for and advocate for. Now, I want to try to maybe see if we could brainstorm that together. Number one, first on free speech. Do you think that the left, and you are an exception...
Let me put it this way. I think that there is a material incentive for him to embrace objectively stupid positions insofar as him cuddling up to power makes it a lot easier for him to attract investors and money. I think that both things can be true. That one, he genuinely believes what he's trying to sell right now. And number two, that it may be easier for him to attract money. And these two things might not connect in in his brain in that way, but both things can be true. There can be a systemic incentive for him to do this, and also he can genuinely believe it, or at least delude himself into genuinely believing it. And in more than that, we really can't say much without like access to his internal thought process, which none of us have.
Is ready to embrace a robust, spirited culture of freedom of speech.
Thanks, Hammock.
Where disagreement is welcome, where you're able to have these kind of dialogues and forums. And I think it's a tragedy, it seems to be, that more the right is willing to do it. Prove me wrong if that really is the case.
Yeah, I'm trying to remind the left of who we are, because the left is supposed to be for freedom of speech.
Because, wait, I think we should stop making this about money because that humanizes this whole evil pivot to the right. Well, that's the horrible thing about evil. It is human. They like, sorry, that we need to acknowledge the systemic motivations behind things, while also acknowledging that people can just be dipshits.
Speech. The left needs freedom. If you're gay or you're trans or you're Muslim or you're someone that was otherized at some point in your life, you need freedom more than anyone else does. You need equality more than anyone else does. You need justice more than anyone else does. So if you want those things...
Holy shit, guys. Sorry, no one's pointed this part out. Cenk is literally giving his speech next to the MyPillow ad that is running a $14.88 sale. I thought that they pulled this ad like weeks ago. For those of you who don't know, $14.88 is a reference to the 14 what is it? Is it Heil Hitler? Is that what this is? Is it the 14 words of white supremacy, and then 88 is the Heil Hitler? Yes, there we go. Yeah, the 14 words, like securing a future for the white race or something, securing a future for the children of the white race. I'm mangling it, but also I don't care enough to repeat them correctly. And the 88 is HH Heil Hitler. So, in case you're wondering why people are like, huh, that's weird. It is very weird to specifically have 1488 as a sale price, specifically because if you'll notice here, all of the regular prices are like $49.98 or $69.98 or $79.98 or $29.99. Typically, that's a $29.99 is a typical price point, you know, because it makes it seem like like a whole dollar less, when in reality it's 1 cent less. It's an old sales tactic, but there's really no sales tactic around 88 cents. That is a deliberate choice. So anyway, yeah, I don't think this is the audience that's going to be receptive to this, Cenk. Just thought there.
But you've got to reciprocate. So you've got to not. I want you guys to not assume that
it's not a dog whistle. It's just a whistle. True.
Or that we're bad. But if we're going to do that, the left wing has to do the same. They have to assume that you're not evil. That you don't hate them, and you're not all of these things. So I know from time to time we'll still get back into the battles and we'll still call each other names, right? But overall, if we can begin to not hate each other. And so when we disagree, let's try two more real quick here. Okay. When we disagree, can we agree to not hate each other?
You know, it's a lot easier for him to say that than it is for, you know, like, they hate, well, frankly, they hate Cenk for not being white. Like, they don't think that he should be in America. And if you think I'm wrong on that one, you have not been paying attention to the entire H-1B visa debate going on Twitter right now. Currently, Elon and Vivek are like fighting for their lives, and a lot of conservative Indian voters are learning that, in fact, they are not beloved by white supremacist MAGA. A lot of the MAGA civil war is brewing, and it's honestly too stupid for me to get into right now, but I'm just pointing that out. They do hate people like Cenk. And second of all, they also hate people like me. You know, they specifically want a right to, like, cut me off from the healthcare I need in order to live because I'm a trans woman. You know, they specifically want to destroy my ability to exist, to eliminate transgender ideology, you know, which involves, you know, scrubbing people like me from public life. So, wait, they're deliberately doing it just so the cashier has to give you a penny? Well, they're deliberately doing it because the price seems lower, and that in turn tricks you into making the purchase in the first place. The 99-cent thing.
All right, excellent. And when we have these fights, to Charlie's point, can we, for the first time in my lifetime, begin to actually listen to one another? And Charlie, I'll give you credit on this, because one of the turning points, if you will, in how I started to view the right wing is when you came on the Young Turks at the RNC, and, you know...
I believe I covered that because I was shocked at how, like, little pushback they had against him.
We started talking about banning private equity from buying residential real estate, so which
I totally agree with. that the young people in this audience should not have.
And I will wager literally everything that I own and ever will own on the fact that they will not actually pass any legislation to that effect. None whatsoever. They want private equity to be able to buy up everything. That's the entire premise of, and the reason they have billionaires in cabinet positions.
Have to compete against BlackRock to be able to own a home. Do you guys agree?
So we've got a populist plank on TYT.com that's one of the 6 pillars, right? And all my life I go on Republican shows, I go on right-wing shows. When I say something against the bankers, they're like, no, the bankers are great, the bankers are great. Oh, I was so frustrated. And now all of a sudden we got the right-wing populists saying, let's ban the bankers from buying our homes so they don't drive up the prices. Yes, yes.
Yeah, you know, this guy definitely against the bankers. That's why he's pointing billionaire investment bankers into his government. What an absolute moron. This article came out, by the way, at the beginning of December. It's not like this was a long time ago. This was like 2 weeks before Cenk went and did this.
Yes, the left, take yes for an answer. Take yes for an answer. And look.
Also, yeah, conservatives tend to hate a very specific kind of person when they talk about bankers or globalists. They're not usually talking about people who work at banks, though. They're usually talking about, they're using it as a dog whistle to talk about Jews.
What I said,
I know Cenk knows this, by the way, but he's playing stupid on purpose at the moment.
Line on X was, at least what we got out of this election is, we're no longer in an establishment.
Honestly, Sophie Bliss, like, this is worse than mainstream media because he's trying to normalize to his audience, like, worse politics than mainstream, like, liberal press inculcates in their audience. Like, the mainstream outlets don't have Charlie Kirk on. They don't buddy up to Charlie Kirk, a white supremacist.
Prison. Now we're in the populist woods, right? And if you say, yeah, but we're going to fight in the populist woods, yes, but at least we're all human out here. We defeated the corporate robots, and we've got more fights with the corporate robots to come. But out here in the woods, when I see you guys, I don't hate you anymore, right? I see my fellow Americans. And so in these populist woods, we'll sometimes have skirmishes, sometimes we'll have battles. But the main thing I'm trying to drive with the 6 points to the populist plank, higher wages for Americans, time off for moms after they have a baby, anti-corruption,
totally
anti-war.
Like, I'm sorry, like, this is Charlie Kirk here, okay? This is Charlie Kirk, all right?
DEI story hits so hard because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now thinking about that.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created,
and that's why.
That's not who I am, but it is who you are. You just admitted that you see a black person and you immediately think that they're not qualified to do the job they're doing. That's what white supremacists do. I'm sorry, Cenk, you're sharing a stage with this guy.
Audit the Pentagon.
Oh, yes. So the reason I picked those is not because they're the most left-wing positions, because those are the positions we all agree on, right? And God help the establishment if we actually work together to do those things. And finally, to the heart of your question, Charlie, you know, I proposed on X, cut the Pentagon. Yes. Make sure the generals cannot work for the military-industrial complex afterwards. And free Edward Snowden. Oh.
I agree.
So
none of these things are going to happen. Not a single goddamn one.
It's beautiful that we have populist agreement on the right and the left on those issues. So I'm asking you guys, let's make those a reality, because right now, a lot of my friends on the left don't believe you. They think, no,
it's true. We don't. You know, because we have object permanence. And remember what happened, 2 minutes ago.
Can't possibly be telling the truth, right? No way they're going to cut the Pentagon. No way they're going to have a conflict of interest rule for the generals. No way they're going to do any of this, right? Prove them wrong. Prove them that you are actual populists, that you do mean it, and that we can work together to get those things done.
The thing that infuriates me about this is that I've seen him talk after this interview and argue that, like, well, if I'm wrong, I'll take the L. And it's like, if you're wrong, like, we're not going to be in a position when you finally admit that you were wrong. We're not going to be in a position to, like, I don't know, rebuild things with you. Like, if you're wrong, like, your entire political career is on the line. Like, if you're wrong, you're going to be destroyed by, like, the virtue of how wrong you are. And if you're wrong, we're all going to be in a much worse position where, like, you eating crow isn't going to make us feel better because we're going to have a much bigger thing to deal with that you are actively empowering, this fascist movement.
Cenk, thank you so much. Guys, that was great. Thank you.
It really is disgusting. It really is disgusting. Now, my plan for this was to actually watch this back to back with another thing, but I think we're gonna do, like, this is gonna be kind of like a part one. But I have a final cherry to put on top for you guys, which is that Cenk Uygur is still fundraising off of this. He's sending out emails asking for donations to TYT because of this appearance at the Turning Points USA event. And I know that because I got one and I screenshotted it for you guys. Over the weekend, I attended Turning Point USA's America Fest and joined Charlie Kirk for a conversation about the ways the right and the left could work together to defeat the establishment. First, let's make something crystal clear. I have not gone MAGA. I'm not Dave Rubin, and I'm definitely not a Republican. But something funny happened. I got a standing ovation in a room full of right-wingers. This is Carolyn Poroshenko. This is Carolyn Poroshenko all over again. This is, I went to a Trump rally and people were nice to me. Just writ large. This is what it is. Like, oh, wow, well, I went to this event and they all stood up and clapped for me at the end. They stood up and clapped for Charlie Kirk because he came there and presented your head on a silver platter to his entire audience. That's why they clapped. They clapped because it was the triumph of their ideology over the things you purported to believe in the past, and they saw it as the biggest possible victory for themselves and their movement and their God King Donald Trump. That's why they stood up and clapped. And you were too dumb to understand the dynamics at play in that moment and in that situation. And instead of understanding that you were the butt of the joke, you stood there and said, yes, more. Give me more applause. Yes, this truly is a future that could work. And you are wrong. Completely and utterly, to the greatest possible degree. Did I get booed a few times? Sure. But guess what? I got them to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney too. I'll take that. I understand attacking turncoats who change their opinions to appease the right, but I haven't changed any of my views, and we agree on core issues like corruption and war. You don't. Demonstrably, you don't agree on those issues. Demonstrably. Donald Trump and his base do not agree with you when it comes to corruption. They do not agree with you when it comes to war. They do not agree with you. The level of delusion or misunderstanding or just complete abandonment of principle here is staggering. The fall from grace of TYT and of Cenk Uygur in particular needs to be studied because it is... I don't know. I think we need to save this lesson for posterity, for future generations, because frankly, this is absolute failure. That's what this is, and that's what this looks like. And I'm deeply saddened by it. And I'm deeply angered by it because they could have been a very powerful tool to bring leftists together, to bring the left movement under one large umbrella and to move forward with force and conviction. And instead, we have a complete abandonment of principle. And I feel a little bit responsible due to the fact that I supported them for a long time. You know, at one point I subscribed to TYT. At one point, I had Anna on the show. We talked about a lot of things. We talked about the invasion of Ukraine, and you know, I got shouted out on their main show. I used that as like a trailer for my channel at one point. Yeah. And it's deeply sad. I was really excited, and I really looked up to what they were doing and what they were putting together. I viewed it as something that was aspirational, and now I feel on a personal level like a fool. Yeah, the mods on the TYT channel like my show and will still raid in from time to time. We'll see if that keeps up, but it's sad. Stan Kyle Kalinske now. I've had my disagreements with how Kyle operates for a while, but like at the bottom of it, I agree with him on most things. And I you know, same with a lot of other people on the left, you know? Same with the Majority Report. Same with you know, a lot of these left-leaning outlets and people work really hard and have actual conviction and principle. The Humanist Report is great. I love Lance from the Serfs. I like the Leftist Mafia. Like I've gone on that show. But like at the end of the day, like I just want this to be kind of a cautionary tale, you know? I want this to be a cautionary tale of what power can do to people, what money can do to people, and what having no check on yourself can do to people. You know? And I, there are lots of people in this space who are flawed, whether by being naive or trusting of the wrong people. And like, frankly, I've had to learn the hard way that like, sometimes trusting other figures in this space can backfire spectacularly. And I've talked about it on stream before, but like one of the first people I collaborated with while streaming turned out to be an awful individual who went into hiding because of being accused of sexual assault by like 16 people. Like when you open yourself up to trusting other people with your platform, you can get burned in this business. And that's really, really hard. And so I understand that like certain people in this space can have failings and can have stances I disagree with or can do things that I disagree with. But at the end of the day, we still stand together for largely the same things, right? But that's not what TYT is anymore, It's just not. And for my part, I want to apologize for any degree of normalization I did for them. Yeah, Virgil, Texas would be another example. Not the person I was talking about. I've never been big enough to be noticed by the Chapo boys. Bread into toast. I really appreciate it. You one of the real ones over there. I appreciate you. Now with that is our end of part 1. Part 2, I'm going to be diving into a certain debate encounter that happened like yesterday. And if you haven't seen it, buckle in, because it gets to be a lot. Let's go. Thanks for being here, folks. And Doodleburb, I saw you. I didn't mean to ignore you. I love you. I was in the middle of a serious talking biz. We all love Doodleburb here, don't we, folks? We all love Doodleburb, don't we, folks? Has to be Virgil. Do you think Virgil, Texas is the only person with multiple sexual assault allegations against them who went into hiding? Sadly, that's a much more prevalent problem in society. Just kidding around. Can you reduce volume on Cenk in this one? He yells a lot. I can try. I don't have like a sound setup. Like my reducing volume is just turning down the YouTube video. We'll see. I'll try. Cody Co. You guys are giving me a lot of credit for being bigger than I am. The person I'm talking about is much smaller than anyone you have ever heard of. The only people who know anything about what I'm talking about are people who've like followed me since I had like 10 viewers on Twitch. Oh yeah, it was back when I was streaming with PewDiePie and Mr. Beast. That was some fucking shit, Lady Braincloud. Whew. Now, folks, I was hoping I'd still be okay. It'd still be okay given everything, but I'm still glad I can steer people your way. Out of everyone, you've still been rock solid, and I honestly appreciate your earnest and genuine and based reactions and takes to what's been going down. Bread and toast, you can definitely still rate into me. I don't mind. I won't modulate my stance on the stuff I've said, but like you can still rate into me. And hopefully we can get people into some better politics. I know who it is, but I don't know if it's okay to say. Yeah, you can say the name. The person I was talking about was a streamer who went by Ruel.James. was big in the Canadian Calgary music scene. And like over a dozen people came out with allegations of sexual abuse. And that sucked. That sucked real hard. Real gut punch. Oh, never mind. I didn't know who it was. Oh, well, you got me to say the name. Shocked I never heard of them. I mean, like not huge in Twitch space. I started as a paying TYT fan in 2008 or so. Never figured all these years later I'd be making a documentary about why I had to start a union there. Life is so weird. Yeah. Right? That's why look, all of you have no idea who I'm talking about. So like that's why I wasn't leading with like a name. That Beau of the Fifth Column guy? Did Beau of the Fifth Column like transition? Are they she her now? I don't know what's going on with them. But I haven't heard any SA allegations. Oh, that's his wife? Wait, Beau left his YouTube channel to his wife? Oh, weird. Okay. That's all right. True, Archangel. You've been there since I was doing a podcast about Sailor Moon. And since the days when I was doing the Best Games Period, the best video game podcast to ever exist and will ever exist. Maybe one day I can return to it, my love. Okay, I was really confused. It was like, did Beau of the Fifth Column just start like HRT and I was completely unaware of it? Cenk is your last chance at normalcy, the entire spectrum of the left, and all you guys are dunking on him. It's incredible. I don't think you understand what normalcy is, frankly. He's burning out doing too many videos. That's fair. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break so I can go pee. And after that, I will be back and we will do our part 2. See you in a hot minute. BRB. Hello, everyone. Should I call him Jam Dog? Only for a fun joke. For he is always Jazz Dog. Was perfecting duckface a transition goal or just natural? I don't know what duckface is, if I'm being honest with you. Like, when I think of duckface, I think of, like... But, like, I don't do that with my face. Also, highly suggest reading Vagabond. Okay. You do it a lot, don't worry. I don't... Okay, that explains a lot. There were people, like, maybe a year or two ago coming into my stream being like, why are you doing that with your lips? And I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing with my lips. It's like the neutral expression that I do when I'm just, like, chilling out. Good stuff. You could leave the music turned up? Yeah, but I'm going to be talking, so I figured I would slowly de-escalate it. But what about Darkwing Duckface? The only Duckface I support. But also, if you like the music, check out Jazz Dog. Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know, and the person who made that song. What topic are we on to now? We're on to part 2. What I was talking about earlier. You're super cute. Thank you, Kaz Taz. Got you, Jazz Dog. All right. Now, folks, we have been going for about 6 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, we've covered so much today. Please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream on YouTube, and please consider dropping those subs and donos because, frankly, this show's only made possible thanks to viewers like you supporting me with those subs and donos in the direct way. Consider doing it over on riverboat.gg for maximum effect, or over on youtube.com/riverboatjack. I waited to watch this, both depressing and entertaining. It's true. It's true. Is Vindaloo spicy? Oh, I'm so jealous. I love Vindaloo. Fund the riverboat, it needs fuel. It's true, the riverboat runs off of your subs, donos, and the dreams of children. Appreciated the coverage today? Well, strap yourselves in, because we're about to get into more. What's Vindaloo? It's an amazing Indian dish. Has potatoes, usually some kind of meat of some sort, like a chicken or a lamb, or something along those lines. Is the riverboat green friendly? It is indeed. That's why it runs off of dreams instead of coal. Is Vindaloo actually from the UK? I thought it was just curry. I thought curry, I thought curry was kind of like the bastardized dish. Ethereal, thank you for the $10 dono.
Fuel for the riverboat.
Thank you. Curry is a type of dish? Well, now I'm just confused. Apparently Vindaloo was not invented in the UK. It was invented in Portugal. Interesting. It was invented in Portugal, then went to the Catholic community of Goa in India. Huh. Interesting. Like soup? It is not like soup. Tikka masala is the UK one. Thank you. Driving me nuts. Maybe the one I'm thinking of is Josh. Chicken Josh is my favorite. I don't know where that hails from, but either way it's delicious. Portugal, the man invented Vindaloo. You nailed it. You got it. It's more stew than soup. But you're not supposed to just put it. You're not just supposed to eat it raw. You got to put it on some rice or eat it with some naan bread. If you're just eating it like a soup, you're doing it wrong. Ethiopian food is fucking amazing. What the fuck did I do? No, Josh the food, not Josh the person. All right. Let's crank this out. This is going to be a long segment, folks. Here we go. Hit this marker button. Here we go. So, folks, as many of you have seen, we've talked a lot about Cenk Uygur's strategy, what the hell is going on with him, with TYT, with the left, in the sense that he understands it. What's going on, right? He's been adopting anti-trans stances. He's been playing footsie with far-right conservative political figures like Charlie Kirk. He went on a Turning Points USA stage to a live audience to talk about a potential alliance between the left and the right. That same stage was later occupied by Glenn Beck, who said that that Cenk was a fake conservative and people need to be wary of him. And later the next day, that stage was occupied by Donald Trump. And as far as things go here, this is all bizarre. Like, this is not in keeping with what Cenk has stated his positions are in the past. It's not in keeping with any kind of coherent strategy as far as outside observers can see. And one of TYT's contributors, Francesca Fiorentini, don't know if I'm fabricating that L. I apologize if I am. Decided to have him on to discuss what's happening. And I've seen a large chunk of this, and I have to say, it does not go well. It does not go well. But we're gonna check it out. Because yeah, it's a lot. We're gonna jump right into it, okay? Here we go.
Hey, it's like it's not an understatement to say that I've lost sleep over what's been going on. That I've been really upset, angry, and like wounded, if that makes sense to you.
Okay, I just have to say, like, that's right off the bat, that is a level of honesty to someone who employs her that I find brave. I think that her having her boss on to talk about how, like, yeah, she's angry, she's upset. You know, like, I think that that's brave. Massive respect
I
to
have
her.
also refrained from tweeting at you, Cenk. I've refrained from doing videos about you without your presence. I've refrained from misrepresenting you. But man, on the inside, it's been rough. So I do want to ask you, I feel like we are in the precipice of a really perilous time of true authoritarian.
This isn't even the worst thing Cenk has done in the last 48 hours. I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about or what it could be, because this is pretty bad to me. I watched a bit of the Mark Lamont Hill one, and I think this takes the cake.
Coming to the United States, and someone like you, who has been such a leader on the progressive left, has such a massive role to play in this moment as a stalwart of resistance, as so many of these centrists are kowtowing to the right. And then I see you on the same stages with, and in the same rooms with, the right-wingers who are mouthpieces of said authoritarianism. And I don't believe that you are actually pushing back. Instead, and I think there's a project here, you're trying to find points of agreement. So what are you doing, and why are you doing what you're doing?
Honestly, this is the most fair possible formulation of this question. I'm upset, I'm hurt, but I want to understand what's going on, so please tell me where your head's at. I think this is a very fair question to ask, and in a quite an honest way too.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, that you're having me on as opposed to talking about me and raging, etc., without actually getting into the full conversation. So, look, first, let me acknowledge, Franny, that I get why people are concerned. So you've seen this pattern a number of times. So people think, oh, this is the beginning of the pattern.
Let me know if this is too quiet, chat. I can turn it up. It's going to be a pain in the butt, but I can't do it.
You know how that ends, right? So you see Dave Rubin go talk to Tucker Carlson once. You say, well, okay, he's defending our side or finding a point of agreement, whatever, right? But then next thing you know, he agrees with Tucker again and again and again and again.
Yeah, his quality is
and then
bad.
all of a sudden he's talking about how bad the left is and how my favorite example about how the forest fires in California started because the fire departments allowed gay people to join.
Right. Wild.
Yeah, and Franny, we've seen this movie many times, and me especially as a Muslim, because Israel always finds collaborators and to come out and go, oh, look at this Muslim guy. He says Muslims are violent, and it is in their.
Oh, Cenk went on the Dollcast. Yeah, I refuse to watch that. You guys could not pay me enough money to take a look at that. The Brianna Wu show is awful. I refuse on a point of principle.
Their book, and it's all their fault, right? And one of those mouthpieces. So I understand, guys, that pattern exists.
Okay, so translation, he's trying to distance himself from Dave Rubin comparisons, because I think more than anything that infuriates him. I think more than anything, Cenk is infuriated by comparisons between himself and Dave Rubin. I thought Cenk was an atheist ex-Muslim. Yeah, but you can be like an atheist, but also like culturally like associated with like a religion. You know, like someone can be an atheist but still celebrate Christmas. You know, like the two are not mutually exclusive.
And so why people would be concerned the minute it seems like you're taking the first step there. But it is possible to not do that pattern. And we are not doing that pattern. And there's massive differences there, right? So they let go of all their positions. We've let go of none of our positions. And people think this is
unless I'm wrong. Maybe he is like still practicing. I have no idea.
After the election, but apparently, as you know, I've been battling what I call the far left for years now. So I think that's a perfectly fine area of disagreement to have within a movement. I know that some people think, no, we're not allowed to disagree, and any disagreement is heresy, right? And that's a core thing that we'll probably discuss here today, right? That's one of the issues. And so now, in terms of, so why am I doing it, or how did it come about? So
I really want him to list more specifics in who he thinks he has an ally in this. Like, who is he appealing to in elected office? Who is he appealing to in, like, the base? Like, what effect does he think that his strategy will have? Because I don't get it. I don't get his mental calculus whatsoever.
How it came about is when I was doing that protest
Mr.
running
J.
against
Logic.
Biden, I went on all the shows I possibly could, left wing, right wing, etc. And on the right wing shows, I was expecting what I always get from right wing, which is
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean, Quigley. And I'll just read your comment. I don't consider myself religious, but I still fast for Lent and hold a banquet for Christmas, Mardi Gras, and Easter. Yeah, exactly.
the Republicans are right and you guys are all evil and no points of agreement, just a bunch of robots, right? And what I started to see was they're not as robotic as we thought they were, right? And so there was like these flashes of like, wait, they actually genuinely hate Mitch McConnell.
Francesca has a really good poker face.
That's interesting. I know why. I know it's because Trump said he was bad, right? But at the same time, there's a second reason. And I know that a lot of people on the left don't believe it, but I'm here to tell you that I've seen it with my own eyes. There are actual populists in those right-wing hills, and they don't like the establishment. They hate the establishment. Now, they don't have the same opinions with us on social issues, cultural issues, etc. And then they genuinely hate war. Now, if Trump declares war on Panama and they all go along, then I was wrong. Okay, so we'll get to that too. And so more and more. And Charlie Kirk came on in the RNC, and this is the one that really threw me for a loop, and I couldn't believe it. He started talking about how bad BlackRock was and how private equity is buying up all the homes in America. And I'm like, that's what we think. That's what we say, right?
Also, there's a non-zero chance that Charlie Kirk was saying that because it had the word black in it, and he's hella racist. You realize that, right? Right? like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a raging white supremacist. He believes in great replacement theory. He's the kind of person who gets on a plane, sees a black pilot, and wants to get off the plane because he doesn't think black people can pilot planes. Like, he's a racist. Like, you can't be like, yeah, we're buddies. Because even if Charlie Kirk does believe in, like, barring BlackRock from buying public properties as investments, his priority is always going to be on discriminating against black people. Like, you can't, like, he's going to be like, yeah, BlackRock can't invest in any properties except in historically black neighborhoods. Like, that's the kind of thing that a populist Charlie Kirk would do, you know?
And I couldn't believe that Charlie Kirk, of all people, was coming in our direction on that issue. And so I think their funding might have changed, to be honest. And so the right is not the monolith that we thought they are.
Their funding might have changed, so maybe I can work with them now. Is such an insane assessment.
And
are you
right
kidding
now,
me?
Since they've gotten past their robotic establishment, they're in a state of kind of chaos, a chaos that's not so bad in my opinion. And so
they're not in a state of chaos. Donald Trump put his daughter-in-law in charge of the RNC. It's all consolidated under him. He is the establishment.
And you're seeing it today, like MAGA attacking Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. If they were,
I have seen parts of this, Josh. I have seen enough to know that it gets real bad, but not quite enough to know where it goes.
Monolith, and they were robots, and they were a cult that would never happen. Now, I happen to agree with Elon and Vivek on that issue.
I was going to ask you, actually.
Yeah, but first of all, hey, there I am agreeing with Elon and Vivek. Why? Because they agree with us on
So this
H-1B
is about
visas.
HB1 visas and allowing high skilled professional immigrant workers who work in tech to be allowed in. The MAGA base says that that's obviously immigration and they want to cut down on that. But
this is, by the way, a good summary of like the MAGA civil war that's happening right now. Basically, Elon and Vivek are like, no, H-1B visas are good actually, because that's how we get a lot of highly skilled labor into the country. And the MAGA base that's like, no, we want zero immigration. We want to cut because also Indian people shouldn't be in America. Like they're not, like, they thought they were in the club. You know, Vivek and Elon thought they were in the club, and they're finding out that they're not, because the MAGA base is built around a concept of racism. You know? And sure, TYT might be fine. It's possible. We'll see. But as far as my opinion of them goes, it's tanked right into the gutter.
But Elon and Vivek, again, two millionaire and the richest man on earth, want that. Does that not fly in the face of some of what you've been saying about the base and how the base is actually great and the base is great at populist ideas? One of those populist ideas, Cenk, is mass deportations, is stopping any migration, is getting people out of this country.
Yeah. So, Franny, it's a great question. And so that's why what's happening today is actually...
It's not a MAGA civil war. Musk wasn't MAGA until, what, 2 years ago? Let me put it this way. The faction with the world's richest man is currently beefing with the faction of, like, racists, virulent racists in the party's base. And frankly, only good things can come from that, in my opinion. Like, I think that any cracks that become fissures and become canyons in their coalition is good for basically anyone who wants their entire operation to fall apart. So.
She's so interesting because, number one, are we allowed to agree with anyone on the other side? Elon said terrible things. He backed that crazy radical right-wing party.
I don't think that it's nativism versus neoliberalism. It's nativism versus... frankly, like, techno-feudalism. Like, Elon Musk is embedded in, like, that Silicon Valley, that whole Silicon Valley ecosystem. You know, that same place where the ideology of Balaji Srinivasan thrives, the fascist mystic of Silicon Valley. He wants, like, this kind of techno-feudalism where, you know, it's the enlightened, educated class versus, you know, the dregs of society. He holds up, like, Blade Runner as a goal to achieve for the world, and that's deeply sad.
In Germany, etc., right? But that doesn't mean he's wrong about these visas. We've had that position on visas our whole lives, right? We agree with, or he has now come to agree with us. Same with Vivek.
It's just at the base of MAGA don't want techno-feudalism. They want fascism. You know, these are different ideologies that can in some ways overlap, but ultimately conflict in their end goal.
But what's interesting is, so now MAGA, the populist base of MAGA, rebels against Elon and Vivek. So number one, that shows that that my thesis.
I think the not Fuentes but Kirk is very telling, because he's saying if they are too obvious, no, but if they dog whistle, we are fine. It is really bizarre, right? I think that kind of hits the nail on the head here. Like, as long as they're dog whistling, you know, relatively quietly, we can work with them. You know, we'll left whistle to the populists and get them on our side while we're inside their own house. It really is bizarre. The line of logic does not follow.
That they will rebel against their leaders is true. Okay. Now, do I agree with them on this rebellion? I don't. But remember, just because they're populist doesn't mean they agree with us on everything. On social and cultural issues, We have massive disagreements, massive. I'm looking for the agreements on the economically populist stuff. So on this one, they're anti-immigration. And so again, it's not a monolith. It's a little bit more complicated, but overall, the massive MAGA is anti-immigration. And I obviously don't agree with them on that. I'm an immigrant and I'm first generation. I wasn't even born here, right? So all this talk of deportations and now this crazy thing that one of them came out with denaturalizing people, that's just nuts, right? So, and I say that to their face in all the shows that I go on. I go, look, I don't agree with this. I don't.
Cenk and people are reading too much into the split. That's why I haven't done like a whole video on it. But also, what's interesting is that in this particular split, Elon Musk is ridiculously wealthy. Now, maybe that doesn't necessarily matter too much now that Donald Trump has, control over the United States of America and more money than even Elon Musk can leverage. But like, he's still a large asset. There's no real way around the fact that Elon Musk has more money than a lot of individuals on the planet. My guess would be that Donald Trump tries to ignore it for as long as possible and just kind of does his own thing. Well, I guess we'll see if Donald Trump tries to moderate when it comes to talking about Elon Musk. We'll see.
Don't agree with that. I think you're nuts on this, right? But now we do agree on some things: anti-war, anti-corruption, etc. Even if I know, guys, Trump is massively corrupt, and they've been misdirected. But within that chaos of the right wing, interesting, different.
Alter Boy, I had not heard that Donald Trump sided with Elon Musk. That's very interesting. Where might I find out more about that? Trump came out on the side of H-1B. That's very interesting. We'll see. We'll see.
Coalitions can break out, as you're seeing today with these different coalitions within MAGA. Yeah. So imagine if we had, this is really wild, right? But you've got to take a first step to be able to get to this ultimate conclusion. Imagine if we had voting blocks that weren't strictly Republican or Democrat or strictly MAGA or not, and we could then join the voting block, in this case with Vivek and Elon, and protect these visas, right? Or in another case, we could join the populist right-wing bloc and prevent a war. Again, those are like huge dreams.
But the issue is that there's not a block of populist right-wing politicians. That doesn't exist. You might be able to argue that there's some 1% that fall into the base category of that, but like not really in the political in elected office.
I think it's sort of a deal with the devil either way. I do want to just step back. I want to step back from the news a little bit and truly understand what you believe you are doing and who you believe you represent. Just really briefly, who you believe you represent when you go on these shows. You say we a lot, and I'm not sure who you are referring to when you say we. Is it yourself? Is it you? And is it Anna and you and Anna? Is it all of TYT? Is it the broader left? Who do you think you represent when you go on these shows to make the case about how there's commonality?
Yeah. So great question again. So first off, for folks who don't know, Young Turks is the flagship show of the TYT network. So the TYT network is the whole left. So
yeah, okay. So if Elon Musk goes, if Donald Trump goes pro H-1B, like, I think that kind of settles the question. The rest of his ethno-nationalist base will follow him. Like, that basically heals up the fissure in the coalition, right? That's honestly all there is to it. It's not going to go anywhere after this. It's been fun to watch the rage on Twitter, I guess, but that's about it.
So Franny's on the TYT network.
TYT's the whole left. Wait a minute, I'm not on TYT, and I'm on the left. CinemaSin thing.
Shows on the TYT network, and at least on the podcasting side. And so Franny is to the left of me on many issues. So is Jordan Ewell. So many.
Jack, get on there, girl. I don't know that I want to be on this show. I don't know. I don't know that I want to board this sinking ship.
Other people, right? And so I never block anyone from stating their opinions. And I like that we have the whole range, right? And in the past, we've had
Have a
David
good queen
Pakman,
and dinner,
as
bread and
part of the
toast.
like the YouTube network broadly, the
But
multi-channel.
who's the we, Cenk? Who's the we? You've said these things before, and I have
So
have
that's
thoughts on them. But who's the we?
So that's TYT. TYT is that whole spectrum of left-wing thought. And as you know, Franny, we debate on the show all the time.
We don't. We really like. I just want to be fair. Like, we don't, because if we did, we would have had this conversation many times. But we don't. Number one,
No.
I am not the main host. Anna Kasparian is. Number two, I am rarely the fill-in host. Jordan Ewell has been filling in quite frequently. Number three, when I do fill in as a host or as a guest, it depending on the story is when we can actually sometimes maybe squeeze in 1 or 3 minutes of debate, but we have to keep it moving. That is the job. The job is to do the news. It's to get to all the different things. So I just want.
I mean, like, that's an excellent point, right? The nature of the show is not prolonged debate. You know, they do have maybe segments of that after the show, but it's not always for every single person he's on, or that is on. You know, like, I think this is a point well made.
I just want to say that it's very unfair to say that these debates have happened on the main show. Certainly not with me, maybe once around trans issues, but I want to leave that aside. Who is we? Who are you saying when you say we?
Okay, but let me address that real quick. But yes, but I've gotten into so first of all, we do the news, so we debate within that news story. Is it a shorter period of time? Yes. Sometimes I'll do longer ones. I did a longer one with Jordan Ewell and Jules Sulzdayev, et cetera, and here we are within the network, et cetera. So now that's TYT is the left.
Does he really think that debating people for like 2 minutes on air per news story is like the full back and forth that's necessary here?
Young Turks is the flagship show. That's me and Anna, and so I would say that we, as in me and Anna, are maximum populist, but not maximum left. Right?
Oh, damn. First drop of the maximum left. Max left. You can call me Max. Max left. Okay, this is a genuine question. Is Cenk aware of the power dynamic that exists between him and one of his hosts? Like one of the people who works for him? Is he aware of that? Because it doesn't really seem like he is when he's talking about how we've had all this great debate on air. And it's just kind of like, what are you talking about, bro? You're debating your employees. This is a really great screen grab.
Right? So I am maximum left on some issues, but not all issues. And so those are two different
maximum
political spectrums.
left.
There's the left-right spectrum and the establishment populist spectrum. I mean, now see Emma Vigeland defending the establishment, which is mind-blowing.
Ari,
What are you talking about, bro? What establishment is she protecting? You were advocating for Kamala Harris to win the election by the end of your coverage. Like, are you simping for the establishment left? What are you doing?
I want to leave that aside, but I just want to, because I really want to talk about what.
He's so fucking salty about the Majority Report. It's honestly wild.
You are doing and what you believe you are doing. And I want to just explain, by showing, and I want to ask you what you think the goal is of what you are doing. But here was a moment where you were on TPUSA's on Turning Point USA's conference, and Charlie Kirk, who is a Christian nationalist, he's an avowed Christian nationalist. TPUSA has had wildly racist and white supremacists associated with them, including inviting people like Nick Fuentes to speak.
Yeah. This is why it's so interesting to me that like Cenk specifically was like, well, Charlie Kirk isn't Nick Fuentes, because I don't know about that one. I don't know how much daylight exists between their two political positions, frankly. But let's continue on.
No matter what you think of his thoughts on BlackRock, here is him asking you about left media. And I gotta say, Cenk, this one sucked real hard for me. And you also, I think, have been using these opportunities to talk a lot about the left to the right.
I think the left has some work to do in developing over-the-top media to be able to bypass the main networks.
Yeah, so we have TYT as a giant network, but we have a lot of great progressive and populist shows that are not part of TYT. That's in the left-wing ecosystem.
I just want to stop and say I'm excited to hear which ones you like, given that you just sort of insulted Emma Vigeland just now. I'm curious which ones you actually do still support that aren't your own, but I'm going to keep going, Cenk. Hang on.
So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't think that there isn't enough show.
It is kind of a power move to be like, pause the video. I am curious about this question, and then just move on without giving him an opportunity to say anything. Honestly, good power move there. Yeah.
I think that there's a couple others. One, on the right, you guys do a great job of coalescing. Okay, so you do a couple of things well. You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
We're glad Cenk's here, right, everybody?
And a lot of people on the left know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome, right? Come join us, right? On the left, if you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here, you're a right-winger, you're a fascist, right? But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right?
Okay, so there you are, and you know.
Yeah, love it. Stick with 100% of what I just said there. I'm 100% right about that. So let's discuss.
Yeah, let's discuss. You had your say there, and you've been saying various degrees of that same thing. And I gotta say, like, I watched this whole.
Also, can I just pause real quick and just point out that, like, I know that Cenk has like a lot of contempt for Nick Fuentes, right? As everyone should, right? But one of the issues here is that Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk both support the same political figures. You know, there was a story, I don't know, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, of Nick Fuentes meeting with a Republican strategy firm, right? Here, I'll bring up this article. Here we go. This is from the Texas Tribune. What to know about Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist who is just hosted by a major Texas political action committee leader. And if you go down here, on Sunday, the Texas Tribune published photos of Fuentes at the headquarters of Pale Horse Strategies, where he spent nearly 7 hours on Friday. Pale Horse is owned by Jonathan Strickland, a former state representative who also leads Defend Texas Liberty, a political action committee that two West Texas oil billionaires have used to give millions of dollars to right-wing candidates, including Attorney General Ken Paxton and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. And you know what? You know who Charlie Kirk supports down in Texas? Those exact same people. These, you know, he tries to make these distinctions between Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk, and those distinctions just don't really exist. They don't. You know, Nick Fuentes is louder about it and more obnoxious about it than Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk is an older man. And he's had time to, like, figure out how to say what he needs to say in order to court this racist audience. And Nick Fuentes is just saying it bluntly, to put it lightly. But the actual meat of their ideologies is largely the same.
I watched the whole clip, and it started off, and I was like, this is pretty good. This is good. Like, pretty good interview. You know, I like that you're sitting down. It wasn't bad. This moment, like, truly a part of me died.
Which is, you know, like, I gotta be honest, I was horrified by the entirety of the interview. Like, it's really, really bad. But I can understand someone who's kind of has a vested interest in this being mortified after, with some plausible deniability here, reaching that point in the interview. Cenk is also incredibly angry right now at Francesca. You telling me he's just going, that's his happy face? Just eating his own lips? Nah.
When I watched this.
Wow, I can't believe that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
go
Oh,
ahead.
super. Just like shriveled up and died.
Yeah, this is her boss. She's talking to the man who employs her. The dynamics here are terrifying for her, and I massive respect to Francesca for speaking truth to power.
Floated away into the ocean. Here's what happens. Couple things. He asks you about left-wing media and why there isn't more left-wing media. Which already, as you are there, in the sort of kingdom of turning points, is like, that's such a dig. Like, why are you guys so weak is effectively what he's saying. And instead of pointing out the way that TPUSA has been bankrolled by Republican mega donors out of Chicago and many other places for years now, and talking about how the Daily Wire was funded by the Fracking brothers, the Wilkes brothers. Now they're fishing for new, investors, whatnot, but that there is so much money on the right. He handed this answer to you on a fucking platter, and all you said was, you know what? You guys are really good at being welcoming. People just like you, Cenk.
Excellent point, Fran. Excellent point, Francesca. Like, yeah, the fact that there are billionaires willing to just dump limitless cash into this makes a huge, huge difference. Huge difference. Ugh, arachnomancy. I forgot to get an alcoholic beverage for this, and I'm really regretting my choice and my lack of foresight here. And also my lack of pizza.
They've got all the money.
I didn't say people just
what are
like
you
me. That's very
talking
different.
about? That's effectively what you're good at coalescing. And here's my question to you about so that's just number one on the media, because that just,
I mean, yeah, saying something along the lines of like, you're just good at coalescing is a dodge. It's a dodge of the fundamental issue, which is that untold amounts of money go into conservative media that, like, gotta be honest here, guys, doesn't go into far left media. I can tell you that much. That's because this show is brought to you by you guys, the viewers. Consider dropping those subs and donos today to help me continue to live and do this show.
it stings because I'm in media. But on the 5%, if you disagree with MAGA 5%, they still welcome you. How did that work out for Liz Cheney?
Yeah. So look, is there a part of MAGA that'll push you out?
I do like that. I do like that she's pushing back with a little bit of teeth. I like that she's got that fight. She's got that fight. You know, I appreciate it. There's a sharp edge here. You know, how did this work out for Liz Cheney? Because it didn't work out too hot, did it? Didn't work out.
Of course. That's what we know.
When do they push you out, Cenk? When do they push you out?
Largely when you disagree with Trump.
Exactly.
So listen.
That's why you're welcome on the stage, bro. You're welcome on that stage for as long as you agree with the dear leader. And when the dear leader declares that Liz Cheney and Don Cheney, or Don Cheney? Oh my God. Oh my God. Brain fart. Help me, chat. His name's not Don Cheney. Dick Cheney. God. Dick Cheney. Thank you. Now everyone's spamming chat with Dick. Excellent stuff. Yeah, my brain was trying to combine Lon Chaney and Dick Cheney, and it got Don Cheney.
This is the thing that it's the unspoken thing that you're never saying, that ultimately it's all hunky-dory. Elon can tweet back at you. Vivek can listen to you. But if you defy Donald Trump, the God Emperor, you're kicked out of the castle. And no one's defending Liz Cheney. Screw both their castle and the other castle. But Liz Cheney voted with Donald Trump.
Grigor here. You are watching the Cenk. I heard he sold his studio to Polymarket. Perhaps the illustrious Riverboat Jack studio needs a sponsorship for high-level ideas?
Grigor Niet Russian, perhaps I do need sponsorship for high-level ideas. We've got a lot of high-level ideas over here, but no sponsorships.
Sorry for it only being $5, but I want to support and I am drunk. ****** these fascist fucks. And also play Warframe.
Wait, I'm sorry, text-to-speech will censor fuck, but not fucks? Alright. Make it make sense. You can't. Thank you for the $5, though. Also, Warframe looks really cool. I don't have the time to play it, but it does look really cool. Especially like the 1990s Warframe expansion progression they added. I don't know what's going on with Warframe, but it looks cool.
98% of the time, and just the 1% when she was like, hey, you know what? You can't do a coup on this country. And Adam Kinzinger, and they were gone. So miss me with this 5% BS, yo.
So, all right, Franny, a whole bunch of things here. So, number one, you're right. That's definitely how Turning Point started. Daily Wire certainly started that way. I don't know what their current funding is, but they seem to have a lot more funding than any of us do. So you're right, and I have said that in the past, and I probably should have put that in there in that particular appearance, and I will mention that, and that'll.
Oh my God, Cenk Uygur admitting that he could have done something better. Hell just froze over.
Really great on their nerves, but I've got no problems telling their audience, and I tell them all the time, no, you guys have way more money, and they're always shocked by that.
But also, we definitely know where a lot of these groups get their funding from, because a lot of it's public.
Because they're swimming in money and don't realize how much we're starving out here on the left, right?
Sure.
So, and I talked on Tim Pool's show about that, etc. Now, when it comes to the 5%, 95%, yeah, I hear you. So it's when you disagree with Trump, especially in the past, especially in the first term, etc.
I test. Asterisk, 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 fucked, fucks, fuckery, fucking, fuckily, shit, shits, shitted, shittery, shitting, asterisk, 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 asses, assing, assily, asterisk, 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 bitches, bitching, bitchily, biatch. Thank you.
So it's just a test of the emergency sensor system. Thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin.
You're a goner, right? But they are pushing back even on Trump now. So, and again, on things that we don't agree with, but on COVID, for example, they thought that Trump did too much COVID protections, etc. And there was, and this is really encouraging. When I talk about Team Miriam, Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, Mike Huckabee, and Mike Waltz. So those are the four that were put in by the neocons put in by Miriam Adelson. In the old days, what I would have gotten, Franny, is, no way, they're the greatest. They're not neocons. You're a liar. Trump picked them. Trump's the best. Now what I'm getting from the right-wing host, which is amazing, and let alone the base, they're all saying, yeah, I hear you. We got concerns about them. We got concerns, okay? So that's the thing I never...
But the concerns about them in the context of MAGA is that they might be too Jewish. Like that's the concern these people have. They're being run by like QAnoners. Like what do you think the base is being run by, Cenk? It's by like QAnon dipshits who believe the Jews are orchestrating a global conspiracy to siphon away all the precious adrenochrome from tortured children. Like when they're upset about like, oh, Miriam Adelson helped get certain conservatives elected, they think that because Miriam Adelson is Jewish, she's corrupted them. with her Jewishness.
Never heard before. So that is a change. Now, in terms of the concept that I'm referring to, the 5%, 95%, but Franny, we're in the middle of that right now. This is the perfect example. So I started the largest.
Anton, preacher, it's okay. I understand. I understand. I feel a duty to just follow this through to the rock bottom, and I do hope that this is rock bottom. I hope that we don't have to talk about Cenk, Uygur, or TYT again. But unfortunately, we may have to, because they're turning into a conservative outlet that, you know, we need to push back on. They're too large for us to ignore if they continue down this road. But we'll see, I guess.
Progressive network. I've given dozens of progressives opportunities they didn't have before. I started Just Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. The minute I disagree, like 5% on trans issues or crime, everybody's like right wing, fascist, right wing,
That's not
almost every.
But also, like, your disagreement is bad and not rooted in any facts. Your disagreement is like rooted in like trans girls playing sports. You just kind of think they have an unfair advantage because question mark. Like, it's not a good reason to hold the position you do. You know, that's just, and when you have that position without a good reason for holding it, that comes across as pretty transphobic. Yeah. When you fly in the face of accepted medical practice and science, as endorsed by the vast majority, overwhelmingly vast majority of medical institutions in the United States, and your reason is, I just don't like it. Well, like, that's transphobic, man. Like, that's why. That's why people are calling you transphobic, because you hold positions that are not backed up by medical science or by sports science, and your excuse for doing so is just it makes you feel weird.
Every show is saying that, almost every show. So you telling me that you don't push people out? You're pushing out the movement overall. At least the online left movement seems to be trying to push out the one network that has helped progressives more than any other network, and it's not in dispute. But my God, we have 5% disagreement. So
I don't know, dude. It seems like you've if you want to try playing that card, we got to take a look at some of your record. Who did you help spawn in this space? Was it Dave Rubin? Was it I don't know. Was it any other individuals who may have been on the show in the past? Jimmy Dore, maybe, from Aggressive Progressives? Or what was that other guy's name? Michael Tracy? Or I don't know. There it seemed like maybe we could find a few others if we really put our minds to it. But at the moment, like, your track record isn't that great when it comes to high profile people who spun off from TYT. You got Hassan, and that's about it.
Tear it down. This is the destructive extreme.
Oh, Franny,
that I honestly.
Francesca is absolutely aces, Zuni. I've always liked Francesca. She's got great positions from what I've seen, and from what I'm seeing here, an immense amount of integrity that I personally value in people I pay attention to on the left.
That portion, that kind of destructive attitude is poison. It's not just poison to us, it's poison to our chances.
Is it just me, or do you sound New Jersey when you say TYT? I might. I do say it kind of weird.
Winning. Because we keep pushing people out. We keep pushing people out.
It's true, Gamer G. Francesca does have great style. I've been trying to figure out what this top is, and I don't know what it is exactly. I don't have the full picture, but I do think she looks cool in it. She looks like some kind of main. She's got main character fashion. And I think that's the highest compliment I can give anybody.
And all of a sudden, we lost all the swing states and we lost the popular vote. I'm trying to get our side to wake up, snap out of.
Well, yeah, I understand that it's denim. I understand that, but it's not just a normal jean jacket. There's like a tie at the top here, and I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
hypnosis of we hate, and we hate the right wing, and they're all white supremacists, and they're all racist, and they're all sexist, and we hate, and we never go in the room with them. We hate. What the hell happened to us? And no one's allowed to disagree. We're now authoritarian. No.
Wait,
I
Cenk,
rebel.
can I just clarify?
I will never allow the left to be authoritarian.
Oh, Denim Dan joke.
And this idea of just
I'm
hating the other
uncultured.
side is poison.
You know what's so funny about you calling the left authoritarian is that you think the left has power. Like, I love that you think
total nonsense.
we are on the precipice of.
I mean, like, I do think this is maybe a misstep in a point here, because like having power doesn't mean you can't be authoritarian. You can still be an authoritarian without power, the same way you can still be a fascist without power. The issue here is that like Cenk's use of the word authoritarian just doesn't make sense, when what he's really saying is people disagree with me, not that people want authoritarianism in like their governing structures, which is what, when you invoke the term authoritarian, it's typically what people mean when they're talking about political actors, not people criticized me and therefore they're authoritarian. Is Fran okay? I don't know. I like saying Francesca.
Real authoritarianism and real fascism, and you believe that the online left are the authoritarians? I mean, I don't know how to tell you. You sound like Bill Maher and Nancy Pelosi had a kid, and it came out Cenk Uygur. And let me just ask you, though. Let me just ask you. So what shows on the left do you like that aren't on the TYT network?
Yeah, so I said, look, there's a lot of good popular shows on the left that I like, and it's because there are. So Breaking Point's a good show. Kyle Kalinski's Secular Talk is a good show.
You know what? I tried it. ACAB includes Town Police. I didn't like it. I'm never doing that again.
He was against me going on MAGA. I haven't seen his video, but Kyle's been against us a couple of times. But I largely didn't hold a grudge on that.
But wait, let me just stop you. First of all, you had a great conversation with Crystal Ball. I think she made some really good points to you on.
I bet that Cenk really loves Breaking Points, specifically because Sagar Ajeti's on it. That's my very uncharitable take here, is that he's like, Sagar Ajeti is on this show, therefore it's good. One of the reasonable conservatives. I bet that's why. Unironically, I bet that he's like Sagar Ajeti. He's a populist. He and I agree on a lot of things. And meanwhile, I feel like Crystal has gotten a lot better with dealing when it comes to dealing with Sagar's fascism. But I bet Cenk is ripe for the Sagar grift. I bet he's ripe for it.
I think it was on Breaking Points. Kyle has, I think, been very disturbed, especially by your appearance with Charlie Kirk. But what you just said there, they've been against us. I really want to just dig into.
I wouldn't say Kyle Kalinske is a liberal. Yeah, I wouldn't say that Kyle Kalinske is a liberal. He's a leftist. He's a lefty. I think he has more mainstream appeal. Like, I think a better one to point to for being a liberal would be like David Pakman. Like, Pakman is liberal as hell.
This idea that, because you're a fighter, man. That's cool. That's great. But like, you really do have a very I almost want to call it Bush-like, Cheney-like, you're with us or against us attitude.
100% wrong.
Like, you just literally, I love that you're proving my point. But when I say this, you truly, you sound like people are either against you.
It is kind of telling here that like Fran isn't allowed to like finish her statements before Cenk tries to jump in. Like, if this was a more respectful debate, like, I feel like he would allow her to finish speaking first. Are sock Dems liberals? I don't think anyone who identifies as a socialist is a liberal. And like, frankly, social democrats can like, I think they're close enough. I think ultimately you can convince a social democrat to be a socialist.
But if they criticize you, They are not. And yet, here you are, Cenk, telling the entire right wing that all you want to do is break bread with them, that you want to debate with them, but afterward you want to go have a beer.
Yes, I do.
You want to have a beer with people who want to who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right.
You think we're going to get put in camps? Their candidate ran on putting 11 million people into deportation camps. What do you mean? That was literally one of the cornerstone promises. Like they want to put millions of people into deportation camps. Like, oh, we're supposed to divine that Donald Trump is lying about that particular point, but not lying about the populism. We're supposed to divine that the MAGA base is somehow not on board with the campaign promise to deport 11 million people, but is on board with all of the populist promises for some reason. That's batshit. That's bananas. It's bananas. The guy that Donald Trump picked to be like in charge of the border is 100% on board with this too. They intend to try and enact it. Pretending like it's not like they don't want to do this is baby brain shit.
Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my fucking family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
That's such an excuse. Okay, they're going to start with Muslims. They're going to start with my people. Okay?
Sure.
I mean, they're not going to start with Muslims or Chinese people. They're going to start with undocumented immigrants. Predominantly Hispanic immigrants. But also, like, I feel for Francesca's point here because, like, yeah, once they have that underway, they're going to start looking for other people too, for people who aren't American enough, aka white enough. And in that when that happens, like, yeah, Cenk is on the block, Francesca's family's on the block. Like, once it gets that bad, yeah. Anyone who is not deemed American enough is someone that they're going to want to consider stripping of citizenship, which is something they want to do away with. They want to get rid of birthright citizenship, and they want to have the ability to strip citizenship from current citizens, or they want to have the ability to deport current citizens.
At all. So just stop hiding behind vulnerable communities.
I'm hiding behind vulnerable communities.
Yes, you are. You're using them as human shields.
I'm standing in front of...
You're using them as human shields. They are her. Her family's... Did she not just point out that her family is, like, Chinese? And so, like... And thus would be targeted? She's not hiding behind a vulnerable community there. Like, that's insane, dog. It's insane.
Of vulnerable communities, James.
No,
what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm in front of vulnerable communities. I'm the most endangered, Franny.
By tweeting at Elon Musk? Please.
No, he's not. He's a multimillionaire. He's a multimillionaire with all the means at his disposal to get out of Dodge if something bad happens. And not only that, he's ingratiating himself with the incoming regime. And not only that, like, the first people on the chopping block are gonna be the powerless ones, the undocumented immigrants.
No, help me! Come on,
so
Cenk. This is
totally
so sad. That's so sad.
Let's
take it down. Let's simmer down. No. Simmer down. I'm asking. Let me just ask you, real, honest to God.
You already said 12 things that I need to respond to. Can I respond to them?
No, I want to ask you this one question.
Of course not.
Let's talk about you going on these shows. Just simmer down. Let me ask you one question. Imagine if Kamala Harris had won. Okay, she wins. She wins the popular vote. She wins obviously the Electoral College. Incredible, first female president, blah, 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 all this stuff. And Tucker Carlson started making all these rounds on like really like progressive leftist shows, went on Kyle's show, went on my show. I'm like, who the hell? Started reaching out and wanting to talk and wanting to come to agreement on things. What would that look like to you?
Yeah, it would look like Tucker was trying to reach out. Tucker's about.
Dude. Absolute fucker. This to me shows how utterly empty this man is. Because look, if that happened and Tucker Carlson was doing the left-wing circuit, going on and being interviewed by leftists, it would be one of two things. It would be either an attempt to grift off of like finding Jesus and like, the leftist version of that, I guess. Or he would be accepted onto these left-wing shows as a way of, frankly, displaying dominance as a trophy. Much like what I was saying about Cenk at that Turning Point USA event. He was being brought out and trotted out as a trophy. This is literally the Jimmy Dore arc, almost exactly. Yep.
A bad example because I would be surprised if he did that. But okay, yeah, no
Right.
problem.
What would it
But
look like to you?
care. I wouldn't. And do I think that Tucker would be selling out? No, there's no chance.
No. Well, I'm not. It's not even. It's not about selling out. What would that?
It's really interesting that Cenk doesn't seem able to answer this question. Like, what would it look like? And he's like, what? Do you think it means selling out? It's interesting where his mind goes when all he needs to do is answer the question. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate it.
Like, what would it just seem like? Hey, man, we can agree. Yeah, you know what? I did say that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire and she's basically a communist, but now I just feel like I've antagonized you and I'm
also like Cenk trying to take the high ground here is doubly weird considering that like, oh man, everyone's telling me I'm not on the left anymore. It's like, bro, you literally endorsed like Republicans for office. What do you talk? You voted for like a Republican politicians like this past year. Like, what are you doing, man? Why are you trying to take this moral high ground and superiority when like you've been endorsing Republican candidates?
Here to like break bread and let's talk and let's get stuff done. What would that look like to you?
It would look surprising, but I wouldn't care. I'd find it interesting. Why? What does it look like to you?
See, to me, guys, when I look at Cenk Uygur's face here, and he, like, this is either complete feigned ignorance, or he genuinely doesn't know what it would look like. You know? He genuinely doesn't know. Well, it would just be really interesting, you know? Dude, you've been a political commentator for like 20 years. You can't even surmise what it might look like to other people in this hypothetical. Can't even, I don't know, hazard a guess.
I mean, to me, if Tucker Carlson did that, I'd be like, oh, we fucking won. We won like
bingo
crazy. We won so resoundingly.
Bingo.
He's
Trophy.
doing an apology tour because 3 ghosts visited him in the middle of the night and he's completely changed his tune because he wants to throw down with the winners. We are crushing it. And I saw in that moment, you want me to play it for you? When Charlie Kirk goes, "We're glad Cenk's here, everybody." And that was the feeling that I think a lot of right-wingers have when they look at you, Cenk, where they're like, damn, yo, we crushed so hard, even this guy.
He's the guy who founded the network that he labeled as the home of progressives. And he's trying to say that him being paraded onto these right-wing shows and agreeing with them profusely and talking about how he's finally seen the light about Republicans, that's not a victory for them. That's bizarre, man.
Guy is turning now.
Yeah, except I'm not turning. I've said it 2,000 times.
I'm just saying what it would look like. I'm just saying what it would look.
You keep saying it like it's true when it isn't remotely.
Yeah, I
true.
don't think
Okay, let me
Francesca's going to be with.
So, okay, number one, you're empirically wrong because guess what's happening
with TYT
Matt
for
Gaetz
much
has
longer.
reached out to us, Tucker Carlson, to come on our shows, and so it's your exact analogy, okay? Patrick Bet-David, etc.
Dude, I think she hit a nerve here because he seems really upset, like wild-eyed upset.
etc. And they won. They're still trying to come on the Young Turks. Why? Because they're trying to have a conversation, not because they want to do an apology tour. They think they are ascendant, but nevertheless, they want to talk to the left.
But you had to make it's because they think that
your version of the left says, no way, we never talk to the other side. But we're not authoritarian.
Jake, that's not true.
You're not allowed to disagree 1%, but we're not authoritarian. We have no power, so we're not authoritarian. So that's not how it works, Franny. And the establishment Democrats are also authoritarian. So what do they say? You must agree with Kamala.
I genuinely don't think he knows what authoritarian means or what populist means, because frankly, he's just throwing the terms around in a way that makes no sense whatsoever, other than I don't like them.
Harris, otherwise that's it. You're a heretic and you're being driven out from the party. You know that. The establishment Democrats have done that to us for the last 20 years. Don't tell me that there's no power on the left. There's tons of power on the left. And when the swarm comes, the left-wing swarm, you'd like to be called a woman. You racist, fascist, terror transphobe. What? I'm not authoritarian. No, that is an authoritarian mindset.
Wait, what?
When the swarm comes, the left-wing swarm, you'd like to be called a woman. You racist, fascist, terror transphobe. What? I'm not authoritarian. No, that is an authoritarian mindset. Just you don't have to have power to have an authoritarian mindset. And
an authoritarian mindset is different than being an authoritarian. Like, I have to imagine that's what the distinction he's making. Like, it's an authoritarian mindset to disagree with someone versus being an authoritarian, which is believing in an authoritarian, like, government. Like, these are different things. This is like if he pulled out like, oh man, the left's being really Stalinist by disagreeing with me. Like that doesn't make any sense.
there's different versions of power. There's the shunning power. There's social media power. There's mainstream media power. There's political power. There's all sorts of different power. So look, guys, the left. First of all,
there's also just money and actual power.
It gets back to the we. So you ask me politically, who do I represent? I represent the great majority of left-wing voters. The great majority of left-wing voters are not pro-establishment. They get tricked by mainstream media into voting in that direction. It drives me absolutely nuts. But when you ask them about policies, they agree with us completely on policies, right? And the great majority of left-wing,
they get tricked. Oh man, they've just been getting tricked the same way since Reagan, I guess.
Voters are not far left. They think a woman should be called a woman. And I'm not saying that in some dismissive way. I'm in favor of trans rights. If you want to be called a birthing person, we love it. We got no problem with it. You be called a birthing person. But when you say no, we call everyone a birthing person. America hates it.
No one's saying that. The people. God, we've been over this so many times. Okay, frankly, there's no way he hasn't heard the arguments that have been put forward on his own network multiple times, which is just that, yeah, in medical settings, they might use the term birthing person because women give birth, men give birth, non-binary people give birth. Like, that's a thing. And if you don't have that inclusive language, someone might come to the conclusion that that advice doesn't apply to them. I know, I know, folks who have been passed up for medical treatments because of assumptions made by medical staff, because those hospitals didn't include inclusive language for, like, either in instructions given to staff or in instructions given to patients. You know, like, this is an issue. And the way to solve the issue of people suffering and dying is to have that more inclusive language, so that, you know, trans men aren't overlooked when they come in complaining of, like, abdominal pains, and people are just like, oh, you got hit in the stomach, so you have broken ribs. And then they don't realize until it's too late that that trans man is about to give birth. You know, like, this is not, like, that the reason the inclusive language is there is to save lives. And no hospital staff member is going to come in and be like, ah, yes, a birthing person, hello. They're going to, like, they have procedures to, like, you know, be personable. It's called bedside manner. God.
Left-wing voters hate it. I just want to say, there's no crime. Left-wing voters hate it. So I'm standing up for the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters and left-wing voters.
Like, the issue here is that, like, he's making up an issue to stand with the majority on. You know, like, this is like saying, I stand with the majority of Americans when I say that I'm against the mass harvesting of adrenochrome from children. And it's like, oh, okay. But, like, that's not happening, though. You made up a whole new thing.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Authoritarian sides of the left saying, you're not allowed to disagree with the establishment. You're not allowed to disagree with the extreme left. No, I am allowed. I am allowed. And,
hang on.
No one's saying you're not allowed. They're just criticizing you for having the positions you do. One would think that after, like, 20 years in this space, you would understand that, like, people who disagree with you are going to criticize you, and that's not, like, authoritarianism. That's just the nature of disagreement. It's not authoritarianism in the scientific field when studies are peer-reviewed. That's not authoritarianism.
Hang on. Wait, please. I don't want to lose the forest for the trees here, truly. And I hear what you're saying. I know it can feel online like a circular firing squad. I understand.
Billion%.
Hang
it
on.
happens every time.
I know it does.
She's talking to him like he's a child because he needs to be baby walked through this.
I come from movement backgrounds, right? I've been in many spaces since the global justice movement in the early 2000s, then the anti-Iraq war movement. I've been in a lot of organizing spaces. I have been in more organizing spaces, far left spaces, than I have in campaigns, political campaigns, for example. So I know those spaces very well. I know we can often over-police one another. I know we can tear each other's throats out. I absolutely concede that. I do agree with that. At this moment, sad to say, that's not the biggest fish we have to fry.
Yeah.
In fact, we're in, again, a moment just before.
Like that's the issue. We're up against an incoming fascist regime that Cenk Uygur himself has even called a fascist regime. And, like, he's out here acting like the fascists are his friends and the left are his enemies, when the left are people he should be open to working with, since they agree with him on more things than the far right does. You know, by his own logic, he should be working with people who criticize him for disagreeing 5% far more than he should be open to working with fascists who support the fascist regime. And in case you're a Republican and you've gotten this far and you're like, well, whoa, how dare you? You're just saying fascist to say fascist. I did an entire ass video. An entire, like, 2-hour-long video reading over the entirety of Umberto Eco's essay, Fascism, going point by point about how it applies to Donald Trump and his incoming regime. And all I can say is that my basis for calling Donald Trump and his incoming cronies fascist is based upon the definition of fascism. One of the go-to seminal essays on what fascism is. And Donald Trump is a fascist. You can find that video over on my YouTube channel, by the way.
Project 2025 will be implemented, and people like myself,
Thank you, Travis. I liked it
people who are on the
too.
streets demonstrating for Palestine, will be recommended for deportation, among many other things. But of course, I guess maybe I'm using that as a shield. I don't know, according to you. But I did want to ask Cenk before.
What a dick.
Before this, I want to ask you about who the establishment is in your mind. Who is the establishment? And who is not the establishment?
Great question. So, Nancy Pelosi, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, all the corporate Democrats who take corporate...
LGBTQ is identity politic groupthink? Nah, LGBTQ is when I fuck your mom.
PAC money, serve their corporate donors 100%, lie to us 24/7, never intend to do any progressive policy positions, never intend to do any Democratic policy positions that they state in campaigns, and are backed by the liars in mainstream media, pretending that they're on our side when they're playing good cop, bad cop with establishment Republicans and robbing us blind.
Honestly, I think it was a pretty nice argument, Dave Deuteronomy. I think it was a nice argument because, as you can see, I'm a woman. Also, I'm transgender. Also, I'm bisexual and queer. And your mom would be hella gay for me if I fucked her. When I fucked her. My apologies. A misspeak. So, yeah, it really covered all the bases, really.
On behalf of their donors.
Do you think that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are establishment?
So they're complicated. The reason they're complicated is because they act like the establishment. They do.
Who's this person debating Cenk? This is Francesca Fiorentini, who is wonderful and good. Bisexual and queer. Yeah, queer encompasses a lot of different silliness. I could also call myself pansexual, or queer is just a generalized label, or even a lesbian. There's a little bit of loosey-goosiness with the terms, because you know what? Life's about having fun. Not about opening up a dictionary when you want to have sex with somebody.
Do the same robberies, the same corporate tax cuts, but they are pretending to be populist. And that's why I've called Donald Trump a fake populist hundreds of times, right? And I've called him a fake populist on right-wing shows. And I've said, hey...
to be fair, Carrion, I was trying to check off as many boxes in LGBTQ as I could. All your arguments are sexual threats? It's not a sexual threat. Your mom enjoyed it when I fucked her. So, like, that, it was very consensual. She was very into it.
Watch out for your own donors on right-wing shows, right? And so... But they're not part of this the machine that was the Borg. Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden.
You keep Star Trek out of your fucking mouth.
Were the co-captains of the Borg, and that machine was unstoppable. And that machine was, maintains corporate rule, and that's my mortal enemy. That Borg is the one we should all be fighting against.
So do you think it's less bad that one person donates $277 million to a candidate versus 5 people donating $277 million to a candidate? Elon Musk gave $277 million to Donald Trump and is now, again, worth $400 billion. Is that somehow less establishment in your mind?
So there's 2 parts of it, Franny.
Oh my God, how is this a complicated question to answer? Honestly, this is my heart. Francesca's pause face here is perfect for every reaction to this debate.
One is they at least talk the populist game, and the advantage of that is that also spread through the right-wing base. That, hey, them faking populism, remember the people that are...
I have 10 fingers, fascist? Well, now I know not to look for a 6-fingered man.
hearing that message don't realize
narrowing
it's
down the
right?
field.
So they're talking anti-war, they're talking anti-corporate. You see Tucker Carlson talking anti-corporate. You see Steve Bannon saying we should increase corporate taxes. That doesn't mean Steve Bannon is an angel, but what it does mean, or anywhere near it, but what it does mean is that idea of populism and anti-establishment, et cetera, is spreading throughout the right wing. That is an amazing opportunity.
Dave Deuteronomy, why don't you ask your mom? I'm sure she could tell you, especially after last night.
For us to actually coalesce on economic populism that they now believe in, even if their leader doesn't, right? So that's
They don't believe in the economic populism. They just believe what their leader tells them to believe. They don't have independent thoughts. They just get their marching orders and then they happily go about doing them.
point one is super important. Point two is in some ways that individual corruption is worse, and in some ways it's better. So how is it worse? So Miriam Adelson gives 137 million to Trump, and Sheldon Adelson had given him 200 million in previous campaigns. So he delivers foreign policy to the Adelson family, right?
Right.
Moved our embassy in his first term. Now he's thinking about allowing the annexation of northern Gaza and the West Bank. And you saw me fight tooth and nail against Trump, because that's what I was really, really worried about, that he's going to go and be extreme and radical to serve his top donors. On Elon, he handed all of domestic policy to him. So that's how it's worse. How in the world could it be at the same time a little bit better? Well, the way that it's better is that it's not a machine, it's chaotic. So it's one guy here and another person there, but the other person disagrees with Miriam. And then Trump doesn't quite know what to do, and he listens to the last person in the room, but he also kind of listens to his base. We've got chaos there, and chaos is way better than a machine. A machine is ruthless and just steamroll.
I don't know that is true. Under chaos, it also means far worse things are possible.
Rolls you.
So I think that's
nothing worse than the McConnell Biden era. Nothing. Worse.
Oh, Dave, why are you talking about kink and second graders? That's really fucked up. Why are you being so gross? Good God. I'm an artist? How is that an excuse for talking about kink and second graders? What the fuck, dude? We get some real weird ones in chat. Yeah, I'm an artist. It's okay to talk about how kinky second graders are. What the fuck is your deal?
You're helping me have a lazy night. You'll be happy to know I went to an DSA potluck and learned a little about writing/calling Congress people.
I am happy to know that. Thank you, one-eyed heathen. I appreciate the $5 super chat. Thank you very much. And I even more appreciate that you actually went to a DSA meeting and did some learning, did some meeting people, and going out there doing some doing. I like hearing about that. I like knowing that you're out there. Thank you so much. That may be slightly my fault because you said that they have a humiliation kink. I don't know. Bringing up that someone has a humiliation kink and then them asking like about the kinkiness of second graders seems like it's entirely on them, frankly. Jesus Christ, Dave.
Okay, I do want to talk about the McConnell-Biden era and establishment a little bit more, but just on that, I feel like my very first question to you is, well, what are you doing? I feel like that's the most cogent answer I've gotten from you that I could sort of get on board with, which is...
Yo!
Another $5 American from Southern Maine. My first DSA meeting is on the 12th of January thanks to inspiring me.
Arachnomancy, thank you for the $5 dono, and also thank you for going out to DSA. I appreciate it. You're gonna make a huge difference. More of us that get out there, the better. Let's go. Let's go. You know, it's really interesting to me that Dave Deuteronomy mentions avoiding monkeypox, HPV, and AIDS when he's 10,000% against any kind of STD education in schools. So, you know, like, the fascists don't make a whole lot of sense. You know, they come in here and they're like, oh, you're degenerate and disgusting for being gay. And then it's like, you don't even want children to be able to have, like, you don't want them to learn about how to be safe in sexual situations. Like, you're the gross one here. You're the one bringing up kink in second graders. Fucking gross. Conservatives are bizarre, to say the least. Thanks for inspiring me. I understood arachnomancy. Thank you. They think brown people have all the diseases. Well, yeah, of course they do. Of course they are also racists. Still open to any DSA questions. Look me up in Discord. Riverboat Jack Discord, same username. Even made a write-up in the Discord Learning Corner channel. Pinned message. Yes. Folks, reach out to Gamergy for more information on how to join your DSA, and reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord for information on how to join your local Dems and make a difference on the local and state level. So go do it. It's over on riverboat.gg/Discord. So go do it. You guys can make a difference, I promise. Let's go. We're almost at the halfway mark.
Exploit the chaos to turn MAGA against Trump. But even if you wanted to do that, I'm not sure you're achieving it through the kinds of interviews that you're doing and the way that you're playing to the right, especially when you go on those stages and hit the left more than you do the right. But I just want to leave that there. I accept the, like, hey, let's, plant the booby traps so that we can make them fall into them later, that kind of thing. That makes the most sense to me, even if I sort of strategically disagree with it. I want to talk about the establishment, though, and Mitch McConnell.
What are my thoughts on Freedom from Religion Foundation? I have no idea what that foundation is outside of its name, so I have no thoughts that are worth hearing.
Also, for example, Mitch McConnell, who I am no fan on, obviously, believes that there should not be recess appointments for the Trump administration. Would you say that that is establishment, ergo you are anti that and anti-establishment?
Mitch McConnell is against recess appointments.
Yes.
So that one's a super tough one, because sometimes the establishment will block something. Like if Bernie was president and he wanted to put in
How is this a
Stephanie
hard
Kelton as
question?
Treasury Secretary, I actually would disagree with that. But I put that as an example. The establishment would say no way, and they would block it with everything that they have. There is a scenario where I would say, Bernie, do a recess appointment, right? And so on the other hand, if Bernie came in and said, I don't care about advice and consent of the Senate, I'm just going to do everyone as a recess appointment, I would say, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not a good idea.
Why?
So
because it's anti-democratic. Is that?
Yeah, the core.
Sure.
So, Franny, the core of the question is, when we talk about the system, what do we mean by the system? Because there's two different systems that people refer to, and then they conflate them. The system we want to protect is democracy, the Constitution, civil rights, etc. That's the system that we love and believe in. The system we do not want to protect and we want to fight against is donor money, establishment, protecting the status quo, protecting corporate rule. So separate those two things out, because one, the permanent system of the Constitution and democracy is great. The current system of corruption and establishment rule is horrible.
Yeah. Do you understand that the right actually just conflates those two things?
I think the left often conflates those two things too.
Well,
Oh,
okay,
boy.
so you would be in
Oh, boy.
favor of Donald Trump doing recess appointments, or you wouldn't in this case?
So if he's doing blanket recess appointments, I'm against it. I always think shoe on the other foot. That's why I brought up Bernie Sanders. In order to be,
What the hell is he talking about? We need to be fair to Donald Trump, the fascist in power now. No, we don't. Politics isn't about fairness. Politics is about winning. Politics is about winning and making the world a better place. It's not about being fair to your adversaries. What are you talking about?
fair, hey, how would I feel if it was the other way around? If he does one or two, I understand it as a matter of philosophy.
Okay.
But if he does a recess appointment,
Politics is about wielding power, and power is not predicated on fairness. God.
very likely to be against that particular person, like a Kash Patel or Pete Hegseth. He's going to do recess appointments on the most radical culture warrior stuff.
See, Morbius Dragon.
I hate when the right does culture war stuff. I don't love it when the left does it, but I certainly hate it when the right does it. And so I'm worried about his recess appointments because of the people, the specific people that he's likely to do them with.
One of those things also in terms of this establishment and anti-establishment sort of framework that you're using is also Project
Francesca looks so tired.
2025.
Just
and
so tired
Russell
and
Vought,
worried
who
at this
he
point.
just appointed to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vought would like to fire federal workers, replace them with loyalists. He also wants to use the military to target political dissidents. This is all obviously in Project 2025 that he helped to author. Is that establishment or anti-establishment? Isn't there's nothing greater, there's nothing more anti-establishment than firing a bunch of federal workers. Do you believe that that's a populist thing to do?
No, it's fake populism. And so it's so alluring to the MAGA base because they feel like, oh, we're fighting.
It's incredible that he can say without a shred of self-awareness that the MAGA base has fallen for fake populism and not recognize that he has also fallen for the fake populism. That's ridiculous, man.
Against the government, right? But what I'm trying to get them to understand is, like, you guys, they think that the government is a blanket bad thing. And so the story I often tell on these shows is the one that Matt Stoller does. Great progressive, done great anti-monopoly work in the Senate, et cetera, which is, hey, what kind of, what size pipe should I get? And people always ask, and that's why Matt does it this way.
She talks about having Anna on at the end of this. Whoa. I honestly, I would like to see a slightly more antagonistic interview with Anna, but that would probably be like the last, that'd probably be the last thing that Francesca is able to do on the network.
Way. Well, what job are you doing? It depends. And that's exactly the point that I make to these right wingers. Do we want big government or little government? Well, it depends, right? Are we invading Iraq? Then I want smaller government, right? Are we going to invade doctors' offices and get between a woman and a doctor? Then I want smaller government, right?
This argument makes no sense. If we're going to invade Iraq, I don't want a big or a small government. I want to not invade Iraq.
But if we're going to protect the average American from the bankers, then I want a little bit larger government. I don't want to defund the police on Wall Street, right? So I explain that, hey, if you fire people that are at the IRS, guess who's it's going to help the most? The very rich who cheat on their taxes.
But they all want to audit the Pentagon, which the IRS doesn't do. But it's very interesting that, you know, you got everyone to cheer auditing the Pentagon. But of course, they're, you know, the idea of auditing billionaires, the Republicans are absolutely against that because they've been trying to defund the IRS. Exactly.
Right. And remember, again, there's different layers of right wing now. There's their leaders who are almost, uniformly full of crap. Then there's, a middle bureaucracy, and then there's the voters. And the voters, and Franny, you don't have to trust me on this because those MAGA guys, they will tell you exactly what they think. They're not holding anything back. They have no need to lie to you.
Yeah, they've been telling us for many, many years.
Yeah. So they're also not lying when they say they're anti-war, anti-corruption. They might have been Mr.
I don't think they're necessarily lying, but they're incoherent. Their anti-war position is only anti-war insofar as it serves their own personal ends, i.e., they're anti-war when Ukraine defends itself against the Russian invasion, but they are pro-war when it comes to Donald Trump saying we should seize Greenland from Denmark. You know, then they're pro-war when Donald Trump says we should bomb Mexico. They're pro-war when Donald Trump says we should invade Panama and take the canal back. You know, they're pro-war in these circumstances. because their dear leader tells them to. That's the one thing that cuts for them through that incoherence.
Directed, but they're not lying. So what I'm trying to get them to see is
Yeah, they want to
firing the
annex
federal
Canada.
workers is not the answer.
Yeah.
Cutting the Pentagon is part of the answer.
Yeah.
And so when they say yes to cutting the
Yeah, I think maybe that's a better way of putting it, Paladin. They're anti-war because it was convenient to pin wars on liberals. They all support what Israel is doing, and they support any war Trump does. Exactly. They are not principally anti-war. Their principle is self-serving as long as it makes them feel good. You know, like it feels good to own the libs, therefore they will say they're anti-war. You know, and it's not even necessarily something that they are consciously doing. You know, they're not having the thought process, this makes me feel good, therefore I will say I am anti-war, when liberals are in favor of a conflict. They aren't thinking it all the way through. They just intuitively move towards these positions.
The Pentagon.
And Cenk is mistaking that intuitive move for principled positioning. And just because they're telling you what they think doesn't mean they are explaining to you their thought process or what their actual values are. You know, maybe a better way of pointing this out would be there are a lot of people in America who call themselves Christian and proclaim to follow Christ, and yet at the same time, those same people might be the most miserly, cruel individuals who would happily watch you suffer and die if they believe that you are, you know, one of the bad ones. You know, that's kind of where we're at, you know?
They're
Hey,
not
Dragonfly.
lying. The MAGA voters actually want to cut the Pentagon.
What
Whether
do
their
you
leaders will
think?
do it is a completely different
TLDR,
question.
they're
And so one more
authoritarians.
thing that's super important, though.
I mean, for Donald Trump, absolutely. They would happily have Donald Trump be an authoritarian dictator. But it's very funny to point that out in this particular conversation.
It's not a booby trap, Franny. I understand what you're saying, and that's one way to frame it. But in my mind, when you have people who actually agree, you're not tricking them. You're just getting them to see, guys, you wanted to cut the Pentagon, but look, your leaders didn't cut the Pentagon. So do you see how they led you astray, right? I'm actually getting them to I'm just showing them that their leaders are not doing the things that they promised. On the other hand, sometimes Trump responds to his base. So if that base gets angry enough and says, hey, let's cut the Pentagon, maybe Trump does cut the Pentagon, where Biden never would, McConnell never would. In the Biden-McConnell era, the Pentagon's only going to get increased forever and ever and ever. Corruption is always going to increase forever and ever.
Yeah, true. An awful lot of evangelical Christians who will happily beat their trans daughter or evict their trans son.
Never.
I mean, wait, just on
An advantage
this.
for us is that he likes to be popular. He just doesn't know how. So,
Sure. So I just really want to, you know, just drill down on a couple of those things. And then there's a lot to talk about, and I don't want to take too much of your time, but just
honestly, social psych explainer, I don't know that I don't know who. Let me put it this way: I don't know who is giving him money. If it is a grift, that is something I would like to know before I establish that it's a grift. Because I don't think he's being rewarded by viewers at this point. Or if he is, you know, just genuinely this delusional.
On this new MAGA, old MAGA thing. I've heard you say new MAGA as you talk about.
That's true. Francesca is a comedian. I forgot about that.
Cenk, they were like that in 2016, man. I mean, let's be honest. The reason Donald Trump just destroyed the Republican primary was absolutely being an outsider, right? And sort of purported seemingly anti-establishment, even though, you know, he's a billionaire, you know, part of the elite. But it really was around being against the Iraq war. Now, for his reasoning was we should have taken all the oil, you know, F those, you know.
Yeah, I know that Peter Thiel's Polymarket bought the naming rights to their studio, and like that could be a very large sum of money, but I don't know. Like, when I would imagine, like, for this to be a grift, it would need to be an ongoing funding source, right? I don't know.
Whatever, like enter expletive, right? Which I think gets to another point. But he was also,
I mean, for me, I think Occam's razor brings us to the conclusion that, like, Cenk's just kind of a dipshit, you know?
remember, in terms of the corruption stuff, they wanted to get rid of what was it? They wanted term limits. They had term limits and were suggesting them early on. So the actual seed, not the seed.
Yeah, my interpretation of this is less inclined towards grifting as like a conscious choice, and more that the systemic nature of the political space, like, there's more money on the right, which systemically encourages right-wing opinions, and he has developed this idea in his head, as Sarah22 in YouTube chat points out, is that as himself as a MAGA whisperer. And maybe that comes because of his association with Brianna Wu as head of Rebellion PAC. Maybe it comes as, you know, just feeling like he needs to try and branch out in order to keep the company afloat or alive or immune from, like, Donald Trump's possible persecution of more left-wing media. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning is. All I can say is that, definitively, is that he's embracing a very baby-brained opinion that is definitively not backed up by facts. Yeah, they don't have shareholders, so it's hard to know. Hard to know. It's a really weird worldview. If I'm being completely honest with you guys, it makes a lot of sense to me, given Brianna Wu's influence. This aligns very clear to me. Having interacted with her, this aligns very much with her worldview, and I think he's just doing what she's been doing. Which is, by the way, a position that is aligned with power. So I think that there is that, to me, this is like systemic incentives to move in this direction, plus genuine brain rot. Oh, TYT does have shareholders now. Oh, okay. Interesting. Did not know that.
Seed, the outgrowth of an entire country tired of 8 years of Bush and endless war, and also that was, you know, suffering from the 2008 financial collapse and didn't have any faith in the banks and these financial institutions and all the politicians that protect them and take, that was already in the ether, right? And you had a Bernie Sanders and you had Donald Trump. And of course, the actual establishment, that the centrists that I hate as well, were trying to say Bernie is exactly like Donald Trump. Look at him. He's using the same. No. They were very different. And that's why I wanted to talk to you about the differences between right-wing populism and left-wing populism. I think there is a difference, and there's a very important difference. That difference is historical as well.
I don't think they're a publicly traded company, Superjet Guy, but I think that they are. They have shareholders. Yeah.
Right-wing populism often feeds off of nativism, off of othering immigrants, religious minorities, blaming those people, and then we can have the socialism, right? That's why obviously in Hitler's Third Reich, you've got a National Socialist Party, right? This is Germany for the Germans, and there are people who are in Germany are the Germans and people who are not the Germans. That also in this country, although you scoff when I talk about Chinese Americans, there was the Chinese Exclusion Act, specifically dividing working class people in this country based on race, saying the Chinese are the reason you don't have anything. They're the ones taking all of our jobs, even though we know that the rich robber barons were absolutely taking advantage of them, just like we know that all the Trump donors who paid for their positions in this administration are also taking advantage of undocumented labor. So do you see a difference between right-wing populism and left-wing populism, and are you not barking up not just the wrong tree, but a very, very dangerous one?
Francesca just put very, very well, in my opinion, what I said at the beginning of the first part of this, as we began our journey down this rabbit hole, which is that horseshoe theory is horseshit. You know, you cannot, by way of right-wing populism, like arrive at left-wing populism. That's not. It's just not how that works. You don't just keep going farther and farther right and wind up at the same position as a left-wing populist. It's just not how those ideologies work.
Yeah. So no, I think there's a massive difference. And so first, let me just really quickly address what you said about the Chinese. So the Chinese were the only nationality ever banned from America. Trump considered a Muslim ban, but didn't actually execute one. The Chinese were actually.
He did institute one. He banned travel from Muslim majority nations in such a way that it broke apart families. My partner had colleagues who had to like go on clandestine missions to airports to enable like children to get back home to their families because of that ban. You know, like those bans went into effect and they affected a lot of people. The fact that like they were eventually overturned doesn't mean that Donald Trump didn't try to implement it. Like this is a weird revision of history that I don't understand.
Banned from America for a long time. So I know all about racism against Chinese, and obviously that also sprung up during COVID, etc. But I just in that heated moment there, I was saying that the Chinese are maybe third or fourth in line these days. Muslims and
not from what they're talking about. I mean, I'm just looking at what they're saying, which is like this would be the easiest group to like sweep up. Like I'm just saying, not like Chinese immigrants who've been here for decades. No, I understand. That's why I said that. I didn't just pick it because I'm Chinese. I literally just looked to what they're talking about. But anyway, but so you do agree.
Just, again, we're supposed to believe that they're sincere about their populism, but we're not supposed to believe that they're sincere about their political strategies and plans. Like this is an insane standard that Cenk has set.
Oh, I'm not.
Sure.
I'm worried
you agree, though. You agree that there is a difference between left-wing populism and right-wing populism.
Yeah. So now let's get to the core of it. So there's left-wing and right-wing populists on social.
I just wanted to bring this up because I was curious because I went over Project 2025 as it relates to systematically gutting the U.S. government. And if anyone's interested in exactly what I mean by that, I have an entire playlist where I go step by step through all of the onboarding videos that were leaked by ProPublica of Project 2025 and kind of break them down a bit. But this is from August of 2024. Project 2025, an existential threat to Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. 2 years ago, when Heritage Foundation first announced Project 2025, they described it as the opening salvo of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project, an ultra-conservative, ultra-authoritarian blueprint for the remaking of the United States, and has serious implications for Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. 900 pages in all, Project 2025 offers hundreds of executive and congressional actions to roll back civil rights protections for marginalized communities, facilitate the surveillance, incarceration, and deportation of millions of immigrants, make it harder for working families to meet their basic needs. It also leans into the hateful rhetoric of anti-immigrant fear-mongering that runs rampant in U.S. politics. Throughout the report, the authors of Project 2025 take every chance to demonize and dehumanize Chinese and other immigrant communities, referring to them as illegal aliens who infiltrate the U.S. and commit crimes. Whether or not Project 2025 is put into practice, the framing and rhetoric it uses will undoubtedly fan the flames of racism and xenophobia, encourage discrimination in housing, workplaces, and the halls of government, and create a political climate in which none of us feel safe or welcome. This was published by the way, the Stop AAPI Hate website. So just as an FYI here, the plan would give ICE agents broad access to detain and deport immigrants without a warrant whenever and wherever they choose. Yeah. It's not great. I'm wanting to know specifically in here where it mentions Chinese folks. Project 2025 also calls for downsizing the H-1B visa program, which helps college graduates remain in the U.S. after completing their degrees. Some of our nation's brightest minds in artificial intelligence, electrical engineering, and computer science hold H-1B visas. And yeah, about 10% of H-1B visa holders are Chinese. Let's see. It would revive the China initiative, leading to a second wave of racist witch hunts against targeting Chinese scientists and researchers. A cornerstone of Project 2025 is the revival of the China Initiative, a Trump-era program designed to prosecute American scientists for alleged economic espionage and trade theft in service of the Chinese government. As part of the initiative, the U.S. Department of Justice investigated at least 150 scientists, 90% of whom were Chinese American. The warrantless surveillance and false accusations destroyed the careers and livelihoods of many innocent people. Dr. Franklin Tao is one of more than 100 Chinese scientists wrongly accused and arrested under the China Initiative. You know, it really... One survey of 2,000 U.S. scientists suggests that the China Initiative has created a chilling effect on scientific research in which fear of government surveillance keeps American scientists from collaborating with Chinese scientists. This stunts scientific project in progress in the U.S. It would lead to the discontinuation of visas for Chinese students and researchers, hampering progress in critical fields. Yeah. Oh, the fallout could be dire. Declining technological progress, reduced economic competitiveness, and a serious blow to our strength and aptitude as far as confronting critical challenges and maintaining our leadership on the world stage. This kind of immigration ban is a direct descendant of the Chinese Exclusion Act, which barred generations of Chinese immigrants from settling in the United States just because of where they came from. Until it was eradicated in 1943, this racist and xenophobic legislation tore families apart and fueled a national rise of anti-Asian sentiment, including racial discrimination and hate-filled violence. In conflating everyday Chinese people with the Chinese government, Project 2025 encourages the racial profiling of Chinese Americans and casts suspicion on Chinese and other immigrant communities who have done nothing wrong just because of what they look like or where they came from. This is from, again, the Stop AAPI Hate page and group. So, it's just ridiculous that this could happen. Wild, Cenk, wild. Yeah, science like neuroscience and virology. Yeah, we don't need virologists in the United States. Don't pay any attention to H5N1.
Issues disagree more than we disagree with the establishment. The establishment is generally like, we don't really care if you're Chinese, Muslim, whatever. The only color we care about is green. As long as we let us rob you from here to eternity, I'm good with it. We'll allow Peruvians to rob you, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody can rob you, right?
What are you talking about?
And the establishment is, again, just Biden, Kamala Harris,
McConnell, everyone who takes corporate donations and serves corporate donors. Okay.
But
I'm sorry, I need to re-listen to that because that was insane.
Color we care about. Establishment is generally like, we don't really care if you're Chinese, Muslim, whatever. The only color we care about is green. As long as we let us rob you from here to eternity, I'm good with it. We'll allow Peruvians to rob you, Jews, Muslims, Christians, everybody can rob you, right? And so...
And the establishment is, again, just Biden.
I'm trying to understand what his point is here. You're describing capitalism, dog, but then you're like, we'll allow Peruvians to rob you? We'll allow Jews to rob? What are you talking about? Is
Kamala
Biden,
Harris.
McConnell, everyone who takes
Oh,
corporate
McConnell, okay.
donations and serves
Okay.
corporate donors. Okay,
But not
So
Donald Trump, because he
95%.
doesn't take corporate, except for all the corporate money he's taking.
That's pretty good. That was a pretty good gotcha.
But he's different. Okay, keep going. Okay,
Wait,
I'm
who?
just trying to understand who the establishment is
Trump
and
takes
isn't.
corporate back money. I mean, how many times can I call him a fake populist before you believe me? Okay, so the establishment is better on
Jesus
social
Christ.
and cultural issues than the populist right is. So that's why, like, this is not, you can't make blanket things like, in my opinion.
I'm Mr. Miyagi now. In my head, all I can see is that at some point in his life, Cenk was mugged by a Peruvian Jewish person, just Peruvian, but like very, very, very Jewish in appearance, and just like wearing like a yarmulke. It's just like that was his main takeaway. The establishment wants me to be robbed by Peruvian Jewish people. Like, what are you doing, man? what?
Never talk to them. They're all racist,
God.
etc.
I never said that. I never said not to talk to him. I never said that.
Hold on. Or they're all lovely and
Also, no one's saying that you can't talk to them. People are just saying that when you do talk to them, you don't lick their boots. Have some dignity. Advocate for progressive values. You know, the thing you've at least nominally said you've been doing for the last 20 years.
all turned and they're all amazing and are going to agree with us. No, of course not, right? So, but on economic issues, we agree a lot more, way more. And that's super important. And so, and you know what it is, Franny? They're using the culture wars, in my opinion, to create a wedge between us. That's why they're called wedge issues, to get us to hate one another instead of realizing that the problem isn't to our left or right.
Yeah, that's the thing, eggs and vodka. Like, populist right is meaningless. There is no populist right. The populist right he's talking about, they're fascists. They're the ones who just say they're going to make America great again. Everything's going to be great as soon as the great leader gets into power, and he's going to do, he's going to give everyone cotton candy and rainbows. Like, all of the good people, that is. None of those dirty people are going to get the cotton candy and rainbows. That's their version of populism. That's their version of populism. And the cotton candy and rainbows will never come. But the discrimination against the dirty, bad people will certainly happen.
It's up, look up. The problem is up, right? And so but right-wing populists on that nativist strand that they have, which is real, yes, it's scary and it's super wrong-headed, and it does put us in the line of fire. So when Steve Bannon, he says both of those things. He says tax the rich, increase tax on corporations, and then he says my favorite book is Camp of the Saints, where the hero murders all the immigrants that are coming into France, right? So virulently anti-immigrant, right? And so I don't want to empower the Steve Bannons of the world and the Ann Coulters of the world to do their crazy stuff, right? That is anti-immigrant, anti-my family, anti-me, anti all the people we care about, and the American people, the left, everyone, right? But we get to fight them on that, Franny. We don't have to say like blanket Steve Bannon is great, Charlie Kirk's great. No, and I've been so clear about.
Wait, so he just listed Steve Bannon seemingly as someone he wouldn't be willing to work with, right? But then he lists Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk in the same breath. I don't know how this works, but I don't know what to say about this, because like Charlie Kirk hates immigrants just as much as Steve Bannon. And you know, I showed an example earlier of how like Charlie Kirk, you know, sees like a black pilot and doesn't think that they're capable of flying a plane. You know, here's Charlie Kirk from, you know, less than a year ago, sharing this on Instagram. Charlie Kirk, 1776. 7.2 million illegals entered the U.S. under Biden administration, an amount greater than the population of 36 states. The total number of illegal immigrants who have entered the U.S. under President Biden is larger than almost every American city. And then, oh, what's this comment left here? What is this? Can we get a close up here? No, okay. The Great Replacement is not a theory; it's a reality. Charlie Kirk believes that a nefarious group of Jewish people is orchestrating the replacement of Caucasian people in the United States, white people in the United States, with unskilled, unqualified black and brown people, in order to weaken America and Western civilization, in order to conquer it with, you know, their Jewish magic or hordes or whatever. Great Replacement theory never made sense. But what we're talking about here is like he's trying to make like these distinctions between some of these right-wingers, and there's just not a distinction to be made. These people are in the same boat. Not my riverboat. Not on my watch. Cenk has lost the plot. That's pretty plain and clear to see. That is super Nazi shit. It is.
So you think you've been fighting? You think you've been fighting them?
Oh, on the issues we disagree on, hell yeah. And so I got into a fight in trigonometry.
Jazz Dog, that was a good one. The guy who mugged Cenk is Ben Shapiro.
Trigonometry over and that show over trans girls in high school sports, and they're outraged by it, and they're like, "Oh, what if your daughter comes in second place in cross country?" I'm like, "Who gives a crap?" Right? What are you guys are going to check the genitalia of millions of kids because you're on this like transphobic like mania, right? Just settle down. These are culture wars. They're dividing us. Stop letting them divide us.
I think one thing that's really hard.
That's so great. Then why aren't you going to? You aren't going to. Just okay, but then let them play in college and professional leagues, because that's what the science indicates they should be able to do.
Hard, and this is just in general. Like, we can talk about trans issues. Actually,
yeah, just a blank. It is really disappointing. You know, they helped kind of awaken my political sensibilities, and seeing them fall so far from grace is really, really sad.
I'll play a clip from your Turning Points conference, but I do just think that one of the biggest issues for me that is not, it's not hypothetical, it's very real, which is the right to an abortion. And that is
Fair.
one thing that I think a lot of the so-called right-wing populists don't really give a shit about, especially not the mouthpieces of Donald Trump. They don't care that women are bleeding out from miscarriages and dying, going into septic shock. They don't care that they're being turned away from hospitals, that, yeah, their life or death is dependent on a bureaucracy right now. That seems like a difficult thing to find a so-called middle ground on, and I feel like we're just sort of ending up with this hypothetical discussion rather than talking about the actual people who are dying literally right now as I speak.
So, Franny, number one, you can't find a middle ground on everything. My idea isn't that we're magically going to kumbaya on every issue. That's crazy, right?
Okay.
So that's why I keep saying thousands of times, when we disagree, we fight. And the good news is,
but I don't want to get a beer with someone who thinks that I should, go into septic shock instead of be attended by a physician.
Yeah, So I know that it's gonna this.
Oh man, Lady Braincloud, it's been real bad. It's been real bad.
Is the thought that's breaking a lot of people's minds, but you should. So please let me explain why.
Yeah, you should sit down and have a beer with someone who thinks they deserve to dictate what you do with your own body. That makes sense. Yeah, you know, how can you convince them that you're a person if you won't sit down and have a beer with them? And it's like, I don't know, maybe you should. maybe you should have a better opinion and sit down with that person, so as, you know, not to put me in a position where I'm going to want to, like, do something awful. You know, like claw my own eyes out.
Okay? So it's so easy for both sides to say, no, that their way of thinking is so antithetical to what we think, so wrong, that I will never have a beer with them. I will never talk to them. And every time I see them,
if they view me as not a human, if they view me as like subhuman, I don't want to hang out with them. You know, it's not my duty to save every racist or every, you know, transphobe or every bigot. It's not incumbent on you to do that. Unless you're in a position to try, like, it's not really incumbent on you to go out of your way to sit down and have a beer with someone who thinks that, well, frankly, you don't deserve to exist.
them, I'm going to say racist or sexist or some sort of charge to show my moral superiority. But hold on. Remember, they think their radical right is saying the same exact thing to them, to Patrick Bet-David, to Charlie Kirk, to everyone who hosts me. They're like,
no, they're not. That's been one of your core points.
The sad irony here is that Cenk is doing the same Big Tent thing the establishment Dems were doing with Liz Cheney.
Right? How does he not understand? How does he not understand? Also, Charlie, thank you for becoming for being a member for 13 months. 1 whole year and a month. But like he's been talking about how, like, oh, when Republicans disagree 5%, it's fine. But it's like, then why would, if it's fine, why would their audiences care if they got a beer with you? I guess it's not fine then.
Cenk called us fascist. Cenk believes trans girls should be allowed to compete in high school sports. And Cenk is a radical in this, and Cenk is a radical, and he thinks he's a Muslim, and he's this, and he's that, etc. So they say, don't have a beer with him. Don't talk to him, right? So, but that's exactly how we get siloed. And instead of having conversations and realizing, yes, we massively disagree on 60, maybe 80% of issues, but for Christ's sake, on some of the most important issues, that 20 to 40% where we agree on economic populism, we never get to an agreement, and then the establishment laughs their ass off at us.
Sure, but Cenk, because
we got them to hate each other.
If your 5% of disagreement with me is I don't believe you should have equal rights under medical law, I fuck you. You know what I'm saying?
Much more succinctly said. I like Francesca's way of of stating it. Yeah, honestly, just fuck you. Fuck off. I don't want to hang with you.
You know, wait, hang on. It's not fuck you. It's I'll see you when I beat you. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is to me,
I mean, I'm gonna stick with fuck you. I think that's much better.
This is to me what left-wing populism is about. This is what Bernie was so good at doing. He would never throw anyone under the bus. He would always remember black, white, gay, straight, Muslim, Jewish. Like, he kept on going, and he'd be like, when's he gonna finish this laundry list of people he wants to bring on?
I like her Bernie impression.
On board to the political revolution, and
it sounds nothing like him, but I still like it.
It was brilliant, and he never forgot to do it. And he never caped to the right or the right-wing framing. He said, yes, he might work with Trump on some labor stuff. Did Trump want to do that shit? Of course he didn't, right? Did Trump vetoed a bill that he finally got passed to not sell Saudi Arabia weapons when he finally reached across the aisle? Everything you're talking about, it's all fine, but we're like little insects bumping up in a fucking diorama because at the top is goddamn Trump. And if you don't kiss that ring, then you're absolutely nothing. And so to me, I'm like,
Yeah, she's 100% correct. 100% correct. And all Cenk can do is like purse his lips and shake his head.
I will beat the right, but I will win back these voters, but I will win them back with ideas, with plans, with real policy, and yes, of course, with making our movements and the left welcoming and absolutely doing all of the things that, to be honest, the right doesn't do, because you are absolutely off your shit if you think that the right and left are equally hateful. And that's what I'm hearing from you, that you think that somehow the left and the right, nah, they both hate equally. Both of them want to intern people. Both of them believe that some people don't deserve rights. And I want to play this because this was a very awkward moment.
Franny,
I'm a stand-up comedian.
Things that are wrong.
No,
Bernie agrees with my positions 100%.
Wait,
so
who?
What you described about Bernie is exactly me. And so that's why I'm like, what Bernie has the same positions as me, the same idea, the same framing. In fact, he's agreed with Elon Musk on cutting the...
Bernie Sanders has gone out and pushed back on conservative rhetoric and made arguments for good positions. He hasn't like chuckled along with conservative chuckle nuts.
Right-wing populism is fake. The leader can't enact the will of the people by a quantitative measure, so they enact their own will as a selective populism.
Pluvius, 10,000%. Thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream and making my coverage possible. Thank you so much.
The Pentagon in the exact same way that I have. And yet Bernie's an angel and I'm the devil. Like, that's crazy.
No one's saying that you're the devil.
That's crazy.
Bernie
They're saying they disagree with you, not that you're the devil. I know it's hard to listen when you talk as much as Cenk does, but like, no one's saying you're the devil. They're just saying you have bad positions on a few things, and you should maybe check yourself before you wreck yourself.
actually like builds he's not making the rounds. He's not making the rounds and not pushing back. He's not pushing back.
He published an op-ed in Fox News today. He makes the rounds exactly like I do.
That's
exactly like I do.
Good. No, I think that's important. But honestly, Cenk, like, file your nails or something, because this was not good. This was not a good look during that conference.
I ask you guys something.
What can I ask? What does that mean? File your nails or something, because this was not a good look. Is that's a reference to something I don't have the schema for? What's she talking about? Chat, translate for me. I don't know. She's so sassy. Become sharper. Don't be so catty. Okay, I'm glad you guys are also confused.
I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Okay, Cenk, I'm a stand-up comic, so I listen to crowds regularly. I know when they are booing, groaning, or in this case, there is a whistle of disapproval, and I know when they are cheering. Now, let's play it again. They're not on board with trans people having the same constitutional rights.
I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate?
You got like
well,
maybe like a sixth of the audience. There's a couple people clapping very, very okay.
So,
and then
Franny, let's break it down.
This is the best. Wait, this is the best part. You got to keep watching, because it's the best that, like, not only you get hung out to dry on this, like, can we all agree, shtick that you're on, and they don't meet you,
God,
and then Charlie meets you with this
Constitutional right to housing.
Wait, I love it.
Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
So then he goes like, wait a minute, not only don't I not agree with you on the trans people, because he never answered it. He's like, actually, fuck your right to housing anyway. And I know that's not even what the Constitution says. It's just equal protection around housing, right? It doesn't say you have a right to housing. I wish it did. But like, it's just amazing to me. Like, do you see? And you look at him and there's a moment you're just kind of like,
She's just dunking on him. She is. And honestly, I'm kind of here for it.
there's just this moment and it's just like, what are we doing, Jake? Like, what? What's going on here?
See, this is a great example. You're being so unbelievably unfair about that interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Is she, though? Because honestly, I read it the same way. Like, Charlie Kirk is making fun of you to your face and you don't even get it. He's spitting on you and you're thanking him.
The reason I did that, Franny, and I knew I was taking a big risk.
You were.
Is because I wanted to try to get some of them because I've done it on other right-wing shows and it worked really well. It didn't work really well this time. That's why it was a risk. But I challenged them on how trans people are like every American and they should have constitutional rights.
Well, let's watch a little bit. Let's watch whether you did it. Let's watch whether you did it. Did you do it or not?
Let me finish, Franny.
Did you do it or not?
Important, and you're totally smearing me on a thing that is crazy.
I'm playing you the clip. I'm not smearing you. I'm literally playing the clip. Cenk, I'm playing the clip.
Will you let me talk? I said I had the courage to challenge them on constitutional rights for trans people. You asked me to have the courage to challenge them. I did, and now you're attacking me for it?
No, I'm not attacking. I'm not attacking you for it.
You didn't challenge them. They just laughed in your face, and then you thanked them for the opportunity.
I'm saying you have characterized this.
Look at this. They didn't agree with you.
No. I'm saying
you're trying to get them to agree to constitutional rights. That's exactly what we should do. We should say trans people are just like every American citizens and they should have constitutional rights. I go and have the courage to challenge that audience to that, and then you want to make fun of it? Like
I'm saying,
you know, immediately after saying, you know, like trans women shouldn't be allowed to compete against cis men, or trans women shouldn't be allowed to compete against cis women. Like, come on, dude. Absolutely unhinged, really. It really is sad to see.
Does that agree with you? What do you want? Do you want me to challenge them, or do you not want me to challenge them?
Like when they answered, you were like, "I'll take it."
Your mind.
That's not a challenge. It's not a challenge if you accept like the majority disagreement.
It was a big swing. You agreed that it was a little bit of a miss. And I think,
by the way, you're not exactly right about that either.
Oh boy. All right. Big swing. You agreed it was a little bit of a miss. You're not exactly right about that.
The closest thing that crowd wants to be to the LGBTQ movement is they want Cenk to call Charlie Kirk daddy when Charlie spits on him for his politics.
Honestly, yeah. Please, thank you for the $5 dono. And this is a whole lot. This is a whole lot, guys. I think I'm going to cut a segment here so that this will probably be an additional part, just because we've spent a long time going through just half of this. This is devastating. This is like the death of the Young Turks. Like that. I feel like that's what I'm watching right now, and it's sad and disappointing. But you know, give it like another month or two. We'll be having a post-mortem on the entire organization. Disappointing. Now, I'm going to take this opportunity to go use the bathroom and get an alcoholic beverage. But before I go for a little break, folks, we've been going for 8.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and just a shout out to all you wonderful people tuning in for the first time. We have a good 550 some people watching right now, and that is real neat. I think that's really cool. And so please hit the subscribe button. We're almost at 10K over on YouTube. That'd be really cool to hit by the end of the year. You know, it's a bit of a long shot considering we currently have we currently need 430 more subscribers. So if you guys know anybody, get them to subscribe. And please consider dropping those subs and donuts, because this show is brought to you entirely by viewers like you. This is what I do full time. I do shows and do my little jokes and give my analyses and do deep dives into various topics. And I hope I'll see you all again here. I know when I take a break, a number of people usually filter out, but for those of you who stick around, looking forward to finishing this up with you guys, all right? So consider supporting stream, and I will be back soon. Burb.
just as the seasons change, our fears will be left behind. Hey, dreamer, hold on just a little more. The sun's not far from the horizon, and this is the day that we have long been waiting for.
Hello, everyone. Sake Tanuki.
I miss when this channel would have open debates about whether Uranus should have been banned in Bishiho Senshi Sailor Moon S. Jogai Ranto. Shuyaku Sodatsusen.
I don't know what that means. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs though, Sake Tanuki, and for the laugh on my return. Hello. God. Not bad. Pineapple sour. All right. Now that I have purged my brain, stretched my tired limbs, and procured an alcohol, let us return to this absolute travesty of conflict. Here we go. Segment button. Hello, everyone. Hello. And we are back with part 2 of the Francesca Fiorentini Cenk Uygur debate conversation. I get the feeling that this was intended to be more of a conversation, less of a debate. And Cenk made it into a debate. It's going exceedingly poorly, so let's. I guess let's just jump right in. Francesca seems to have touched a nerve with Cenk here, and well, I feel like the rest of this is going to be far more confrontational than the opening.
So I was in the room. 2/3 of them cheered. 1/3 of them clearly did not. And groaned and cheered.
The people who were
Charlie,
cheering
it
were
was-
not mic'd properly. I understand.
Damn.
Look, it was a swing. It's good you asked, but I didn't think that you really had like a save for that, because I think you were like, you actually gave them credit for the few people that agreed. And meanwhile, Cenk, you have so much disdain for our side. If I say, hey, I believe trans people should play in sports, you have so much disdain. You get so mad. But here you are, and
I don't get mad, he says, after one of the most mad outbursts you've ever seen in your life.
And here is what you say.
Constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys...
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. So, guys, we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right and I say it to the left.
Sure.
Okay, so,
When's the last time they heard that message? Never.
Thank you for...
Is this may be a deep cut, but is Cenk about to turn into a corn cob? Is that what's about to happen here?
No, I guess thank you, but you have so much grace for people who really were groaning and not on board with what you said.
When did I say I have grace for that?
I mean, no, you said it right there. You said, hey, I'll take
You don't have to say it when you demonstrate it, man.
it. And it was like, this is what we got to do.
The room said, yay, trans constitutional rights.
Like the same way like a member of the KKK doesn't have to say that they're a racist if they show up in their Klan robes. Like you don't gotta say that you're giving them grace when you're giving them grace actively in front of us.
When's the last time 2/3 of AmFest
Why
cheered for constitutional rights for
do
trans
you not extend the same grace to so-called radical leftists?
I'm really glad we're back to this, Franny, because this is important. And we mentioned in the beginning, and I wanted to come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
So having grace for the left, I run the network, and everybody gets to have...
What's real weird here is that Francesca seems like the kind of person he's talking about when he is spitting disdainfully about like Sam Cedar or Emma Vigeland, you know? Like, she's actually someone who's organized on the ground, who's actually like done grassroots organizing and such. And like, I don't know. Does he not realize like the people within his network and within his professional circles are being hit by his strays?
Have their own opinion. Everybody gets to fight me. Everybody gets to state their own opinion without any editorial control. First of all,
but you do go ballistic on them like you went ballistic on me earlier.
Yeah,
you do
yeah.
get, and you
Yes, but
you always
Franny,
say you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah,
you want me to
but
do
I
that?
get
I
animated,
can do it.
that's
Do
right.
you?
Oh, her denim jacket has like a built-in cravat. Is that it? That's neat. I like it.
Wrong. You're an idiot. You're
But
wrong. Like,
Franny,
we can do it.
but
We know
Franny,
what you do when you disagree. It's
but
not.
Franny,
It's not.
do I-
I'll take
but
it.
hold on.
I'll
This is
take it.
super important for the audience to know. But so we fight, right? When we disagree, I say you're wrong, you say I'm wrong.
Very
But
rarely.
is there any consequences afterwards? Do I then threaten your job? Do I take people off the
I
air?
mean, I barely have a job with y'all, but like,
I don't know about that one. Like, I don't know. Pissing off your boss seems like a poor career move, generally speaking. And also, I just gotta throw this out there. Like, we've seen Cenk Uygur interact with Charlie Kirk before, and it was to like stand up in a crowd and heckle him off stage, and that's where we get the legendary line, "I live like a capitalist every day, Cenk." And like, that antagonism has evaporated. Whatever fighting spirit that had is gone. Hey, Smite Knight. Coming from the Polymarket studio was the final nail of the TYT channel. True. We should get that as like a as a sound clip.
like, look. First of all, we rarely ever. Back to what I'm saying, Cenk. Who's your main co-host?
Anna, yeah, on the
Yes.
Young Turks.
When
But
you
know
say,
that there's like over 24 Young Turks contributors and hosts.
I know, I understand
Right.
that.
So
And
okay, but
I'm
Franny,
trying to tell you that there is in fact, Cenk, let's just be real. We said this privately. I'll say it publicly now.
Also,
About-
can I just say, like, TYT has 24 shows and hosts, because like they do a piss poor job like amplifying them outside of the main show. Like, you've got the only ones I'm aware of are like maybe like three or four outside of the main show. Where are the other 20 that I've never heard of?
About a year ago, around the time of the trans stuff, and the trans sports stuff, you said to me, "Hey, Francesca, just so you know," and I don't think it's not a secret, but you didn't tell the audience. But it was like, "Hey, just so you know, like TYT main show is kind of like mainstream progressives. Like that's sort of what
Are they
we
all
wanna
on the
be,
TYT channel? I don't
and
think
you know,
so.
we're more mainstream. Just so you know, we're like moderate progressives kind of thing." And I was like, "Okay." And then I said to you, why don't we have a debate? Like, why don't you bring John and I on? We debate, you and Anna. We could talk about trans issues. We could talk about, crime. We could talk about all the things that always, get under our skirts. Like, we could talk about that stuff. And that was like, you didn't seem that very excited about that.
Yeah, Hassan has been one of the best success stories to come out of TYT, and honestly, it's mostly on his own merits.
Franny, that is a crazy standard. So first of all,
Standard. No, I'm just being
hold on,
honest. Like, just to say, like, we've
Franny,
never
can I
had that
just
space.
answer? Can I answer? Okay.
Are you mad?
Oh, he's talking about the HQ contributors? Oh, like the short little YouTube clips who are doing like on the ground stuff. Gotcha.
Someone's talking too much? Is Cenk Uygur mad someone else is talking too
Yeah.
much?
So when do I get?
Yeah, John and Fran need to be free. Freedom for Francesca and John.
Animated when people cut me off. That's what drives me crazy.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So now.
Cenk, you can't say that. You can't say that it drives you crazy when other people cut you off, when you constantly cut off other people. Dude.
The thing that you just
yeah, Dr. Rashad is another one. I've heard of that one, but I've never. I don't know where the shows are.
That was our private conversation. I literally said at the very beginning of this broadcast. Okay, so I said populist establishment is one spectrum, and we're on the extreme end of populism. Left-right spectrum is different, and we're not on the extreme of the left. I said we're kind of in the middle, not the moderate BS that the mainstream media.
Oh yeah, you're in the middle, not the moderate mainstream middle, but like the middle, the real middle. You're the true enlightened centrists, the true, dare I say, Tim Pools. Strange.
We apologize again for the fault in the subtitles. Those responsible for sacking the people who have just been sacked have been sacked.
The max middle left. Oh, Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. That'll get you a Mariah Carey Christmas. Do you want it now or do you want it later? Do you want your Mariah Carey Trombone Champ? We only got a couple more days of Trombone Champs left. Do you want them now or at the end of stream? I thought we were done with that. No, that we had a moratorium on Christmas itself. But if you are split, let's do it later then. Thank you so goddamn much for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Yeah, actually, you know what? We'll put it up to democracy. All right. If Salmon Moose has no strong feelings, /vote. What trombone fate? Now or later? 1 or 2? 1 or 2's in chat, folks. 1 or 2's in chat. Do you want it now or do you want it later? A lot of people in Riverboat chat voting for now. Oh. Damn. We got a lot of ones in Riverboat chat and in YouTube chat. I'm sorry, twos. You've been overruled. We're gonna take a swift break. Okay? It's gonna be down with the swiftness, as it were. Let's do my favorite speed. I think this is my favorite speed for Trombone Champ. 1.75. It's not too fast, but it's still comically fast. Cheers. Happy holidays, everyone. Post your trombonages. Good night, Alan Smith. Not gonna lie, this is kind of fire. Why do you do this to us? Why? Well, because this is the covenant I made at the beginning of Christmas. Of the Christmas season. Of December. Yeah, you guys voted for this. This is democracy, baby. 773 toots, as God intended. Trombone bless us, everyone. All right. Back to this. Also, I'm gonna hit the marker button. Otherwise, I will definitely forget that and leave it in, leave it in for the segment.
I've watched 2.5 episodes of Squid Game Season 2, and there's been less pain and death than in this Cenk nonsplanation.
Right? Like, if you have to take 2 hours to explain your political strategy in a way that is completely incoherent at every possible turn, like, what are you doing in the explaining politics biz? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. You could make it the intro to the video. Maybe, depending on whether or not it gets flagged by DMCA. We'll see. God, that was funny. Here we go.
Media does, right? Oh, Joe Manchin is moderate. No, he's not. Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell are moderate. No, they're not. They're radical corporatists, okay? They've perverted the word.
Good night, Judgment Free Zone.
So, but am I in the center of the left? Yes, I'm in the center of the left, and so is Anna. So, like, people catch feelings over that, but the polling shows it, elections show it, everything shows we're in the center of the left. And I'm proud to be there. I don't want to be on the far left.
I don't think,
but I don't block anyone from being on the far left. And we've had thousands of conversations. And the reason why I'm saying your standard is unfair is you're saying you and John
We
were
got the live from the Polymarket studio in LA sound clip. Oh, you wonderful human, you. I'll put it on the soundboard when I actually have free time at my apartment because I haven't been there for a while.
not involved in those debates, but I've had those debates on air, and I'll have more. I don't care. I'm not shy about it at all. Do I?
Or maybe. Just maybe.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Excellent. Also, what is this one? What is this Dennis Prager one?
I'm much more frustrated by how many people I haven't touched than I am exhilarated by the number of people I have touched.
That one. It's really good, Gamer G. That was perfect. That's a grade A. That's a grade A Dennis Prager sound clip. Oh God.
Debating or discussing?
Yeah, these are real quotes. So we aren't AI-ing any of these quotes.
So if you want to have another one on the Young Turks, me and you at the 5 o'clock hour.
Yes, was Smite Knight. Thank you for subscribing.
He's not on the left. That's the problem. He's on the right in the same way that CNN's balanced panels are on the right. In the same way that having a climate scientist and climate change denier on to debate is being fair and balanced.
Yup.
Or whatever it might be, because 3 to 5. So I'm saying Pacific time. Everybody knows Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, we do the show, and that's a news show. So we go through the news items, right? But now sometimes what we're doing is at 5 o'clock, we're having guests on for longer conversations. So if more progressives that are on the just as populist as us or somewhere else on the populist spectrum, but to the left of us on that spectrum want to come on, great. I believe in my opinions 100%. I'm here to defend it. That's why I'm on this show. So, but what gets me animated is when others say, no, Cenk, you are not allowed to have that opinion. You're
allowed to have the opinion, but other people are allowed to criticize you. This is the same as when right-wingers complain about like being censored on on like social media platforms, and it's just like people criticizing them. Like that's not what this means. You're allowed to have the opinion. People are also allowed to disagree with you.
Everybody the space to have their own opinion, and I run the network. But Cenk, even though you run the network, even if you didn't run the network, you're not allowed to have that opinion because that opinion aids and abets racist, sexist, whatever excuse we're using. But you're not allowed to have it as an immoral opinion, and you're not. And no,
I
do not agree to that.
I've been an example for the last hour of trying to hear you out on your opinion on all of this, and I feel like I've gotten, when the converse happens and I explain that I think that there's a fine line between being anti-establishment and fascistic. There is a fine line between being populist and pro-authoritarian, that so many throughout history, authoritarians, Mussolini, have been massive populists. They were loved and liked so long as certain groups of people weren't included in that populism. And I think there's a better way to do populism. And so
okay, you tell me, Franny, what's your genius idea for how to win the voters back without ever talking to them?
Well, here's my genius idea. Let's just say, okay, just imagine you had the big.
You have also been calling them fascists and racists. How are you taking this weird moral high ground, dog? They are, like, a lot of them are fascists and racists. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
Biggest YouTube channel for, progressive media. Just imagine you had that. And you had a massive failure in the Democratic establishment. Kamala Harris gets her ass handed to her. Biden didn't drop out.
I can imagine that.
People are scrambling. They're running like, rats off a sinking ship from MSNBC, from Pod Save America, and all these Beltway bros that lied to them about the Democratic Party having this in the bag, knowing what they were doing, that never talked about capitalism, that never talked about corporate donors, that never talked about any of that stuff. And I would love, if I had a network, to be the place where people from the center left or liberals, the wicked liberals, to come over and say, hey, let's think systematically about this. Let's think long-term about this. Let's think about political revolution. Let's think about getting serious about the 99% against the 1%. That's what I would do.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So you're welcome. I explained exactly.
Oh, God. What? It's literally the SpongeBob meme. It's the Patrick Star wallet meme. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? It's literally this. It's oh God, please. There we go. Are you Patrick Star? Yup. And this is your ID. Yup. I found this ID in this wallet, and if that's the case, this must be your wallet. That makes sense to me. Then take it. It's not my wallet. It literally, it's literally this, but with political ideologies for Cenk Uygur. And Francesca, I think, is just as baffled as all of us are here.
Exactly. Hold on, let me answer.
I don't see you doing that.
No, you're wrong. Again, you're wrong. So,
you're wrong for not seeing my point. If she's wrong, then make your point better.
I explained how Pod Save America and The View and Morning Joe were so full of crap, pretending that they knew all along that Joe Biden had trouble. Then why didn't you say it, you liars? Why did you protect him all along? I ran against Joe Biden. I did a petition against Joe Biden. I said we should do an open primary. My number one motivating factor is to find a populist left figure that wins that 2028 primary. That is the most important thing in the world. And now you've got me scared, Franny, that all of a sudden, like, if the far left peels off and goes and agrees with the establishment and votes with them, I will lose my freaking mind. It will be the greatest betrayal of this movement that I have ever seen. So I am massively against.
I don't think you consider
anyone on the left should be massively against the establishment. So what you're using is fear of the right-wing populism going.
The insane thing is that he's saying that Donald Trump, the person who is going to be president in less than a month, isn't the establishment. The guy who is, you know, a billionaire and who was president previously and is currently the head of the Republican Party and able to appoint people to the head of the RNC and currently holds all positions of power throughout the U.S. government. You know, when it comes to what is controlled by Republicans, not establishment. Gotcha.
South on us, which is a real fear.
Going south.
I'm going insane. Yeah.
Trying to guard against, to say, like, to now all of a sudden, like,
I feel like Francesca's heart is breaking here. She feels, it looks like she feels pity for him, honestly.
like, well, maybe the establishment's not so bad. No, the establishment's horrible. It's horrible. I'm not going back in that prison. I'd rather be in the populous woods with real human beings.
Didn't he vote for Kamala? My understanding is that he voted for Kamala Harris and was advocating for others to vote for Kamala Harris prior to the election. And now he's like, just going fucking crazy, man. You know, in 2016, the loss of Bernie Sanders broke the Chapo boys, and that got me off of, you know, paying a lot of attention to Chapo Trap House. But I think in the same way that 2016 broke Chapo Trap House, 2024 broke Cenk Uygur. And I think it's pretty apparent from everything that's happening here.
Fighting and battling and trying to get to the right answer and the right coalitions than to be in an establishment prison where we're now locked up by Mitch McConnell and goddamn Dick Cheney and Joe Biden and Pelosi, and we're marched back into let it continue the robbery. Thank you, sir, for the robbery. We appreciate.
She looks like she's about to cry. They both look like they're about to cry.
And the right's not robbing people? The right doesn't rob people?
So, no, but hey, look at that, Franny. Look at what you're saying. I just said 200 times in this interview that Trump's a fake populist and there's going to be a huge
Yeah, but you're carrying water for him and his acolytes, man. Like, you can't get around that. You're saying he's a fake populist. You're serving his ends, man.
Concretely, I don't know who you're talking about. Concretely,
so you think the right's not
no. I'm just like, let me.
Yeah, this is a great question. Like, who is he talking about? Who does he think is this right populist ally? Who? What faction? What group? Like, I don't know. Is it like Marjorie Taylor Greene? I don't think he'd go with that. He mentioned Jewish space lasers already, derisively, so it's probably not MTG. Like, who would he be? Who would he even be talking about? Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley is like one of the guys who cheered on the attempted overthrow of democracy. Is he talking about like Matt Gaetz? Who is he talking about? I'm really curious to know. I'm trying to suss it out, like, before he says it. Like, I'm trying to think here. Like, who would even be considered? Maybe he knows like some junior member of Congress that I'm not aware of. You know, maybe not a headliner, but still a vote.
Let me just say how I see it. Just you've explained how you see it.
Oh yeah, Cenk did get quote tweeted by Matt Gaetz. That was embarrassing. And just pull that up real quick. Jesus Christ. Yesterday, agree with him or disagree, Cenk is a must follow right now. Just absolutely, man, Cenk must be so proud getting endorsed by the man who is currently most famous for having sex with children. I agree with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy about H-1B visas, but I love the rebellion against them because it shows that MAGA is thinking for itself. The rebellion against them is not thinking for themselves. It's just a racist mob mentality. That's like looking that's like looking at like a Southern hate crime and being like, ah, good, the KKK members are thinking for themselves. Finally, like, what are you doing, man? I disagree with the right-wing populists here because I think it's awesome that the most talented engineers across the world want to come here, and I think they make us stronger. Blah, blah, blah. This fight shows that MAGA is not a monolith, and that's a great thing.
Cenk is too stubborn, proud, and petty to admit when he's wrong.
I mean, all of that is true. Also, Airbnb Abortion, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I mean, it is good that MAGA is not a monolith, but like as we've seen from today with Donald Trump coming out in favor of H-1B visas, like it's not this schism isn't going to matter. It's not going to devolve into two factions because he sided with power and his base follows power. So like that will heal up the schism. Vivek is right and wrong. He's right that we should celebrate nerds and people who work hard in school, but he's wrong that we need to put down anyone else in order to do that. I was both an honor student and the middle linebacker of our football team. There's nothing wrong with being a jock or a nerd, or both. I can't stand Laura Loomer, and I think her comments about Indians are awful. Oh, why is there a but there, Cenk? But I also don't think she should be punished for her comments, blocked or unverified. Let the marketplace of ideas sort this out. The forces for good don't need censors to help us. Hey, Cenk, are you going to allow, like, people in your YouTube chat to just spam the N-word? Are you going to allow people in your Twitch chats to spam the N-word? You gonna allow that? My guess is no. But why aren't you letting this? Why are you not letting the forces of good triumph in the absence of censorship? This is lunacy. This is baby-brained, absolute horseshit. I agree with marketplace of ideas. It's not, frankly. The issue is the marketplace of ideas has always been a fallacy built upon faulty reasoning. In the marketplace of ideas, it's not necessarily the idea that is the most meritorious that succeeds. It's the idea that has the most power and money behind it. You know? That's how a marketplace works. You can dominate a marketplace with money. Similarly, if you turn the exchange of ideologies and ideas into a marketplace, then an idea backed by enough money and power can dominate that marketplace. Like it's not rocket science. You can buy attention with money. And by buying attention, you get the control of the marketplace. Like, this is exactly what Elon Musk did. And now he controls the marketplace of ideas in a very literal sense when it comes to Twitter. And look, if you want to know what it's like without any kind of censorship, head over to 4chan. Head over to 8chan. Head over to any one of those weird spin-off sites. And you know what you'll find? You'll find absolute degeneracy. And when I say it, I mean like you'll find like disgusting stuff. You'll find like snuff films. You'll find like hate crimes on video. You'll find child pornography. You'll find all kinds of awful shit over there. Illegal shit. And you'll find plenty of slurs and hatred. Money doesn't always buy viewership. It can be used to buy viewership, though, because then it doesn't matter if your projects make money or not. If you have the backing of a billionaire, then it turns out you can have millions of people tune into what you say, even if what you have to say is boring and pointless and doesn't add anything of value to the discussion. Even if what you say is just slurs and racism and bigotry, it doesn't matter. If you have $1 billion backing you, you can say whatever you want, and you have, frankly, a large chunk of the marketplace of ideas because money is being spent to prop you up. Daily Wire can put out flop film after flop film after flop film, and it doesn't matter because billionaires back them. You can, in fact, buy views. You know, you like PragerU, backed by billionaires. Doesn't matter that only like most of their videos get like 1,000 views a pop. Or Sinclair Media is a great example, Punky Gal. Sinclair Media bought up all the local news stations, and now they're able to mainstream any kind of conservative idea they want directly into your local home. When you have enough money, you control the marketplace. It's that simple. And saying, well, Laura Loomer shouldn't be punished for being racist is just kind of like, because of the marketplace of ideas, it's just saying, well, it's okay to be, you know, a racist bigot as long as you have enough money. In my mind. And I disagree with that. I think that actually sometimes it's good for websites to have a minimum standard of decorum. The same way I think it's fine if you, you know, if you expel someone who comes into your store and takes a shit in the middle of it, I think it's fine for you to kick that person out of your store. I think it is fine to kick someone out of your store for coming in and just screaming the N-word over and over. I think that's fine. That's not infringing on the marketplace of ideas. That's enforcing a basic standard code of conduct, which is fine. You do not look like a woman at all, man, except the reality. Dude, I don't think you've ever seen a woman if you think I don't look like one. Let's see. Just started a new Twitter account last week to see what the algorithm was like, and even though I had selected only food and travel as my interests, I was immediately fed bullshit by Marjorie Taylor Greene, M. Varel, and all kinds of bullshit like that. Yep. All right. Anyway, we're gonna get back to this. I just... Man, being endorsed by like a guy who is just exposed as being a pedophile is a real kick in the nuts, eh, Cenk?
So I've been covering Trump since 2016. We covered his rise. One of the big videos we did in AJ Plus was like, why do people like Trump, right? And everyone was like, oh no, we have to talk about why people like Trump. And it's so obvious. The outside.
I take the Noam Chomsky position. You have to defend the viewpoint you hate as much as the viewpoint you love if you want true freedom of speech. No, I don't think that I need to defend the viewpoint of people who think I should die. I don't think I should be. I don't think I should. It is incumbent upon me to defend the position of folks who think I don't deserve the right to exist by how I exist. So if you think that, that's interesting, but I disagree with it intensely. Also, weirdly enough, Noam Chomsky got real defensive and didn't really want to defend the viewpoint he hated as much as the viewpoint he loved when it came to what he was doing on Jeffrey Epstein's plane and island. So maybe take what he said with a little bit of salt. He had some good ideas, but associating with Jeffrey Epstein wasn't one of them.
Tells it like it is, very direct, you know, not afraid to
also defend their right to say it. Look, in the real world, in a state of nature, in a state of anarchy, like what Noam Chomsky embraced, if someone said something you disagreed with that was inciting violence towards you, you would be fully justified in beating them to death with a rock. So, like, we don't live in that society, and I think maybe it would be good instead to have rules of decorum.
Set, you know, yes, the normal establishment order of like, you gotta be a politician, you gotta be this. Of course, there's a million. He's kind of funny. There's a million reasons. And you know, right.
And for the record, I do like a lot of Noam Chomsky's ideas. That one's not one of his best ones.
There's a million reasons why people like him, and yet obviously there is a massive danger. My brain just made the biggest fart noise on me, and I do not remember exactly what I was saying. But
that's okay. So you remember is that yeah.
You're right. Keep you say
Aw,
something.
man.
and-
Yeah,
Francesca.
So Franny, look, it's when I talk about people attacking us, I want to be clear about. And
Hey,
about this.
hyperaggressive, how you doing?
Okay, wait. Will you say that really quickly?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
remembered. My analysis has always been
The rule of decorum is always a slippery slope. Oh, okay. Then I want you to try saying the N-word in my chat. Baby Vasso, say the N-word in my chat. I have a rule of decorum against it, but, if it's a slippery slope, you should clearly take a hard stance against that. It doesn't have to be the N-word. Any sufficiently offensive slur will do. This is a privately owned company. It has the ability to write its own rules. It's not, actually. It's just my chat. So, say a slur. Please, a sufficiently, bad one. A very harsh one. Or you can give a really spicy opinion, like you think child pornography is totally great. Say something like that. After all, rules of decorum are a slippery slope, and you should, of course, resist that, right? You wouldn't want to have a slippery slope around here. You want a firm foundation, right? So challenge the rule of decorum here. Or is your position full of shit? I wonder. I'll pass, not something I personally say. Yeah, because your position is full of shit.
Donald Trump is a great brand master as an outsider, but he's a Trojan horse. That at the end of the day, even though Mitch McConnell, says his bullshit and whatever, of course he wants all the same things that Donald Trump wants. Trump is a brilliant Trojan horse for, yes, the establishment right. Look at all the neocons he's appointed.
Carrion Coyote gets it. Every culture and movement has decorum as part of it, and it's literally impossible to have a social forum without there being a standard of behavior. Ding, ding, ding. That's part of living in society.
I made a joke like, oh, all the cabinet positions are going to be, and yeah, you've got a random Kash Patel and whomever, but they're going to be the people commenting on his
I'll say something, libs are fucking mid. True.
Truth Social. It's like, nah, he's picking Huckabee. He's picking Marco Rubio. He's got Elise Stefanik. He's all these people who we're going to be at war with Iran within a couple years. I have no doubts about that. So like, I truly, unless again, his actual base is like, no, including us, like, I just feel like, is that not clear? I thought we were all clear that Trump was literally just a Trojan horse for establishment politics. It's as if Bernie Sanders said all the things and all the right things, but when got into office, Nancy Pelosi's behind the curtain pulling the
John
levers.
Bainbridge.
Like, wasn't that just understood that that's who he was?
So no, it's more complicated than that. I agree with everything you said about Trump and why he got to be popular. He ran as anti-establishment.
Right.
As a fake populist, right?
Right.
And so that's what worked really well. Wouldn't it be amazing if we had a real populist on the left and ran on populist left? So I hope to God we all agree to that in the 2028 primaries. So in terms of the part that...
Well, the thing is, Keggy, I understand what his position is. It's just that the way he is pursuing that stated position is ludicrous and nonsensical. He's seeing a victory where there isn't one. That's part of the issue. Like, he's seeing a position of agreement where there's not one. And in order to pursue it, he's willing to go and lick the boots of conservatives in a way that is not going to win them over. He's a trophy to them. He's a victory, a symbol of their victory. It's not an effective way to build a bridge with anyone, because to them, he's just a loser who's, at best, a wayward convert far too late to the cause, and at worst, a fake populist. You know? Yeah, there's a reason why when we covered the Charlie Kirk appearance he did, I called him Charlie Kirk's bitch, because that is symbolically what Charlie Kirk made him into for that appearance.
I don't quite agree on the Trojan horse. You're right. That's all he's done so far. In the first term, he had 4 freaking years, and his number one and almost only accomplishment was corporate tax cuts. Massive, massive corporate tax cuts. And in fact, on the Young Turks, back then I said, watch, the establishment is going to leave him the minute those tax cuts pass. I even named a name. I said Gary Cohn, his national economic advisor. Okay, he's going to leave right after the corporate tax cuts pass, because that was the Trojan horse part. So you're right about that, right? But Trump is uncontrollable. So that's why that's why the Mitch McConnell and the establishment fights against Trump during the primaries. They didn't want him because they want people that can be controlled. Trump is uncontrollable both in terrible ways and maybe potentially ways that could be positive. And that is what.
But if he's uncontrollable in ways that could be positive, then he's going to do that whether you lick their boots or not. Like, maybe Cenk is trying to argue that he's weighting the scales a little bit, but with whom? Who within Donald Trump's orbit is going to be at all swayed by this? I can't think of a single name.
Why the establishment is scared to death of him is because they're like, well, what if he does things that are populist in the right direction? No, right? Now, he hasn't yet, right? So, and the policy that you just mentioned, Franny, that's the one where the rubber hits the road. And so I am so curious what's going to happen. So
like, he's selling out all of his credibility for a, I don't know, 2% chance that Donald Trump might listen to him. And even if that 2% chance comes to fruition, it's going to be on like one thing, one time. And the other 98% of the time, like, Donald Trump is going to do the unimaginable level of suffering and torment that he's been promising to do. And like, in my mind, okay, if I'm looking at this and I'm Cenk Uygur and I have access and control one of the largest left-wing news networks in the world, I look at this and I say, how can we bend our resources and our structure towards, you know, getting people involved in the Democratic Party, getting people involved in like local community organizing efforts, into truly grassroots level forms of resistance, in order to survive the challenges and times ahead. I look at what we can actually do with what we have, and which is why I've set up my Discord to try and help folks who need to get out of dangerous states, to get out of, to find safe harbor, safe housing in places that have state level protections for them, because that's going to buy you some valuable time if things really hit the fan. That's why I have a knowledge base that we are collectively building up in the Riverboat Jack Discord, so that you can find safe places to go, so you can know where to stop on road trips, so you can know like what skills are available to you in this community, and how people might be able to help you in this community, and you know, even channels where folks can like maybe even financially support one another if the need arises. And like, we're working on other tools, you know, in the meantime, but like, that's me and that's this community, and we are pitifully small compared to whatever TYT might be able to field. And instead of doing anything remotely helpful, Cenk is using his time to shit on people who are in danger, who are directly in the path of this incoming administration. And instead, he's bending the knee and licking the boots of the people who want to step on and crush the necks of untold numbers of people in this country. So, like, I don't know. This is why I'm trying to funnel people into DSA and their local Dems, because at least in those organizations, you can do something productive with your anxious energy. You can do something that might actually help your local community and help your local area. Because again, DSA doesn't just get involved in politics. They can get involved in a lot of other things in your local area, whether it's feeding folks or providing housing or whatever, what have you. Like, there are so many things that Cenk Uygur could do with TYT that would be effective means of political organizing and political deployment. And instead, he's betting everything on like a 2% chance or a 0.02% chance that maybe Donald Trump might give him a crumb of attention. And that seems really, really bizarre. My local DSA disappeared a couple years ago. Well, maybe GamerG in the Discord can help you find them or help you set up a new branch, because you can do that too. I feel bad for all the cool peeps at TYT. Ravana, I think Ravana is out. I think Ravana went and got her law degree. But yeah, I do wonder what she thinks about all this. Friend of the show, Ravana. We've gotten like 6 or 7 riverboaters into DSA, and Jack is like 1/100th of what TYT was. Yeah. And my hope is that we can make that 6 or 7 number into 60, 70, 600, 700. Let's go. The amount of change you can do with 10 to 20 people is huge. And anything even more than that is exponentially larger. Let's go, folks. Let's go.
Israel has absolute power at this point. And they believe, and they're drunk on power because they believe Trump is going to give them everything that they want. And in the beginning, he definitely will. That's why he nominated Team Miriam, as I explained earlier, Stefanik, Rubio, etc. Right? And so those guys will be our neocons. They will push for us to fund Israel's wars from here to eternity. If I am wrong, then there'll never be any pushback from the right-wing populists, the MAGA base, and they'll be like, oh, send all of our money to Israel, start more wars. Maybe we should fight the wars for Israel.
Man, this has aged terribly, and this has been up for less than 24 hours because Donald Trump is out here like threatening to invade Greenland.
And then I'll come on your show and go on the Young Turks and say, guys, I was wrong. No, it turns out the right-wing populists, they weren't anti-war. They were just cultists, right? Or I'll be right, and some portion of that base will go.
What is the Discord info? Just type into your URL riverboat.gg/Discord.
No, we're sick of funding Israel's wars. Not that they care about Muslims. I mean, Tucker's a good example of it. He turned on the Iraq war a year into the war, and he explained on a radio show. He's like, because they're these Iraqi Arab Muslims are monkeys, and I don't care about them. Yeah. So he doesn't do it with good intent or anything positive in his heart, but they genuinely want to get the hell out of wars, right?
Yes.
So if I'm right.
No, they don't. They don't. What are you talking about? Tucker Carlson is like full-on Christian nationalist, talking about how he's physically battled demons these days. Like, he's very much in favor of like religious wars against like Muslims in other countries. Like the idea that these people like stalled out back in 2005 and were just like, oh yeah, Tucker Carlson was anti one war in 2005. So therefore he's anti all wars. That's insane.
When Trump pushes too far on Israel, they're going to push back.
I think
so that's a great mystery.
I wanted to...
Girl, how are you still going? You started on my way to work and you're still going now that I am home?
I felt like this was really important to cover in its entirety. And once I'm done with this, I want to be done with talking about TYT and Cenk. Like, this isn't... This is awful, but I feel like some amount of responsibility because I've platformed them and told people to go follow them in the past to like cover this and let people know, no, this is beyond the pale. This is awful. And so Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Our own eyes.
Yes, and I want to say, for the record, I'm not against.
The TYT will keep digging after this. They'll find new cringe. I'm sure they will. But like, I need to like adopt just at a certain point. You know, I'll put this out and then be done with TYT for like, I don't know, 3 months. We'll check back in.
Here's what I'm not against: bringing those people into the fold of a.
We also said we were done with TYT like 4 TYT streams ago. It's true. I would like to be done with them.
Broad progressive coalition
Great.
that includes everyone. So and does. However, if those folks are also like, yeah, because there's already too many.
Like at this point, I'm just kind of waiting for like the next shoe to drop would be like Cenk Uygur interviewing Donald Trump in like just giving him the most fawning interview ever that ends with an offer for like a hand job or something. Like it's really bad.
Muslims here, right, guys? That's something that I have a line around, but that's not to say, especially if it's some random uninformed voter who's just like racist by, just sort of not genetically, but like their dad was a racist, so they are a little bit, whatever. Like those people, those culturally, those people can be worked on. I do think for me, this is what a broad coalition looks like, but there are lines, and that line for me is respecting human rights and civil rights of your fellow Americans, which I think you're trying to get to. But I do want to ask,
why did he start shaking his head at the mention of human rights and civil rights? What's wrong with you, my guy?
We all hate Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough, but like in practice, is what you're doing that different from like if you were to get invited to Mar-a-Lago?
He mad at that question. He's so fucking mad.
Wouldn't you go?
Oh, I would definitely go. And so, okay, so
to open lines of discussion.
Yeah, so good question. So let me address it. So
I would definitely go. And then we'd have a lot of really good conversations with all those populists at Mar-a-Lago.
Mika and Joe were very clear. They said we went down there because we're scared, and they wanted to court power and get access again. So to me, what is that about? That's about their ego. That's about their career. That's about their money, etc. For me, why would I go to Mar-a-Lago? Well, I'm not going to ask for any money. I never do. I don't. That's not what I do. And I don't care about their positions. I don't want to be in the Trump administration. I don't care about any of that. What do I care about? I care about policy. So I believe that if I'm in a room with Trump, I can convince him on at least one policy. Okay. And I know no one believes that, but just put me in a room with him. Okay. And I'm not going to walk out of it. And if he says no to the policy, right, then I'm gone. And I gave it my best shot and it didn't work. Okay. But at least I tried. At least I tried really hard to move.
Oh, Ash Bradford, I think you need to verify like your phone number with Discord in order to chat.
Move that ship in the right direction. Remember,
we don't get that information. Just Discord needs the phone verification.
Trump likes to be popular. So that is a place where you could show him, hey, look at these populist positions, economically populist positions, which are overwhelmingly popular. Do that. So a good example is cut the Pentagon instead of cutting Medicare, right?
What do you think the probability? I wanted to ask you a question. What do you think under Doge? What is the probability that the Pentagon is cut versus what every single Republican ultimately wants, and that's why this guy is their Trojan horse, cutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid? Like, what's the probability they actually cut the Pentagon instead? I'm giving it a 4% chance on Polymarket.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
We should do a bet on there.
Let's do a bet.
Live from the
Polymarket studio I've got it at 20%. So not very high, but higher than what you got it at. 20% that they cut the Pentagon. So 80% that they won't. But now there's a fighter's chance that they do.
In
what is
comparison,
there's literally not a fighter's chance that they cut the Pentagon. What are you talking about, bro? There is. It will. like hell will literally be frozen solid before Donald Trump cuts the Pentagon. Are you fucking kidding me, bro?
And
Try
like
to
they
cut
rather
Medicare or Social. Hold
Yeah.
on. What is the chance that they try to cut Medicare or Social Security? 60%.
No, it's not even 60%. It's like they're going to try. That is a 100% guarantee. Will they succeed? Maybe that's at like a 80% chance of success, but they are 100% going to try.
So that's still much more likely, right?
Yes.
And I've started to see and by the way, here's another reason to communicate. I now am seeing right-wing hosts talking about cutting Social Security. So they're coming for Social Security. I see them talking about arresting two people. So they, the two that they're most obsessed with, Fauci and Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
So that's real, and we got to stop that. I hate Liz Cheney, but you.
How are you going to stop that? You're gonna reach out to your populist conservative friends? They gonna rally up the troops on the right to get them to defend Dr. Fauci? What mechanism do you propose we use?
You don't arrest her because you don't like her. That's not a thing. And in fact, I had a huge battle with Vinny, who's a right-wing populist that I agree with some issues on, but a huge battle on that on Patrick Bet-David's show last time. I'm like, brother, you need a crime to arrest people.
Oh God, winners and losers. Don't speak that into existence. Don't like create like SS coin where they just pour all Social Security funds into crypto. Let's not have that, please.
She hurt my feelings is not a crime, right? She disagreed with Trump is not a crime.
I mean, it is now. I mean, Kash Patel, if you are a journalist or a pundit going on MSNBC and you say something about Kash Patel, he's going to send you a defamation letter of defamation, whatever, a threat to sue him. And that's what's happening. I actually, and I do, here's lastly, do you have a second, a little bit more?
Yeah, and I want to say one last thing too, but go ahead, Franny.
Okay, I just want to, because this I think was another.
You just want to say one last thing. There's 40 minutes left in this. What are you talking about, bro?
Moment on Patrick Bet-David show that stung, and I appreciate that you got into it with Vinny. I'm not discrediting that. Again, I'm not saying all of these appearances have been 100% awful. I just feel there have been moments where you throw the left under the bus more than you push back on the right. And I you might disagree with the characterization. That's how I feel. This part stung for me.
Why do you think they're
Hey, can one of the mods over in Riverboat chat help Ash Bradford out in Twitch chat with getting onboarded into the Discord?
losing these names? Yeah, so everything's a little bit different,
And
and
he's talking about like the Tulsi Gabbards and RFK Jr. and why the Democrats have lost those names.
Yeah.
Ooh.
person's different. So Tulsi, I think, was always secretly a right winger, but Bobby Kennedy Jr. was not. He was definitely a Democrat, right? And so he's a decent example. So Bob,
this is why you need to understand the conspiracy singularity. Otherwise, you have no real point of reference for RFK Jr. You know, like if you don't understand how conspiracism always devolves into far right insanity, you're left scratching your head and you're just like, well, RFK Jr. has always been a leftist.
Bobby has opinions that a lot of people on the left don't agree with, right? To which I say something revolutionary to the left. So what? Okay, he agrees with us on the environment. He agrees with us on housing, on anti-corruption. He doesn't agree with us on vaccines, fluoride, etc., right?
Okay, I stopped it there because you talked about, giving him a fair shot in the primaries, which I actually agree with you about. However, I take issue with, so what? My daughter's 2. She's going to be going to preschool, then to kindergarten, then obviously in public school. So what for childhood vaccinations is truly whether or not my community and my family are safe or not. Having RFK Jr. as the head of the HHS is wildly dangerous. And it's not a culture war issue, Cenk. I'm not saying he's not right on some things, but again, what's the probability that his HHS is going to do anything to rein in corporate power or regulate, the big R word, regulate any of the ways that they poison us? No, they're not going to do that. What they will do is get rid of any vaccination requirements and just sow even more distrust in what has protected millions of people.
Yeah, so it's a fair question because you're misinterpreting what I mean by so what, but not on purpose. It's a miscommunication.
At least Cenk can admit that. Good God.
So
Welcome back.
when
It's
I
me,
say
Airbnb
so what, I
Bullshit.
don't mean, oh, it's no big deal, or that we shouldn't fight him as the head of HHS. I'm against him being the head of HHS. I mean, so what is in, so what? Then let's fight him on those things, right? So I wish he was the head of HUD.
Let's fight him on those things. How? Through what mechanism? There is no mechanism on which to fight him on these.
And then
Yeah, does he mean physically fist fight RFK Jr.?
Would support him. He is great. He wants to ban private equity from buying residential homes. Great, that's a great policy, right? But as the head of HHS, I massively disagree with him, and I think that getting.
But you seem to be saying like so what? I don't know. That's a weird choice of words if that's what you wanted to communicate. But all right.
Rid of vaccines is a very problematic and not a culture war issue.
But that's what he's being put into office to do. That's what he's being appointed to do. So, like, what mechanism constrains him if not stopping him from getting into office?
Very real.
Getting appointed.
That affects people's actual lives. And when vaccines are blocked, there was a story out of Pakistan. They thought it was like an American trick. And then,
I mean, you could also just bring up the time that RFK Jr. personally helped kill like 80-some people due to his advocacy against vaccines. Over half of whom were children. I think like 60 of them were children. Like, you could just bring that up. Bring up the time RFK Jr. personally helped do that.
And then they blocked the polio vaccine and polio spread. And they were like, no, sorry, come back, right? So,
by the way, RFK Jr.'s right-hand guy wants to block the polio vaccine.
That's what I mean by so what. So what? Let's fight him on it. Like, there's no... See, that's part...
How? That's the thing. Like, it's very easy to say, let's fight them. What meaningful action can people take to fight in that particular way? What, are you going to protest outside of Bobby Kennedy's office? He's insane. He's a true believer.
Partly what's wrong here, which is that
we don't even need to bring up the bear. He fucking beheaded a whale. He found a beached whale that was dead with his family in the car, beheaded it, put the head on top of his car while it was leaking its blood and fluids into the car on his children who were there, and then drove it home. That's according to the memoir of one of his kids. He had them all wear plastic bags over their heads with holes crudely cut in them so that they could breathe. RFK Jr. is being investigated for collecting a dead whale. Yep. Kennedy's daughter recalled the whale incident in a 2012 interview with Town & Country magazine, which recently resurfaced and was shared extensively on social media. Kathleen Kennedy said she was 6 years old. When she was 6 years old, her dad got word that a dead whale had washed ashore. He got a chainsaw, cut off the whale's head, and strapped it to the roof of their minivan for a 5-hour drive home. Every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. We all had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out. People on the highway were giving us the finger, but that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. Yep. So Yeah, we'll fight that guy who's that crazy. Whale
We're thinking of
juice.
them, us. And so if they're in the them, then we hate everything about them, right? And what I'm saying is, no, we don't have to hate everything about them. All we have to say is, so I don't agree with Bobby Kennedy on vaccines. So let's go, let's fight him and show that he's wrong, right?
Sure.
So there's nothing wrong with
That's all right. I'm willing to give you that. As we wrap, I do want to ask, do you think about how what you're doing reflects on
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. What?
TYT as a whole or on individual hosts at all? I personally feel implicated by a strategy that I do disagree with. And or do you think, well, I'm doing the right thing, so everything I do should reflect beautifully on everyone who works at TYT?
Greaves Undergrad.
This also means he keeps a chainsaw in his car.
True, Greaves. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Who knows what else he's hacked up with that chainsaw?
See, this is a way of getting me, like, saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds. You're implicating
I'm
me
not trying-
in a
I'm not-
strategy I don't
no.
agree with. Well, but what am I supposed to do? Not do the strategy I believe in because it might implicate people on the network?
I think I'm asking for
Like,
empathy.
not
I'm
out,
just asking
not
for
out.
empathy, Cenk. It's just a being a
I
little
have been doing
empathetic.
odds and ends over here while listening, but I just had to say that Cenk has been particularly insufferable.
Oh yeah, no, he's like gone off the crazy end. Like he's in the deep water with and not able to touch the bottom. Floundering, dog. Like Francesca over here is asking him, like, do you understand the position you're putting your employees in? And he's just like, nah, how dare you imply I'm putting them in any kind of position? How dare you? You're wrong and evil.
No, I don't think that's about empathy. I think what you guys are asking for, and this is why I'm not on the far left, is you're saying, since we don't agree with your strategy and your strategy implicates us, if you were empathetic and a good person, you wouldn't do your strategy.
It's just asking if you understand the position you're putting them in.
And I don't agree. I think my strategy is way better and will protect all of us much better. And so I'm not going to purposely do the wrong strategy because it implicates people on the far left. If you say, hey, I'm so implicated, I'm going to leave. This is unconscionable to me, as some did, great. I got no problems with it. Everybody makes their own choices, but I'm not pushing anybody out. You get this, everybody gets to stay, everybody gets to have their own.
I'm not pushing anyone out except through my behavior and words. I couldn't possibly be pushing anyone out except through my words and deeds.
Opinion. They get to have it passionately. They get to fight me on it. They get to fight everyone on it. They get to make their case. I can't do any better than being super open-minded and allowing everybody to make their case.
You're not really open-minded though, are you? Like, you're yelling without really understanding or backing up your points. You're just like, I disagree with trans girls in sports. I do, unless if they're in high school, it's fine because who cares about fairness in high school sports? But if they're in college, then no. And I have to be honest with you, by the way. Like, I know he views it as a real nitpicky kind of thing, but like, if you're gonna say, well, like, who cares if you came in first or second in your high school track meet? Well, some people who rely on scholarships care. You know, like there is a point at which it actually matters, right? And to that end, you need to understand the actual athletic science behind like trans participation in sports, which indicates that after 1 to 2 years on HRT, like any kind of advantage one might have from like a male puberty dissipates and is gone. And it depends, 1 year, maybe 2 years, that's the main debate. But if you're on puberty blockers, that changes the entire debate. But the issue is he doesn't believe that children should be able to access that type of medical care, which flies in the face of every reputable medical institution in the United States. And his explanation, as far as I can tell from the times he's talked about it, is I think that's bad. I think that's that shouldn't be allowed. They're too young to decide. And like, that's kind of the issue, right? Like, the underlying issue is that you aren't able to back up your opinions, and you just think like, oh, well, the kids are dumb, so they couldn't possibly make a choice about their health care. And that's not backed up by the science at all, buddy. And so, like, the issue is his opinions are bad, and he can't back them up. And then he can't take the criticism that comes with that. So he's not super open-minded when he is not listening to the people who are criticizing him or asking him to listen to the criticism. Because the criticism is coming from a place of trying to help him understand why his positions are wrong, and he just doesn't want to listen to them, which is kind of the opposite of being open-minded. You got to engage with the criticism outside of blustering anger.
If you say, Cenk, you shouldn't make your case because some of us feel implicated by it, well, that's your problem, not my problem.
Sure, Taos and Alexo, like, sure, we should also take a step back and ask why scholarships are even necessary to begin with. I agree with you there. I think college should be free. But if we're not going to get that, then like I think that like scholarship that applies to women should apply to trans women and trans girls, and scholarships that apply to men should be applicable to trans men and trans boys. You know, like, that seems to be like a logical thing to me. But conservatives and people with Cenk's opinion like go ballistic at that very idea.
Yeah, I mean, about that, I'm reminded of the book by I think his name is Michael Schneider, on tyranny, and he wrote.
Yeah, just the idea that kids are going and getting hormones, exactly, not equipped. The kids are getting hormones, drugs, surgeries willy-nilly without entire medical team and parental supervision is absolute bullshit. It's true. Like, maybe you could find one case of that happening, like without like one underage kid without parental supervision slipped through the cracks, managed to get hormones and hormone blockers and drugs, and managed to get bottom surgery without any kind of oversight, and like it was just one unethical doctor. But like, that's a very freak scenario, in the same way that like a doctor, like, I don't know, during a transplant leaves a sponge inside of you. Like, that's a freak scenario. It's not the usual course of events, and pretending that the freak scenario is the norm is rooted in transphobia.
Wrote, it's like 20 lessons from the 20th century about authoritarianism and fascism. And one of the
I've been reading on tyranny, and Timothy Snyder, very good book, highly recommend. It also comes in graphic novel form if you're into stuff like that, and it's very good. I highly recommend. Excellent read. And I think a very fitting one for the times we have ahead.
Things that just come to mind when you say...
Which, by the way, I have a playlist going over each lesson of Timothy Snyder's on tyranny. We do need to finish that up, so at some point in the near future we'll keep going through that. But it's very good, and he has an accompanying lecture series that we've been going through on the YouTube channel. So like, comment, and subscribe.
Say, my strategy will protect us. Is he has this chapter, I'm going to bring it up, the first part of it, called Do Not Obey in Advance. And he writes, most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want, and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. In other words, you don't have to do the sort of crackdown on the left around speech, because I'm going to do it for you, or you don't have to come to me.
Cracking down. Again, you're misstating it. I'm doing the exact opposite. You're cracking down by saying, Cenk, you're out of bounds, so you should stop with your stupid opinion.
So
and because you're implicating me.
Dude,
I feel like there's a real...
That's what you're saying.
Cenk, I feel like there's
The
a
chip on his shoulder is like Empire State Building size. Jesus Christ, brah.
real misunderstanding of power in your mind, and I don't know
I think
why.
you're hiding behind this power dynamic.
No. I'm being totally honest. I am a contributor.
Like she's trying to. I think she's genuinely trying to be sincere here and like meet him with honesty and respect. And like he's having none of it. He's not even willing to hear her out.
It's TYT that I go on every time you guys ask. I step in a pinch often. Sometimes I don't.
You do.
I've been asked less and less as of late. Jordan has sort of eclipsed me. It's fine. I don't give a shit. But like I am but a mere contributor. I make very little money from this show. I'm really grateful to the people who support it. I like, again, you have founded the TYT. You've been the head of TYT. You're one of like a stalwart in broader progressive left of center media discussions. Like what you do is far more impactful than what I do. I'm just being honest with you. Like
Okay.
you have a huge footprint. You have
And it's a good thing I have the right strategy.
What a belligerent ass. An incorrect belligerent ass.
And when you go on shows, and you go on stages again with
Wait, I may be wrong, but isn't transition like puberty? Isn't the person's body dealing with changes that don't make you particularly graceful or coordinated? I couldn't do anything physically outstanding. Basically, the entire point of puberty blockers is to buy you time until you're ready to either stop doing puberty blockers and your body begins the puberty process, or you start taking HRT and your body begins the puberty process. You know, you nailed it there. You got it.
Charlie Kirk, it looks like an apology tour. You
Oh, you're wrong about it.
You implicate not just everyone who's worked with you and everyone who is ostensibly on your side, but it basically makes it seem like it cheapens everything that we've done and we've built. That's why
she's right. This argument is right, because that's as somebody who's not TYT, my perception of Cenk's particular strategy is selling out all of his core beliefs in order to get a crumb of respect from the right. That's it. Like it cheapens everything that every single person has done at TYT.
I can't sleep at night. That's why I feel sick when I see you on these shows. Like I'm just being, I guess I'm nuts. I guess I'm totally crazy and I should just trust you and say, yes, you're doing the right thing. You're protecting us.
No, you don't have
but
to say
all
that.
I am doing is I'm filled with absolute despondency, like truly. And I can't believe that a guy who I used to admire and who I thought had a lot of fight is trying to scratch the back of people who absolutely would never do the same for them.
So we just spent an hour and a half me explaining how I'm not scratching their back. I'm trying to get
But I can show
their
you more
populace
clips,
to agree
man.
with us on things we believe in, and we've always believed it.
They aren't going to agree with you. That's the issue. Your attempt to find that agreement looks an awful lot like groveling, kowtowing bullshit. It looks like you're just getting on the ground, washing their feet as they laugh at you and spit on you and make fun of you to your face, and then you just look up at them and laugh. You know, I just watched the other day, It's a Wonderful Life. And there's a scene in there where Mr. Gower, the pharmacist in Bedford Falls, is like this washed up drunk of a man, and he wanders into a bar and he gets sprayed in the face and he's soaking wet in the middle of a freezing winter and everyone laughs at him. And then he looks up at everyone else and just starts laughing along with them. Because he's not even aware of what the joke is. And it's a devastating moment. It is a devastating, horrific moment that indicates how broken this town and this community has become. And that is what I see when I see Cenk Uygur go on stage with Charlie Kirk and laugh along with a cheering crowd that is very clearly cheering because the ideology he represents has been defeated, at least in their mind. So I don't know. It's pretty pathetic. It's pretty sad. And he doesn't. He's made this misstep, and he's been embarrassed in this way, and he doesn't even know it yet. You know, it's like it's like Fist of the North Star. He's dead, and he just doesn't know it.
And you go back to scratching their back.
At least the trains will run on time.
No. So let's end on this because this is monumentally.
Trains will run on time.
So
good jab.
I say everybody's allowed to have their opinion. You say when I have my opinion, I'm hurting other people. But that's. Do you hold on?
You're hurting a broader movement. Yeah.
Hold on. Do you not get that privileges your position and says my position?
Akumi 10 out of 10. Omewa mo griftaru.
Is obviously the correct one and the moral one. And since you have the incorrect, immoral one, you are implicating me in your immorality and your wrongness. So
her argument isn't predicated on you being immoral. Her argument is predicated on you being incorrect, which is different. It's incorrect and unhelpful to the broader movement because your analysis is so gone. He's viewing this as like an attack on his moral character when it's an attack on the positions he has that are not based in fact. Oh, I don't get that train thing. At least the trains will run on time is a reference to fascist Italy, where Mussolini came into power pledging that the trains would run on time. So, yeah. Mussolini, noted fascist, pledged that the trains would run on time, and then the entire country devolved into insanity. And oddly enough, the trains did not run on time.
So you really shouldn't do that because that's being immoral to me and other people who agree with me. Because since you're so obviously wrong and immoral about this, you're implicating me in your immorality.
With great power comes great responsibility. That's what I'm saying.
It is definitely the correct position.
I'm saying
Man, imagine getting owned by a Spider-Man quote, dog.
Great power comes great responsibility. I'm giving you.
So accepting. But you've gone off the reservation and you've gone rogue, Cenk.
Oh man! Just by the way, just as a side note, don't use that phrase. Don't use the phrase "going off the reservation." It's pretty deeply rooted in racism. Don't use it. Just avoid that one. Like Cenk's a bit older. He might not know that. The same way, like, for most of my life, my parents didn't know the G slur for the Romani people was unacceptable.
So now it is your fault for implicating.
Oh, Jazz Dog, I'm sorry your throat's hurting.
Who clearly have the correct position, but
I really
don't have the correct position.
I
don't represent the left. So please.
Yeah, the reservation that going off the reservation is saying is a reference to the reservations America forced Native Americans onto, and then when an indigenous person left the reservation, it was viewed as a trespass against white society. Yeah, not great.
Please stop pretending you represent the left when the voting and the polling clearly showed you don't. And it's not wrong to be center left. You think that it's like center left is like, no, it's, I don't know what you think it is. MAGA.
I don't know, like, center left could describe a broad range of politicians that Cenk has railed against in this very conversation and in countless others in the past.
Or whatever, but you want to talk about the
I
power
said it's
dynamic.
Bill Maher and Nancy
Any
Pelosi
idea-
having a
hold
baby,
on,
Cenk. I
Franny,
think
hold
ultimately
on.
you just need to embrace your centrism, my guy. I think you're
It's
just more
not
of a centrist than
centrism.
you think.
Like, I just explained it, but you don't want to hear it. I said it earlier, Franny. I'm not talking about the disgusting centrism of Manchin
Can we add it to the same pile as leaving the Democratic plantation? Yes, we can.
and all of that the mainstream media lied to us and called centrism. That's radical.
What's wrong with
corporatism.
Manchin? Manchin works with both sides. He's a perfect.
I mean, this is a great example. Like, how is what Cenk is doing here different than like Joe Manchin? Outside of like maybe I guess he's doing it from a place of principle rather than a place of being paid by coal lobbyists.
Perfect example of what
Manchin,
you're doing.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. Manchin is the establishment. The fact that you can't see the difference between a left-wing.
I don't know. If you're doing the exact same actions as Joe Manchin, kind of seems like your reasoning for doing it is relatively immaterial since both actions are unhelpful.
Populist who despises the establishment.
Who's a
and
right-wing
Manchin,
populist?
Who loves.
Oh God. Oh God, no. No. Not like this. Okay. All right. Here we go.
You're so obviously wrong anymore. Saints, and they don't agree with us.
Who's a right-wing populist in office? Who's a administration?
Right-wing populist.
Vinny on populist.
You can't see that difference.
He's a perfect example of what
Manchin
you're doing.
is exactly.
Holy shit, I'm so glad I found that in like 3 seconds. Damn, I'm good. But I will say that like Joe Manchin is a perfect example of what she's talking about. Like, you want to work with the right in order to find this common ground. So does Joe Manchin. You might want to do it from a place of principle, and Joe Manchin might want to do it from a place of coal robber baron money, but like at the end of the day, you're both doing the same thing. Oh yeah, the name of her show, The Bituation Room, is great.
What I'm talking about, Manchin is the establishment. The fact that you can't
And honestly, very good for a reference to Cenk Uygur.
see the difference between a left-wing populist who despises the establishment.
Who's a
and
right-wing
Manchin
populist?
who loves and is the establishment.
Who's a
The
right-wing
fact that you
populist?
can't see that difference is stunning.
Who's a
It
right-wing
shows your
populist?
blindness.
Who is a right-wing populist? Name him. Who's a right-wing
Vinny
populist?
On Patrick Bet-David show is definitely a right-wing populist.
Oh yeah, everyone knows Vinny from the Patrick Bet-David show. Yeah, that guy. Can I get a picture of Vinny? Can I get a picture of Vinny from what's his face? Yes, I found him. I found a picture of Vinny from the Patrick Bet-David show. All right. Look, everyone, here he is. Here's Vinny from the Patrick Bet-David show. You're all familiar with Vinny, right? Yeah, this is Vinny from the Patrick Bet-David show. Just kidding. That was Dave Landau, former co-host for for Steven Crowder. You fools, you swine! You didn't even know who Vinny from Patrick Bet-David's show was, did you? Did you? That was Steven Crowder's gremlin. We're talking about Patrick Bet-David's gremlin. You fools!
Dan Holloway on Drinking Bros is definitely a right-wing populist.
Okay, can I just tell you something? I cover politics full time, right? That's my job. My job is to know who these people are, what these shows are. Oh, you are correct, Banana Brains. Turn them back on. My job is to know these shows. I have no idea which one on Patrick Bet-David's show is Vinny. And I also have no idea what the Drinking Bros show is. I've never heard of that one. I've heard of Critical Drinker, but I don't know what show or who he's talking about. He's talking about no-name goons.
Vinny on PBD thinks that the Biden administration blew up the bridge in Baltimore.
Oh my
He
God.
does. That's right. Because they're not saints, and they don't agree with us.
They're not saints, and they are full of shit, and they don't mean what they say. Come on, you've been arguing this entire time that these people are earnest believers in populism, and they're not, because they're full of shit, demonstrably.
Who's a right-wing populist in office? Who's a right-wing? Is it Matt Gaetz? Who's your right-wing populist in office? Is it Marjorie
Now,
Greene?
the new right-wing populist is absolutely clear. And see, guys, before I say the name, I know what's going to happen after I say the name. You're going to think of all the bad things he said about social issues, and you're going to think, "Oh my God, Cenk likes this guy. That's why I now hate Cenk." So,
oh God, is he going to say that he Matt Gaetz? No.
I'm telling you ahead of me telling you the name. No, I do not agree with him on the social and cultural issues, and I will fight him as hard as I possibly can on those. And I don't think that he's right on all the economic issues at all. But he has begun to be populist because he stopped taking corporate PAC money. Josh Hawley in the Senate.
Okay. That's not as bad as I thought it could be, but that's still Josh Hawley's like famous for this particular photo, which is him encouraging people on January 6th, right before they invaded and assaulted the Capitol. So it could have been worse, but it's still pretty bad. Also, does Josh Hawley corporate donors? Oh, actually, we got top corporate donors. Okay, I'm just gonna throw this up on screen here. I don't think that's correct, Cenk. Sorry, he doesn't take the corporate PAC money. He just takes $50,000 from Smead Capital Management, $50,000 from Indec Energy Services, $39,000 from Peck Enterprises, $32,000 from Durham Co., $30,000 from Ozarks Coca-Cola Bottling, Prime Inc., $28,000, AGC Partners, $23,000, Warren David Properties, $23,000, Wilson Logistics, $23,000, Central States Industrial Equipment, $23,000, Erdhart Properties, $21,000, Northwest Mutual, $20,000, Holland Law Firm Missouri, $20,000, Leggett and Platt, $19,000, Diamond Pet Foods, $19,000, Veterans United Home Loans, $19,000, GJ Grew, what a mouthful there, $18,000, Opco Health, $17,000, Fisher Realty, $16,000, Bellhart Schmidt, $16,000. Yeah, totally free from corporate attachments, this guy. Definitely populist in nature. Definitely a man of the people, truly slumming it with the grassroots of society. Yeah, that guy's a right-wing populist,
That is now a right-wing populist. Tom Massey, a right-wing populist. Okay, those guys, Massey, you could say 1,000 terrible
Thomas Massey
things about him, but he is honest. Everybody knows he's honest. He's honest to a fault, right? He says some things, I'm like, whoa, that's freaking crazy, right? But are they actual right-wing populists? Yes, they are. And the number one way you could tell if someone's going to be a populist is if they stop taking corporate PAC money.
Okay, I accept that. I accept that. I just want to say, lastly, I worry about our relationship because, I mean, I don't have to, like, we may grow distant, you know what I mean? I'm trying to delve more into my show. I still love going on John's show and Dr. Richie's show. That's in the TYT network. This show is on the podcast network of TYT. There's no money that really exchanges hands. You guys do help me with the
Also, Thomas Massey gets corporate PAC money. He's gotten $214,000. 16% of his money comes from PACs. And he's had 64% of his campaign contributions come from large individual donors. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Absolute insanity.
The podcast hosting, so I appreciate that. So I may
What's PAC money? It's basically a way where you can funnel infinite money into a political campaign. How's that different from non-donations? It's harder to track. PACs don't have to disclose who donated to the PACs, I believe. So the PACs are basically a way for corporations to funnel large amounts of money with no tracing back to them. Yeah. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but yeah.
I owe y'all money. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm just being honest. Like,
You don't know anybody.
but you know what I mean. I'm being honest about what our arrangement is.
Yeah.
But I worry because
Do you think populists are really men of the people? Populist leaders, Hitler, Mussolini, Milosevic, Orban, Putin, Trump? I think that if you are left-wing, you can embrace populist reforms like Medicare for all, for example. You know, like I think that populist individuals can be men of the people. However, when you're talking about conservative, right-wing populism, that is always a lie. Because conservatives want to funnel money to the rich. They want to funnel money to the wealthiest people in society. So, like, when we're talking about the left actually wants reforms to our systems that would benefit everyone, you know? That's maybe FDR could be considered a populist reformer. Largely because he was forced into it by the rising socialist movement of his day, but, like, you know, largely the way he wielded power was to the benefit of the working class. Bernie Sanders is not a populist. He protested for human rights when it carried risk of getting shot by the National Guard. Well, a populist reform, and I would argue human rights are populist in nature, doesn't necessarily mean that power is in favor of that reform. Power is not necessarily in favor of human rights. Power is not necessarily in favor of distributing tax wealth equitably across society for the purposes of, like, Medicare for all, etc. So things that are populist can still be opposed by power, even to the point of, like, killing people who are in favor of them. So, like, yeah, I frankly, I think that Donald Trump, I think that Cenk Uygur is very much, Freudian slip there, misusing the term populism and authoritarianism. Yeah, populism isn't good by default. It's not like good things are populist and bad things are anti-populist. Like Gamer G said, populism can be bad. You know? None of the people that Cenk Uygur just listed are populists. They aren't in favor of reforms. They just don't take corporate PAC money. And when you say that, like, that's really stretching the definition, especially when you can log on to Open Secrets and see that all of them take corporate money.
you know, we were but 5 minutes into this conversation, and you said Emma Vigeland likes the establishment, and it doesn't matter
damn,
what
we
she
came
said.
back
It
to
doesn't.
this.
Hang on.
She said it. Yeah, because she was advocating for people to vote for Kamala Harris. You also advocated for people to vote for Kamala Harris, Cenk.
It's not about what she said.
Oh yeah, Josh Hawley is evil as shit. That's my point, though. Populism is sort of a Democratic Republic of Korea thing, a deliberate misnomer. You as a populist pander to those with social power, not the actual population. I could get on board with that. It's typically why I frame things not in populism terms, but instead when I talk about what benefits the working class. I think having an actual, like, ideological framework that is rooted in, like, a foundation, like, for example, socialism, Marxism, the labor theory of value. I think that helps to make sure that your opinions are actually grounded in something and can't be suckered into whatever it is Cenk Uyghur's been suckered into here. This is a whole box of worms that ain't no one got time to unravel, but we're doing our best to do it right here anyway.
But it is concerning that there are so many former
Thanks for gifting a
TYT
sub.
employees, and let's put Doran Rubin aside, but people like Ben Dixon and Emma Vigeland, and even longtime contributors who were editors, like Hank. I remember Hank, and like the fact that, you know, he helped start the TYT union and now has obviously
He helped with nothing.
Okay, but I knew Hank was such a great guy, and Emma and Ben are such.
Oh, dude, winners and losers. I was just about to ask, do you know Hank? If you're still around. That's you. Well, Hank, I hear you're such a great guy. And Cenk really seems to fucking hate you. Holy shit.
I'm just saying, I'm telling you, these are, but okay, I'm afraid, man. Like, I'm next. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do that I'm booted out
As Hank, I can officially confirm that Hank is great.
of the castle, and suddenly it's us versus them, and so what does it say?
Wait, if Hank is a great guy, does that mean Cenk is evil Hank? Really makes you think. Hank versus Cenk.
About TYT? What does it say about you? That there's so many former employees who are on our side ostensibly, who you have so much disdain for.
So, Franny,
narrated by
you're
Mank.
next, and I have this secret nefarious plan to push people out. Why am I on?
Wait, your film, your documentary is narrated by Ben Mankiewicz? I didn't know that Ben Mankiewicz had a falling out with TYT too. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I was just about to say, like, all right. Seriously, very weird to see him react like that. The whole ordeal is incredibly intense. Yeah, this is a weird thing.
On here. Why would I come on here and talk to you for now nearly 2 hours when if I'm planning to push you, that doesn't make any sense. So number two, some people have left the network, and don't exclude Dora and Rubin, because Dora and Rubin and some others they went right, but some others went left or far left or whatever.
Hey, little
but
morphine
some
Annie.
group of them have the same agenda. Come watch me, come subscribe to me, not the Young Turks. I'm the morally pure one. I'm the right one. I'm the one that's right, and they're all evil and terrible. And don't give them money. Give me money, right? So let's keep it real. So is that everybody? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay. So a good example is Mondale Robinson. I like Mondale, and he has the similar ideological problem as you do, and he decided one day that's it.
Similar ideological problem. It's incredible how he is willing to play patty cake with folks like Charlie Kirk, but the second someone in his orbit disagrees with him, he goes for like gut punches. It's really, I don't know, it's really gross. I think it indicates a man who's pretty pretty hollow on the inside.
That's it, I'm quitting, right?
Yeah.
And so, but bless his heart, that's what God made doors for. Okay, so and now he's attacking me and saying I'm in league with racists and stuff like that. Okay, that's his opinion, right? But when people cross a line like Ruben and Dorr and Sam Cedar, etc., and others, and they say, "Oh, Jake's just has this evil plan, and he's doing it for money, and he's a grifter, and he works with the CIA, or he works with this guy or that guy." Well, okay, now you're lying, and you're lying in like extreme ways.
What did Sam Cedar do? Sam Cedar criticized their weird embrace of far right propagandists. Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
So like this whole thing of like Sam, for example, analogized me to a Nazi, but he's done 1,000 things. That's just one of them. And then when I go, hey, hold on. When I say cut that crap out, and they're like, oh, we're the victims. Oh, I just said you were a grifter and that you're lying to people and you're cheating people. And I said you might be a Nazi.
Oh no, Sam Cedar. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
But I'm the innocent one. I can't believe Cenk counterattacked after I punched him in the face 20 times. I can't believe a poor little angel.
But he believes in saving Social Security and cutting the Pentagon. So,
cunting the Pentagon.
Can you give him credit for that and work with him?
Oh yeah, of course.
Of course, I can give him credit for that. I just would never talk to him because I would with him and I. It's slay on sight. Like, what are you doing?
So, I mean, if Sam's going to vote to save the Social Security and not cut Social Security, I'm not the guy who says, I don't want his vote, right? I just don't have to go on his stupid show and agree with.
You're willing to go on conservatives' stupid shows, though. Like, you understand the weird and bizarre double standard you're weaving here. Like, conservatives can be outright white supremacists who are pushing like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, or who believe that like the US government is collapsing bridges on purpose, and like you're still willing to go on their shows. But when it comes to Sam Cedar, you're just like, no, he's disgusting, he's worse than all of them. And it's like, well, you agree on, dare I say, 95% of issues? You know, and suddenly you're writing him off because he disagrees on 5%. Sounds pretty authoritarian left of you. Dare I say, maximum left of you, Cenk. It doesn't mean anything. What a stupid phrase. He's trying to make fetch happen, guys.
With his stupid ideas.
Okay, but you just, again, stupid. Again, these are words that you reserve.
Okay,
Why do you?
Randy, if I called you a Nazi and I said you're a right winger and you're secretly taking money from Pelosi and Charlie Kirk, then hey, and you said hey, and you got angry with me, wouldn't that be a rational reaction?
I think there's been a conflation with.
Reaction be, oh, I love Cenk. I love that he called me a Nazi. I can't wait to.
Well, the Majority Report used to be on the TYT network too. How are all these shows on the TYT network? And I've literally never heard of this association. It's crazy.
Work with him. No, he's a freaking grifter. That's all he's ever done. He literally told me that he was trying to take Jimmy Dore's audience because Jimmy's was bigger.
Good.
So he wanted to.
You remember what Jimmy Dore did to me? You remember the reason Jimmy Dore.
Like, yeah, people should take Jimmy Dore's audience. His audience would be better off in listening to literally any other person who's nominally on the left. Yeah, like what's the grift? What's Sam Cedar lying about? Oh, he wants an audience. He wants the audience of someone who is perceived as a completely inarticulate dipshit to come watch him instead because they'd be much better off and better informed. Oh, what a grifter.
the reason Jimmy Dore was out the door was in part what he did to me, and you and I talked about that at the time. It was when he had to finally face the fucking music and be like, "Hey, you cannot bully another not employee but a contributor."
Franny? I stood up for you, right?
You did.
I stood up for you, but not that Sam Cedar, that grifter.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Ignore the name of our studio.
It had to get bad, but you did. He had also been, he had been going the way of the dodo for a long time, but I just want to say, like, so it doesn't say anything about TYT, that there are these former employees who really, and I just want to back to the last thing I'm going to say is people really liked you. They really did. And they looked up to you, and they thought of you as a comrade, a boss, a co-conspirator.
I appreciate
in
you,
this
winners and
grand,
losers.
Political project to really change this
And I'm really looking forward to seeing your finished film.
country, to make it more democratic. And it really is. I have to say, like, there's a thin line between love and hate. And even these channels that are hell bent on being like, Cenk's this, Cenk's that, you know what? They were all massive Cenk fans. I think we all are a little bit. And so I just want to say, like, it is sad to us to see you honestly act like very small when in fact you could be a lot bigger.
So, Franny, I think you're being unbelievably unfair. So you're taking 6 people, 4 of whom are like clearly doing it for money, okay? And
Citation needed.
clearly doing it for attention. And
I'm not taking anyone. I'm asking you a question.
You accuse me of incredibly unfair things. Can you allow me to respond? Franny, you know the people inside TYT, they work here 15 years, 17 years, 20 years.
Like, yeah, and you know what? Those people had a lot of respect for you, man. And you flushed it all down the toilet in a matter of, like, months. It's crazy.
17 years, and they love working at TYT. And what these assholes are doing is pretending that we're bad bosses and we're bad to our employees and we're bad to everyone that works at.
Then why did you stop a union from forming, man? Like, why? We're not bad bosses. Okay, then let there be a union. We're not bad bosses. Then why are you afraid of employee pushback? We're not bad bosses, but man, this guy who criticized me is my mortal enemy for life.
TYT, and we do all these things and we push them out. Bullshit. Every one of those people left and they said, oh, I'm going to be bigger and better than you. And then they viciously attacked not just me, but everyone that works at TYT.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
I don't know, man. Something tells me you may have sold out the principles that a lot of people joined you for.
Edwin and Bart and all those guys have been there for so long. We gave people 12 weeks of paid family leave when no one else was doing it. And we did it for moms, we did it for dads.
Then you should have been pretty fine with a union forming. You know, like if you're doing so well by your employees, then clearly a union could form and you wouldn't have to change a goddamn thing, right? I wonder. I wonder. There's a part of me that wonders what's going on here. It seems like something else is at work. My Substack has the receipts showing that Cenk had me classified as part-time while I worked 40-hour weeks for 0 benefits. I wonder where all of the value of that labor went. I wonder what happened when he ran out of that money.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Oh, damn.
I mean, I can go on and on. Franny, to make it seem like I'm pushing.
Wait, could I possibly be insinuating that gambling on that leftist, I don't know, that maybe news coverage and people who make the news probably shouldn't be shilling for an online gambling site that is about gambling on the outcome of news stories? Who can say?
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
People out and that I'm the bad guy here, when in fact you know for a fact that 98% of the people that work at TYT love TYT and try to stay there forever and ever and ever. Sometimes they'll go to a different company and go, whoa, holy shit, that's bad, and come back to TYT. So please be fair and honest with your audience, because working at TYT...
Is Polymarket banned in the US? As far as I know, currently, yes.
He has been amazing for those people. And all we're getting is smeared by a couple of people who...
We are perfect and pristine, and no one has ever had any valid issues against us. Why would you? What do you mean? Why do you need to unionize? Please stop. Stop. No union allowed.
Literally say we want to tear down the network. We got 75 people here that we have to provide for, and they're trying to take food off their table because me. I'm going to tear down the left-wing network.
Dude, the only one tearing down this network is you. Full stop. The only one embarrassing themselves and selling out all of that hard labor is Cenk and Anna. He's corn cobbing, man. I worked as an independent contractor for the vast majority of my time working in game journalism. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. You know, zero benefits. And now that I think about it, I also work as an independent contractor as a streamer, but so please continue to support the stream. However, this is really sad because now he's framing any criticism of his positions as an attack against the entire TYT network. And I think that is deeply unfair, and frankly, I think it is deeply cowardly.
Why don't you spend your time, those people that I'm talking about, tearing down the right wing, tearing down Trump, tearing down all these people, instead of sitting there and going, oh, someone on the left is bigger than me, I'm going to tear them down. And that's what they're doing.
I think we're gonna. I think it's a really sore subject, but I did just want to ask. I think yesterday on Mark Lamont Hill's show, you did say that that what your strategy has actually cost you and cost TYT some subscribers, and members more.
That's okay. Why would they need subscribers and members?
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
They don't need those.
Importantly, who financially support the show. Speaking of putting food on 75 people's table, what is your reaction to that? I know.
Yo, Michael Reich, thank you very much for the
Stream
1578.
support.
I appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Helping me to keep on keeping on.
Anecdotally, there are people who love and support my show, even though I truly don't talk about my disagreements with you.
Oh,
and
man, it seems like she's about
God,
to cry.
Cenk, I've worked.
This is hard.
I've bent over backwards. The reason my show is at 1 p.m. is because it's right before you, right in between when TYT doesn't have any show. I've bent over very backwards to accommodate TYT. But there are people who love my show who say, I had to stop supporting TYT for a lot of political disagreements. And what do you say to those people, or how does that make you feel?
I refuse.
I mean, I feel like his general stance is pretty clear, which is fuck him. That's his position. He says fuck him.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
That's it.
Used to be wrong on purpose. So we lost a lot of members and paying subscribers when I started criticizing Obama from the left. And I said he shouldn't be drilling in the Gulf, and he shouldn't be bailing out the bankers without any consequences, etc. And people were out.
Yeah, but people are leaving for a very different reason now. Like, people are leaving now not because you took a correct position that was correct then and is correct now. They're leaving now because you've taken an incorrect position and are doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down for no perceivable benefit in a way that you cannot articulate, and frankly, in a way that feels capitulatory. They think you've given up. You're kissing the ring. You're licking the boot. People aren't here to see you lick the boot, man. People don't believe in licking the boot. They believe in freedom. They believe in a fight. I see that in my community. I don't know why you can't see it in yours.
Outraged, but I didn't do it because I didn't know the term back then, but I know it now. It's called audience capture, and I'm not going to do it. So if you say at the time, people were like, no, be pro-Obama.
Yeah, but bro, sometimes your audience is right. Sometimes you're wrong. It's the face of someone who realizes somebody they once respected is too far gone to be reached, and it's heartbreaking. It really is.
Pro-Obama. I'm like, no, I'm not going to lie to you on purpose. And now some folks are saying, no, tell us the far left is totally right, and then that like there is no crime, and on and on and on, right? No, I'm not going to be purposely wrong. And so I'm not going to do audience capture, and I'm not going to say that. And so how could I be a grifter and say at the same time, I'm willing to sacrifice a lot of money that I'm super worried about for all of us at TYT to do the right.
Oh, sponsor capture is absolutely a thing that can happen, warped Bobby, but so is audience capture. These are two different things. Some shows rely on sponsorship money in order to get by, and other shows rely on viewer support to get by, and just two different models, really, and both have their own dangers.
That's the exact opposite of grifting. That's
right.
it.
No one has ever said. Sorry, I got distracted by chat.
And so how could I be a grifter and say at the same time, I'm willing to sacrifice a lot of money that I'm super worried about for all of us at TYT to do the right thing? That's the exact opposite of grifting. That's saying I'm standing on principle. I'm standing on what I think is the real viewers of TYT and representing them. And Franny, what you're not seeing is there's so many people on the left who are.
Oh, so you're not subject to audience capture, but you're standing with the main body of your audience? That seems counterintuitive, man.
Afraid to state their real opinions because they're going to get shellacked online. All the far left is going to come out and call them a right winger and a fascist, etc.
Then guess what? Their opinions were worth shit. If you change your entire political outlook because people were mean to you instead of because you like have evidence-backed positions, like, I don't know what to say to you. You never believed the thing in the first place. You know, like, I believe the things I believe and advocate for the things I advocate for because my goal is to help the most people possible. To help people who, you know, are unhoused, to help people who are starving, to help people who are, you know, unable to get clean water, to help people who, you know, need medical care, and to help people who need additional assistance in order to live in the world we live in, and to maximize the amount of agency and happiness people have. And like those are my priorities. And I back up all of my policy prescriptions with evidence, with facts, with a basis in understanding opposition. And like, the reason I support democratic worker co-ops is not because they're like
there is a third option which you have forgotten, Jack. Support by Grigor for having high-level ideas. I have a swimming pool in David Rubin's house named after me.
Whoa, Grigor Niet Russian. Thank you very much for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Maybe one day I can see the Dave Rubin swimming pool house. Thank you so much. Duh. God. Ja. But it really does kind of boil down to that, right? Like, I have evidence for my positions. And it's not because people yelled at me. It's not because any of that. It's because, frankly, I value other people's happiness. And I think that the way to get that is by having democracy in the workplace, by providing for the, you know, material needs people have in a modern society, and pushing to get that by the means available to us, to make a kinder world, a more equitable world, a world in which your labor is your own and you are able to live and thrive regardless of what you choose to do. And I have no idea what Cenk Uygur believes or what he's advocating for, because frankly, I don't think he's rooted in any kind of ideological position. So, yeah.
They're so scared to actually state their own opinions because the far left has so much more power than they realize in terms of the social media ecosystem.
Sure,
right?
I agree. And I do
so-
think that it would benefit all of us to be a little bit less online, because I do think there is a real left. They are in labor unions. They work
Yes.
in homes. They, they are.
Oh man, don't bring up labor unions. He might go ballistic.
Are serving people Starbucks, right? Like there are real leftists.
Yes.
They are, let's be real, they are on the streets demonstrating for Palestinian human rights. They've been on the streets, although I know this gets into prickly territory, but they've been on the streets saying things like defund the police, saying things like Black Lives Matter. And I know you might disagree with them, but there are real leftists who don't just live online. And so I hear you about, I absolutely concede our movements. We always talk about this. How can our movements be more attractive? Be, as Michael Albert, who wrote this book called Participatory Economics, he used to say, how do we make the left sticky, where people want to be there and stay there? And
you do it by showing them how they can exert agency in their local politics. I genuinely think that is one of the case, or at least part of it. You got to help people see that they have more power and agency than they give themselves credit for, and show them what they can do. And on top of that, you got to build a support structure, a community that can actually provide for one another and its members. You got to build something like that where it's not just a one-way street. It has to have support beams. It has to have goals. It has to have a rooted ideological purpose. And that's what Cenk is lacking here. It's because he can't or is incapable of taking that step that would actually embrace an anti-capitalist message that centers people over profits. Can't do it. He can't do it. Sad day. It's really disappointing, Does he truly think the majority of his audience want to see him trading pleasantries with Charlie Kirk? Right? This isn't for anyone except for your own ego. It's to stroke yourself publicly.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
It's for sure it's by not over policing one.
No, this isn't my longest stream, Banana Brains. It's my longest stream in a hot minute, but not my longest stream ever.
Another, and it's by meeting people where they're at. And I think that is absolutely true. But for me, it is not about, it's not about, what I see is conceding to a right-wing framing within the ceiling of Trumpism, because there's always a ceiling, and that ceiling is Donald Trump.
But Franny, I'm not conceding, and facts have to matter. Facts have to matter.
Well,
like, you're painting me as a collaborator when I haven't collaborated at all. All I've done is,
dude, you went to a Turning Point USA event and basically all but sucked Charlie Kirk's dick on stage, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It was the least pushback I've ever seen.
argue for our positions, and in fact, you showed a couple of times when I argued for our positions. Right. And if you showed all the right wing shows that I was on, you would see me fighting for left wing positions on right wing shows that no one's ever done. And do you know that on the Patrick?
I've been on Piers Morgan. I do that a lot.
So, oh yeah, if you count Piers Morgan, I totally agree with you. Patrick,
if you count Piers Morgan, oh man, does that mean in his head Cenk wasn't even considering Piers Morgan as a conservative, is that what that means? If you count him, I don't think, I think Cenk doesn't think of Piers Morgan as a conservative. Oh, man, dude.
Patrick Bet Davis show, I made the second to last time I was on, I made a case for paid family leave. They polled our audience. 75% of that right-wing audience said, yes, we should pass paid family leave. Who else has done that? And for that, I get called a collaborator and I implicate others in my collaboration.
Are they going to do it, Cenk? If 100% of that audience agreed on paid family leave, do you think that Republicans would do it? Because guess what? They won't. There's not a snowball's chance in hell that they'll do that. On top of that, do you really think, like if that's your position, keep in mind the majority of Americans support common sense gun reform. And yet you immediately ceded that as a losing issue in these appearances. You used it to frame yourself as like prove your far left bona fides. I don't know, dude. Seems pretty silly.
Can you not see how unfair that is?
So what is the goal then? Do you hope that maybe some of those 75% are people who heard your argument around paid family leave are like, you know what? Let me check out TYT. Like, let me see what they're about. Like, I liked what he said on this one thing. Is that also the goal?
So the strategy is to coalesce populists on the thing. Now I'm saying it for the 200th time because it's not getting through.
So, but it's not about audience then. It's not about maybe getting some of their audience. Because I understand, I don't know what you're talking about in like what framework. You know,
So-
are you a movement leader? Are you going to
Yes.
start a political party, or are you just the head of an online channel? I mean,
Dude, he's gone. He's over there talking about starting a new political party. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it'll be as successful as your run for president, man.
the latter is what we know to be true, right?
Also, I would really like someone to ask him what happened to the money he raised to be president. Because I know he got donos. He was soliciting them from his audience.
Yeah. So look, when Jimmy left and other people left, oh yeah, Young Turks are going down, blah 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 blah. No, it was total nonsense. Never had any issues. Here, this is a giant fight, and we do have issues. Okay, and so that is standing on principle. No, it's not like I didn't know that we were going to get into this huge issue, right? And that the other left-wing hosts were going to take this as a great opportunity to try to whittle us down. And so we've gone through all that, and we've done that. So why am I doing?
Well, the thing is, Paladin, exactly. Coalesce and do what? Like we're post-election. What do? Right? Like we coalesce a political party, and what's the next step?
I haven't heard the TTS enough this stream. I'm being the change I want to see in this world.
Veronica B, thank you so much for the $10 super chat and the much needed BWA energy injected into the stream. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for being the change. Also, thank you to all 525 of you who are watching right now. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for giving me your time and attention. And hopefully I've been providing a decent enough breakdown of this.
Number one, because I believe absolutely that it is the right strategy and the right policy, and to the ultimate goals that you're asking about. Franny, number one, we've got to win the primary in 2028. So
Sure.
So why am
We've got to win the primary in 2028. Bro, there are other things going on between now and 2028. We got other shit we got to do. We got to shore up like local and state elections in 2026. We've got to start today. We've got to start now. That's why I keep telling people to get involved in their local and state Democratic parties, in their local DSA orgs, in their local like soup kitchens. Like, get out there. We have to get people on the ground now, so we're not in the position we are currently in 2 years from now and 4 years from now. We need to have people inside the system and people organized outside the system in order to pressure the Democratic Party into better positions, more popular positions, more effective positions as we go forward. And in the process, we can improve our cities, we can improve our towns, we can improve our states, and we can shore up a potential power structure for 2028. But like, if we don't do anything, and if we're just like twiddling our thumbs and we're just like la-di-da-di-da and reacting to what Donald Trump does rather than building the future we want to see, well, guess what? It's not going to work. No one's coming to save us. The Democratic Party certainly isn't coming to save us. We need to save ourselves. And the way we do that is by taking control of the Democratic Party and by getting involved with DSA and getting involved with outside organizations in order to pressure Democrats, both from within and without. We need to do that. That's the best shot we got, folks. And that's why I keep reiterating, if you need help joining DSA, you can join riverboat.gg/Discord, and you can ask Gamergy in the Discord how to join your local DSA. She'll gladly help you do so. She's helped many people in our Discord in order to do it, and she'll be happy to help you too. Okay, we also have education on how to do it within the Discord. We also have the amazing resource in our community member Dragonfly, who has helped write state-level policy for the Democratic Party. And she's willing to help you get involved within the Democratic Party in order to change your local and state elections, because you actually have the agency. Because guess what, guys? We know this from being inside the rooms. People don't show up to the goddamn meetings. When we're talking about Democrats and the Democratic meetings, you can make a difference by by going to a meeting yourself, getting to know people. That's it. That's it. That's organizing. You did it. And if you grab like 5 friends to go with you, 2 friends, 3 friends, 1 friend to go with you, you can exert so much more influence in your local and state level politics. You can do it. We can do the thing. You have so much more power and influence than you give yourselves credit for. And the system wants to take that from you at every available turn. And I'm telling you, all you have to do is show up to the meetings. That is the first step. And from there, we can actually exert pressure and change our world, our local areas for the better. We covered a story earlier today about how Miami was able to provide housing and social services to its homeless population rather than throw them in jail, which is what they were doing. And for 20 years, Miami was forbidden by court order from putting homeless people into jail. And so instead, out of necessity, they invested into housing programs. They invested into social services.
I would also like to be the change. Thanks for being such a vital, intelligent presence in this space.
Sterling Thomas, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate it. But through the local efforts of people within Miami, and Miami's in Florida, guys. Florida's a deeply red place. Through local organizing, they were able to bring the homeless population down by 90%. 90%. And not by putting them into jail, not by throwing them in prison, not by criminalizing them, but by giving them homes and giving them social services. And that was something they could do in their city. And you can do it in your city. You can do it in your town. You can make sure that there's no one in your city or town who freezes to death in the middle of the winter. You can be that voice that actually gets action done. So I'm hearing you say the best strategy is not personally giving Charlie Kirk or Nick Fuentes a blowjob. That I am saying that may not be the best strategy. It's true. I drop off food for my local community meal. It's political, but it's not nothing. Exactly, Greaves Underground. Do something. Do something that gets you involved in your community and gets you involved and gets you like face to face, shaking hands with other people. You know? Be able to make that eye contact with folks. Logan Hill, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate it. Oh, it's not political. I would argue that getting involved and supporting people in your community who are in need is an inherently political act. Everything's politics. With that said, let's finish this up. We're in the end stretch, okay? But remember, folks, we have the tools to get you involved and to change your local politics. You are not helpless, and there are things that you can do. And this community, I want it to be a place you can turn to that will actually be willing to do shit. It's not enough anymore in the current political time we're in. It's not enough to just have correct opinions on the internet. We need to turn those correct opinions into correct action. Michael Reich, thank you for the $5.87 super chat.
I will match every $5 super chat.
Damn. Bold words for a bold man. Thank you so much. Let's finish this up.
Am I saying things where I go, hey, I'm center left and I do not agree with far left? Because I believe far left will be used, and you can disagree. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing. Kyle Kalinske disagreeing, no problem. You disagree, no problem. Jordan,
Hassan
everybody
disagrees,
disagrees,
yeah.
no problem. It's only when they lie and they do bad faith is when I've got the issue. Okay. So now, so you guys disagree, no problem, guys. Okay. But my goal is, number one, in order to win that primary, we've got to convince the normies that we're not going to release all the criminals. I know it sounds like hyperbole, and I know that really bothers people, but that's how they're thinking. That's why Oakland recalled their mayor 65-35, because now they started to think that the word progressive means release the criminals. No, it doesn't mean that. It means Medicare for all. It means paid family leave. It means higher wages. So that's why I have to distinguish in order to win that primary between the center left and the far left. And also
Your
because
move,
it's true.
Michael. Pepe.
Uncle Gumball, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate that. For the Logan Hill, thank you for the $5 super chat. Y'all, thank you so much.
For the match and vital service this channel is providing.
Thank you so much. And I know we had a lot of new faces today. I hope you come back on a new day when after we finish this segment.
I am center left. And the great majority of those voters are center left. They do not agree with the far left on some of the extreme trans issues, crime issues, etc.
You don't think that
when we get to the general election,
You know, a great example of why Cenk is wrong here is that let's take healthcare for example, right? The far left wants Medicare for all, right? The far left wants Medicare for all. Oh, Michael Reich, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And Veronica B, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Buddy, I wish I'd have said that earlier. I'd have done 2 5s instead of a 10. Blah, and also blah, but furthermore, blah.
BWA, BWA. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much. But one of the things here is that I totally lost my train of thought.
elections between ages. So that's why I have to distinguish in order to win that primary between the center left and the far left, and also because it's true.
Thank you, Michael
I am
Reich.
center left, and the great.
Oh, I just remembered what I was about to say. Right, when it comes to healthcare, right, you have the center-left position, which is that, well, we should have mostly privatized care, but maybe we should lower some of the drug prices, and maybe we should do some some more gatekeeping. Who deserves the health care enough? That's really what we need to do. We need to make sure the people who are getting free health care from the state deserve the free health care. That's the center-left position. You got to do the gatekeeping. You got to do the means testing. Meanwhile, the far left is like, we want everyone to have healthcare, full stop. And when you look at those two policies, it turns out that it's cheaper to do healthcare for everyone, Medicare for all. It's cheaper. It's more effective. It is better at keeping people healthy. It's better at increasing the assurance and security people enjoy when it comes to healthcare. It is better at covering all the things that people need to have covered. It is better in basically every conceivable metric than what the center-left position is on healthcare. And when he says, like, I'm center-left, most people don't agree with that. It's like, well, guess what? Most people want good healthcare. Most people want good healthcare. You want good healthcare, you gotta be far left. And you know what? When he introduced that policy, people fucking love their universal, non-means tested programs, like Social Security. People like that. Also, Sterling Thomas, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very, very much appreciate it. Yeah, Tyrion the Himalayan Salt Dragon, I saw that, and it was deeply disappointing. Because, frankly, if Cenk is someone who genuinely believes in Medicare for all, then it shouldn't matter if an immigrant held in a U.S. detention center is getting health care or not. He just doesn't think it's necessary health care. He, for whatever reason, immigrants should be denied necessary health care if they're trans, I guess, is his position. Yeah. I don't know. Is he the left? Is he the center left? I thought he built the home of progressives. I thought progressive leftists were supposed to be pushing for better and more expansive policies. Silly me.
I will do more for the match game.
Yo, Nora Koo, thank you for the $5 super chat. And Michael Reich, thank you for the $5 match as well. I very, very much appreciate that. Michael Reich does tend to donate very specific amounts. I'm not entirely sure why, but I'm not mad at it. So he's pulling a John Fetterman. I think he's just kind of deranged in the most misguided way imaginable. Like, I think that is kind of what we're looking at here. Dude looks like he's almost about to cry. I think he genuinely believes what he's peddling, but what he's peddling is bullshit.
Great majority of those voters are center-left. They do not agree with the far left on some of the extreme trans issues, crime issues, etc.
You don't think that
when we get to the general election, just to finish the thought,
yeah,
when we get to the general election, can we win over some of those former Bernie?
I don't know if he's a grifter or not, Floof the Floofy. I think it's entirely possible for him to just be stupidly misguided. Michael Reich, thank you for the 587. I appreciate that. Appreciate you.
People that went to the right wing, can we win over the independents and moderates that are not MAGA but voted for Trump because they says Trump was more anti-establishment than Kamala Harris was? Can we win those guys over so that our side wins? I believe we can, but and I'll use myself as an example again. So
I believe we can. No, you
NGL,
can't.
This community is the best.
Sterling Thomas, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate that. The BWA energy from you guys tonight is off the charts. I really appreciate it. Now, what's interesting here is that he's like, well, I think we can win over the populists on the right. And guess what, guys? We can. But we can do it like Bernie Sanders did, which didn't involve throwing minorities under the bus. It didn't involve shitting on the far left. It didn't involve any of that. It just involved embracing, like, broad working class policies. If you build it, they will come. If you have health care for all, Medicare for all, the people who are drawn in by those working class policies on the right will come to vote for you. But it doesn't involve all this backbiting, all of this like throwing other leftists under the bus. You don't have to do that. But the way Cenk is going about this, and he's trying to like tie it in with Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders did not run like this. This is not what Bernie Sanders was into or interested in. And trying to make it seem like that is, I mean, it's not stolen valor, but it's almost like a stolen political valor, you know? He's trying to like co-opt the legitimacy of Bernie Sanders for himself in a completely unearned way. And I don't know. I think that's kind of gross.
So when they tried the Muslim ban, I have every right to call them Islamophobe from here to the end of the earth. I have every right to be concerned about me and my family, okay?
You said that he didn't implement that. Earlier in this conversation, you talked about how Donald Trump didn't actually do that.
Thank you, Jack, for all your hard work.
Salty Turtle Cupcake, thank you for the $5 dono. I very, very much appreciate that. Banana Brains, thank you for the $5 super
Let's
chat.
spend that thing BWA energy. This calls for Trombone champ. Please let it count. Let it count. Let it count. Let it count. Shrimp.
Shimp. Shimp. Shimp.
But I don't believe it's the right strategy to call them Islamophobes and to push them away. I think the correct strategy is to go in the room.
Yeah, Jess, I tried to cover it. I made it very... I did not make it through all of Thanksgiving. It was insufferable. Michael Reich, thank you for the $5 dono. That is incredibly generous of you.
Get some agreement on some things that we agree on, and then fight over the things we don't agree on, but treat each other as American citizens and human beings. And then at the end go, hey, by the way...
Also, we'll do Trombone Champ at the end of stream. Don't you worry. We'll get there.
Good on you to show how to redistribute wealth. Like a true max leftist should. Ha ha ha.
It's true, Michael Reich, you're going maximum leftist today. Logan Hill, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Bernie, a flawless track record of fighting for human and civil rights since a college kid. Cenk, a former Republican who denied the Armenian genocide well into middle age, right? Well, and it goes beyond that. Like, denied the Armenian genocide and then also just, like, has kind of been ineffectual. Like, he got ousted from Justice Dems. He's been blundering about when it comes to his political career. He voted and endorsed a conservative in his local elections. Like, dude's doing a heel turn now. He denied a union. Like, all of those are bad things, but they've all been exacerbated by the fact that he's embraced terrible politics.
BWA socialism is coming for Michael's bank account. BWA.
Blah, blah, blah. Uncle Gumball, thank you for the $5 dono. Michael Reich, thank you for the $5 and 87 cents dono. I very, very much appreciate it. Appreciate you immensely. Appreciate the energy here in chat. Let's go.
I'm Muslim, okay? So do you think someone like me should be banned from the country? And when you do it that way, 9 out of 10 times they go, well, no, of course not. Of course not. But if I came in and I said, you're an Islamophobe and you're a racist and a bigot, they'd say, ban this mother effer, right? And so...
The goal of politics isn't to, like, cajole your enemies. It's to defeat them. Like, they would deport you if you were mean to them? Then you shouldn't be kowtowing to them. You should be seeking to build up the political power to oppose them and defeat them. Leave their ideology in the dustbin of history.
1 to 10, how much is Cenk's recent behavior just his ego EO?
Ooh, Zia Spots, I would put it at like a solid 8. A solid 8, honestly.
Oh no, don't vote damn, they are too radical and inauthentic. Also, we should be able to debate this calmly, not like taking away rights is harmful, person facepalming.
Amelia, too true. And also, yeah, we should be able to debate this calmly like adults, says the man who's been screaming almost incoherently at the person who wanted to talk to him for solid 40 minutes of this 2-hour discussion. God damn.
Oh no, I was just spooked by 3 Shimpa's ghosts. I accidentally the entire keyboard.
Sterling Thomas, thank you for the $5 super chat. Quigley, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate it, guys. Amber Brains, thank you for the $5 dono. My God. Good golly, folks. And you know what that means. You know what that means, guys.
Not enough Dono's ghosts tonight. Ooh, oh.
The Dono Ghost. Ooh.
Ha ha ha, Riverboat Jack, you fool. You've engaged my special ability. By correctly pointing out my transphobia and corruption, I can activate my trap card. Go Max Leftism.
Max Leftism.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And a second spell to summon the Dono Ghost.
We got some Dono Ghosts in here. God, this song slaps so hard. I love it. Is this a Jazz Dog joint? It is indeed. He made a BWA Dono Ghost song.
Hello, it is I, Maximilian Leftism, the president of Antifa and creator of the left. I have come to bring you new orders. Follow me and disregard the false prophet Cenk.
Hello, Maximilian Leftism. Is this Maximilian Leftism the first or the second? I want to make sure who I'm talking to. Can we get a link to this song? No, it's a special download just for me. I'm sure it'll be online sometime, though. It's also a banger. Jazz Dog only makes bangers. Oh man, the way Jazz Dog tickles the keys, man. You have a very talented community? I do! Y'all are wonderful. $420 likes? Shut it down. We need to we need to get like a anime villain song remix of "I Am the Left." You know, we need that. I think it'd be fun. Let's finish this up. We've still got like 10 minutes left. We haven't been able to progress.
So I just think you guys have the wrong strategy and some wrong policies.
Penny
But that's a
Yankee,
normal
you
part of
are a
healthy
wonderful
debate.
addition to
We
this
could have
community.
had that debate.
Never
without
sell
people
yourself short.
Making wild accusations.
Well,
Instead of just saying we disagree, they're collaborator, right wing, fascist, etc.
I really
so
hope that
that's-
you do, and I hope, let's leave it. I really do hope that you can get past what you feel are slights, to actually speak to some of the people that you're talking about, to be in more rooms with leftists.
No way I would ever talk with those losers. They're too far gone. They're unreachable. They don't even know what the left is anymore. I am the left. Like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? Honestly, you know what this all reminds me of with Cenk? You know what this reminds me of with Cenk Uygur? I need to show you guys. Here we go. Oh no. That was incorrect. All right. Can we get... I don't want TikTok. Why is it all TikTok? God damn it. Yeah, here we go.
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty.
You can excuse racism. So
Like that's basically the general gist of it. I don't know if you could hear it. I'll just replay it.
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty.
you can excuse racism. So
Like it really does kind of boil down to that for me. Like a lot of it is like Cenk just trying to be like, look, I can excuse Charlie Kirk's white supremacy.
Don't go oost. I feel like I started a bunch of nonsense that's keeping us from finishing the video, but I ain't mad.
It's all good, Veronica B. I appreciate the support. But he's like, literally, I can excuse Charlie Kirk's white. I can forgive Charlie Kirk's white supremacy, but I draw the line at Sam Cedar calling me insincere, which is like, what? Wait, what? What was that first part?
Who you may disagree with, and more people who are ultimately on your side. I've had the same conversation with Van Jones back in 2016, man. It's like I'm deja vuing all over again, where I told him the left is more on your side than the right, and he's like, no, the left wants to tear me down. But anyway, Cenk, it's really great to have such a candid, open conversation. I like that we can both be very Mediterranean about it and get like super mad, but then rein it in and be cool, and then be like, we're like, yeah, we're just gonna yell, and then we're gonna be fine, and then we're gonna get over it. So
Are they gonna be fine and get over it? Because I wouldn't. Seems like a pretty stark ideological divide here.
that's the kind of beer I like to have.
Yes, thank you.
And
so-
but not with Charlie Kirk. And I will leave it at that. Everybody, you can check out all of the interviews. You don't have to, it does not hearsay. Watch for yourselves and see Cenk, and obviously every single day on TYT, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much, Cenk, for being here.
So, Franny, last thing I have to clarify. I'm going on every kind of left wing show. Yours, Mark Lamont Hill, Breaking Points, Brian Tyler Cohen, Dollcast. There's just
Dollcast is not a left wing show. It's not at all. Don't make me even talk about it. It's gross. Honestly, Breaking Points isn't even a left-wing show, but at the very least, Crystal Ball is the best part of that show. So Mr. Miyagi, yes, you are correct.
Just a whole destiny. I guess he's kind of on the left.
Oh boy, don't talk about
Anyway,
Israel.
but I'm going David Packman. I go on every show. The only shows I do, there's only a couple of shows I don't go on because I think they're bad faith. And what they then do is saying, "Oh, he's not going on any left-wing shows." What? Because they're the demigods of the left? No, I'm going on shows that have good faith where we have wild disagreement. And like you said, sometimes we even yell at each other, but when we settle down and we have a beer, so this idea that I'm not going on left-wing shows or we're not doing left-wing stuff is just not
Well, we're making
true.
the second round. We're like the second tour. We're the B cities of your A cities
No,
tour.
that's not true. Randy, the whole network is left-wing. So, I mean, the aberration was going to talk to the right wing.
Well,
So,
I mean, here's another. I would love to see you and the doc just debate the police. Like you and the doc talk about crime. Like that
that's
would
a
be
great idea.
I would watch the shit out of that because
Because we don't disagree on the police. We disagree on. I don't even know that we disagree on crime. So be careful what you wish for.
No, exactly. You guys might agree. I'm just.
I hate listening to Cenk talk about crime, by the way. Not because I don't believe that crime happens, but because he's wrong. He's been on this tear about how cashless bail is ruining cities for ages now, and it's just not true. They're not letting out alleged murderers from prison. Come on.
Because all we do on that show, right, is look at like Karen videos and cop videos. So like, everyday racism and like institutionalized racism.
But I totally agree with what Rashad says on the cop.
Dr. Michael Reich, that's all good.
That's Dr. Rashad Ritchie's show that Franny is referring to. Check out Damage Report. That's John's show. John is closer in his policy views to Franny than he is to me, I think, these days, etc. So please give all those shows an opportunity. Check out everybody on Rebel Headquarters. That's where there's tons of interesting agreement, disagreement, etc. But there aren't any right-wingers at TYT. It's the whole range of the left. Sure. And I'm going to always allow that range. Everyone from like moderate left, like I don't mean center left, I mean moderate as in like closer to the middle, closer to Republicans, etc., all the way to far left. And
yeah, we all picked up the message that you're very close to Republicans, Cenk. That's been very obvious. You didn't need to spell that out in almost hour 2 of this.
Everything in between. So that's what TYT stands for. And everybody in that spectrum gets to have their opinion, but that also includes me and Anna. We're also allowed to have our opinions, our own policies, and our own strategy. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Cenk, thanks so much for being here. Go live your damn life. See you later.
Wait, what was that about Emma? Wait, did he mention Emma at the end there? I feel like I must have missed that.
As in like closer to the middle, closer to Republicans, etc. I mean, tons of interesting agreement, disagreement, etc. But there aren't any right-wingers at TYT. It's the whole range of the left. Sure. And I'm going to always allow that range. Everyone from like moderate left, like I don't mean center left, I mean moderate as in like closer to the middle, closer to Republicans, etc., all the way to far left and everything in between. So that's what TYT stands for. And everybody in that spectrum gets to have their opinion, but that also includes me and Anna. We're also allowed to have our opinions, our own policies, and our own strategy. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Cenk, thanks so much for being here.
I didn't hear the Emma part.
Live your
I'm
damn
sorry.
life. See you later. And thank you all for being here. It was beautiful. It was heated. I hope everyone enjoyed it. And there's a lot to discuss. And these are conversations that I think we're just going to continue to have, especially when it comes to establishment, anti-establishment, right populism, left populism.
I'm going to link Francesca
and just straight up
Fiorentini's channel.
disagreeing. And I think the last piece
Go,
of this
give her a
just too
sub.
much to get into with him.
Like
But,
the video, etc.
Where majority opinion is at on issues like crime has everything to do with our media ecosystem. And the perception of crime being up, just like the perception of the economy being bad, has everything to do with how people vote, right? Now, of course, Cenk would probably say, no, look at these stats, look at those stats. But man, it ain't the 80s, guys. It has gone down, right? But our perception of it is absolutely shaped by the right-wing ecosystem that has far more power and connections to real power. So not just right-wing funding, but literally we've tracked there have been great documentaries. I think it was the QAnon Into the Storm documentary that basically tracks how the right and MAGA and Trump launder the most obscure stories upward till they become policy, right? I mean, there is a pipeline, a reverse pipeline from, the backwaters of right-wing conspiracy theorists and literal, and the White House. And so they have far more power than we had. If only there was a pipeline between us and Nancy Pelosi or, anyone in power. Sadly, there's not yet. And so I think it's really important to remember that as we think about narrative and messaging, as we go forward and we try, again, I've said this multiple times, how can we humanize migrants, right? They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. And the New York Times does one article about Haitians in Springfield like a month after the whole thing. And it was great. But why isn't every single news outlet doing their job of humanizing immigrants? Who are we talking about? What about trans people? Who are we talking about when we talk about trans people? And so you will see that from me.
You're talking about me. It's me. I'm the trans person.
Specifically see that from this show going forward, speaking to organizers and activists who are on the ground, who are working with the trans community and defending them, who are working with the immigrant community, especially the Haitian immigrant community and Black immigrants, I think obviously particularly aggressed upon. So that is something that I will always center, is that kind of work, in addition to the radical analysis. Yes, radical analysis of real intersectionality, real broad-based
Cenk is the left and I am the trans person.
Coalition work that needs to be done to build for our side to win. I don't want to give the other side any credit. I want to win. And when we win, I want their figures to come over to our side and be,
honestly, I'm really shocked, and again, massive amount of respect to Francesca here for holding it together after Cenk leaves and not immediately collapsing, because I'd want to immediately collapse. That was an awful social situation to even observe. I can't imagine living through it. That looked like it really sucked for her.
Be like, ooh, what's going on there?
Logan Hill, thanks for the gifted membership
we work
over
together?
on YouTube.
They work
Let's
pretty
go.
similar on these issues. And again, I think I made my point and pretty clearly that there is no difference between this MAGA and that MAGA. It's the same thing. The Trojan horse is the same thing. They dusted it off for 2024. And people perceive the economy to be bad. And it is bad. Because if you don't have stocks, it fucking sucks, man. It's not good out here to try and live and make ends meet. And absolutely Biden fumbled the ball on that. So, it's, I guess I just really bristle at the us versus them. If you're not with me, you're against me. You're wrong and I'm rightness that the left, not the left, that the internet maybe is so obsessed with. And I feel like we saw that on display, sadly, a little bit from Cenk.
A little bit.
And, but what are you going to do, guys? Hey, if you want to support me
and you should, because she's awesome,
my cause over here on my little show, do that. The Bituation Room is
make it a bigger
supported by
show.
you and you own